Chapter 1 Impossible, absolutely impossible. Come on, you noob. Arhe, fuck, I lost again. Where did you find this support? Even the stone man's ultimate was wasted. He's just as bad as you. You are so awesome, why don't you let your 4 partners give birth to a son for you? Go form a team yourself. You fat bastard, don't be so stubborn if you lose. You're responsible for all the stinky socks this week. In the number 1 dormitory building of Jiangnan University, 4 brothers quarrel with each other on a daily basis. Look at our 4th brother, he is diligent and willing to accept defeat. A gas tank-like figure flashed past his eyes and rushed directly to the balcony. Su Zian thought that the 4th brother was going to collect smelly socks. I saw the 4th brother leaning out of the window again, with a pig-like look on his face and drooling. The remaining 3 people looked at each other, and as if a starting gun sounded in their ears at the same time, they rushed to the balcony. There must be a beautiful woman who can make these 4 animals have such a tacit understanding. And she has to be a super beauty like a school belle. Red Ducati, black leather pants and leather jacket, wasp waist, perky butt, long legs, and iconic golden shawl hair. Isn't this the most beautiful girl in Jiangnan University, the 25-year-old genius doctoral English teacher Li Anlan? Goddess. I love you. Goddess. I'll repair motorcycles and support you. I can even sell my blood. Don't stop me. I'm going to jump off the building. If I can't marry the goddess, I'm going to smash her to death. Just let me be buried with the goddess. People popped their heads out of all the dormitory windows at the same time, and even the girls were going crazy for it. But Li Anlan did not react at all. He turned his wrist and the motorcycle accelerated again, whizzing past. Just like the bright moon hanging in the night sky, as soon as she appears, all the school beauties and stars have to stand aside. What a joke! The fairy sister who lives in Guanghan Palace is not called that for nothing. Moreover, the president of Jiangnan University made an exception and only Li Anlan could enter the campus by motorcycle or car. The excuse is to prevent stampedes. He would only be secretly happy about the good thing that the English scores of all boys in the school increased by 20%. Your pig ears are smarter than a dog's. It was not until the goddess disappeared that Su Zian retorted to the 4th brother in dissatisfaction. That's right, you deserve to lose, you unfilial son. Can you shout a little more next time so that I can look at the goddess for 2 seconds less? The one who spoke was the 2nd oldest, whose name was Wang Pengfei. He has 4 girlfriends who are thin and lustful, and they all call him Shanji. With your impotence, I'm afraid you won't be able to hold on if I look at you for 2 more seconds. The 4th brother Bao Su shot back. He is short and stocky, with a big belly, a big head and a big basket, so his nickname is Bao Delanzi. Most people can't pronounce this name, but because he wears glasses, he has a more appropriate name. Foreskin. It echoes the pheasant. These long legs, if we can spend a night together, I'm willing to cut off a big basket of kidneys and make soup for her. The 3rd brother Lu Xiaotian also joined in the fun. I agree. Anyway, we can't use this stuff. We can keep it for breeding in the pig farm. The 2nd one raised both hands in agreement. Fuck, you dead licker, believe it or not, I'll record it and send it to your Jingjing. The 4th one fought back again. It is most appropriate to describe the 3rd brother as a bootlicker. This guy has been chasing a girl for a year, caring for her every day, but he has never even touched the girl's hand. Let's go, let's play a few more rounds. Whoever loses will treat us to dinner tonight. Fuck, you stole my Yasuo again. Watch out, unfilial son. Dad will teach you another game. After 5 consecutive defeats. Something is wrong today, boss. Something is wrong with you, Jiang Xiao the Sky. What's up? Did you win the lottery? Do you want to treat us today on purpose? I think this guy is just holding it in, still thinking about the goddess's beautiful figure. Didn't you hear that the goddess suddenly took a leave to give birth to a child last semester? It seems to be true. During the winter vacation, I saw the goddess in the obstetrics and gynecology department of the hospital. Judging from her big belly, she must be giving birth soon. Stop talking nonsense. Isn't the goddess from Beijing? Really? It's all over the campus internet. You wouldn't know if you didn't read it. Damn it, boss, don't look at me like that. It's like the child is yours. The 4th brother saw Su Zian staring at him with wide eyes and exclaimed, shaking his fat head. Don't talk nonsense. Suzian waved his hands guiltily. If this gets out, I won't see the sun tomorrow. That's right. If you dare to nod, I will kill you with a knife right now. The third brother picked up a carpenter's knife and said viciously. No more nonsense, boss. If you're willing to accept the loss, go buy some groceries. The third brother had a sly smile on his face and took out a suitcase from under his feet. Dang dang dang. I still have to rely on you, the third one. Lao Si's eyes lit up. He lifted up a pure copper charcoal hot pot like he was holding up the Hercules cup, and gave it a kiss. The third one is awesome. Suzian was also stunned. It was easy for the circuit breaker to trip when using electricity in the dormitory, but this thing burned charcoal, so it wouldn't cause carbon monoxide poisoning. He was even more surprised to see the third brother take out 2 rolls of range hood exhaust hoses from the suitcase. You're such a genius. Stop whining. The third brother pointed at Suzian and the fourth brother like a restaurant owner and said, go buy some fresh mutton before the market closes. Fourth brother, bring all the thermoses and bring back some craft beer. It's settled. The fourth brother nodded quickly and ran out of the door pulling Suzian, who was as thin as a wooden man. Now Suzian's mind is full of the words of the fourth brother, it's like the child is yours. In the second semester of his freshman year, the second brother lost a bet and took the 3 of them to the largest and most popular bar in the area. Under the temptation of all the long white legs and various high-end foreign liquors, Suzian vomited several times. When he climbed out of the bathroom, the 3 brothers were gone, but he met the goddess teacher Li Anlan drinking alone. When I regained consciousness, I was lying naked in the hotel. There was also a note left on the bedside table. Although it only had a short line of words, it was quite shocking. If you dare tell anyone, I will run you over with my car. Suzian shuddered at that moment. During the first semester of my freshman year, that coward wrote a love letter to Li Anlan and didn't dare to admit it. As a result, all the boys in her class failed the course, and the problem was not resolved even after the principal's complaint. Moreover, when the next semester started, Li Anlan went to work and class as usual, but soon took a long vacation. At that time, there were rumors that Li Anlan was pregnant and had a baby. Now that the second semester of the sophomore year has started, Li Anlan appears again, and the time actually matches. Isn't Suzian confused? The hot pot meal in the dormitory that night was so popular that even the neighboring dormitories made reservations to borrow the charcoal hot pot. Suzian, who usually didn't have enough to drink from this thermos of beer, got drunk after drinking half a pot today. He leaned blankly on the bed holding the remaining half pot of beer, his dull eyes looking as if his ancestors' graves were being dug up. I am only 20 years old and still a college student. There is still a lot of good life to enjoy in the future. How come I suddenly became a father? The child's mother is also his teacher, and more importantly, the other party doesn't recognize him as the child's father. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Suzian took a big gulp of beer and shouted loudly. He fell headfirst again and fell into a deep sleep. The remaining half pot of beer was not wasted and was all spilled on the quilt. Alas, another poor man who was devastated by the news that the goddess gave birth to a baby. The other 3 people laughed and had no intention of caring about Suzian. They continued to drink from the big kettle like animals. Chapter 2 Li Anlan is here. Jingzha. The hibernating insects are just about to wake up. What greets it is the heavy snow in early March. Suzian was woken up by the cold. Achoo! The wet quilt felt like an ice cellar. I touched my forehead and it was so hot that I could fry an egg in it. You bunch of unfilial bastards, I should have shot you all against the wall. Looking at the mess on the ground, Suzian couldn't help but curse. He climbed out of bed tremblingly, found a crumpled cigarette from the crumpled cigarette box under the bed and lit it, then pulled off the quilts of his 3 roommates and wrapped himself in them. Oh my God! Amid the wonderful greetings from the 3 people, Suzian lit the charcoal fire and added a few bags of instant noodles to the leftover hot pot soup from last night. Fuck you, you beasts! As soon as the soup pot began to boil, the 3 naked people started grabbing the soup with their chopsticks. Today's report is definitely about clearing snow again. I'm not going. Come back at noon and bring me lunch and a box of cold medicine. Suzian was quick with his hands and eyes. He picked up a meatball left over from yesterday from the bottom of the pot and quickly stuffed it into his mouth, speaking incoherently. The 3 animals said nothing and continued to eat the half-cooked noodles. After eating a big bowl of noodles, Suzian threw the wet mattress on the balcony and continued to take a nap wrapped in 3 quilts. The second and fourth children also ate and drank their fill, washed up and left early. The third brother, who was left, took a look at the dormitory that looked like a pigsty and had no intention of cleaning it at all. He simply cleaned up his precious charcoal hot pot and hid it, then hurried out the door. Soon the three of them gathered in a small base in the stairwell of the teaching building, with three heads crowded around a window, all with sly grins on their faces. 1. Hey, another one slipped. You lose. This girl didn't even slip. You can bring food to the boss later, huh? This girl is obviously from the south, she is resistant to cold, she is still wearing stockings in this cold weather. When it was time to gather, the three of them left reluctantly. My mind is filled with anger and regret. The person who invented the leg revealing device is a fucking bastard. Why didn't the goddess teacher show up this morning? What a pity. Li Anlan was at home outside the school at this time. Her 3-month-old baby was drinking milk obediently. The nanny also prepared breakfast and brought it to her bedside. But Li Anlan's face was full of worry. My mother just sent me a WeChat message, saying that she would take the opportunity of being here on a business trip to stay at her daughter's house for a few days. Li Anlan didn't dare tell her family about her pregnancy and childbirth, and she spent the spring festival raising the child alone. Originally, Li Anlan was thinking of asking the nanny to take the child to a hotel to hide for a day, and then lock all the baby supplies in the house in another room. He just said that he had rented out the room and there was no place for his mother to stay when she came, so he asked her to take a look and then sent her away. As luck would have it, the nanny said her daughter was about to give birth and she had to go back to her hometown to take care of the child, so her son-in-law came to pick her up early in the morning. Li Anlan was stunned for a moment. It was not impossible to find another nanny right away, but she was worried about having someone take the child out on the first day. I called my only best friend, but no one answered at first. 2 hours later, she replied saying she went skiing with a handsome guy and told me not to disturb her even if the earth exploded. After sending away the nanny who got along well with him, the little one with a bulging belly started burping and crying non-stop. Li Anlan quickly followed the nanny's instructions and burped his son. Li Anlan, who had no experience in taking care of children, couldn't control the strength well. The little one cried more and more fiercely, and Li Anlan also began to shed tears silently. Totally collapsed. Thinking back to what my best friend had advised me, the child cannot live without a father. Didn't you say Su Zian is quite handsome? Why should you work so hard to raise the child while that bastard gets to eat and drink all the good food at school every day? If he hooks up with another junior high school girl, you won't have anywhere to cry. Yes, children cannot live without a father. Li Anlan finally made up his mind and murmured, Su Zian, I hope you can stand the test and take on the responsibility of being a father. Young and energetic, Su Zian slept for the whole morning and worked up a sweat. His headache went away and his fever was gone. I was lying on the balcony watching my freshman classmates happily sweeping the snow. I was thinking that school would officially start tomorrow, so I could go a little crazy today. Suddenly, the sound of high heels hitting the ground was heard in the corridor. Su Zian felt something was wrong, so he quickly dropped his cigarette butt and jumped onto the bed, pretending to sleep. Crack! The door opened. Su Zian steadied his breathing. Thinking of the cigarette butts, garbage and beer bottles all over the floor, he would never open his eyes even if he was beaten to death. Su Zian, get up! A cold and familiar voice came. Su Zian was shocked. Li Anlan? Why is she here? Could it be? In an instant, 10,000 ways of dying emerged in his mind. Dad, Mom, I am an unfilial son and cannot show my filial piety to you too. I also thought of the hundreds of skins in my alliance account, the top quality equipment in my dream account, and the countless daughters and wives in my soul account. Fuck, just die. Su Zian made up his mind and opened his eyes. Mr. Li. Ms. Li, why are you here? Li Anlan wore a hat and a mask, a long, loose-down jacket, a schoolbag on his back, and a child in his arms. She is dressed like a country lady. Only the high heels on her feet represent her last bit of stubbornness. If he hadn't spoken, Su Zian really wouldn't have recognized him. Li Anlan looked at the table in the dormitory, which was made of old beer bottle tabletops and plastic tape. The electric kettle was filled with cigarette butts and the floor was full of garbage, and there were 2 boxes of charcoal and a wet quilt piled on the balcony. The whole dormitory was filled with the complex smell of hot pot, smoke, and stinky feet. His eyes widened and he gritted his teeth as he said, "Please take care of the child for me. I will pick him up in the afternoon." Oh well. Su Zian agreed subconsciously, but then he reacted instantly. What? He suddenly sat up from the bed with his bare chest, his eyes as big as bells. Did you hear it right? Child? It's really mine. I am a father? It felt like there were firecrackers stuck in my ears, and with a bang, my brain was blown into a pulp. You, right now, find a hotel to take care of the child. You will have to think about the consequences if you lose even a hair on your head. Li Anlan gently placed the child on Su Zian's bed, then took off his school bag and threw it to him. After saying this in a way that was not easy to question, he turned and left. She didn't want to stay in this dormitory, which was more disgusting than a pigsty, for even a second. She regretted even more how blind she was to have a child with such a coward. When he reached the door, Li Anlan turned back suddenly again. Frightened, Su Zian quickly retracted his hand that was reaching out to the child. Add me as your WeChat friend now, and don't disturb me if I don't contact you. Oh, okay. Su Zian nodded with a dull look. Watch Li Anlan leave. Chapter 3, The hatred of having your wife stolen is irreconcilable. It was not until the sound of high heels outside the corridor gradually disappeared that Su Zian recovered from his shock. He wiped his hands with the quilt, rubbed his face hard a few times, and made sure that he was not dreaming before he gently lifted the small quilt covering the baby's head. The baby's white and tender little face is chubby and he is sucking on a pacifier. The lanugo on his round head has not yet faded, but a head of dark hair has grown. His eyes are closed under his long eyelashes, which is so cute. See, the little guy is sleeping soundly. Su Zian scratched his head, glanced at the door like a guilty thief, and then carefully reached his hand into the baby's quilt. With a dick! Su Zian shouted excitedly. Realizing that his voice was a bit loud, Su Zian quickly covered his mouth with both hands. Seeing that the little guy was not woken up, he relaxed and said, I am a father just like this? Look at the little eyebrows, look at the little ears, look at the little nose, and then look at the little mouth sucking on the pacifier. Su Zian seemed to have thought of some wonderful scene and swallowed unconsciously. In the midst of the flustered joy, I finally remembered what Li Anlan had told me before he left. He quickly found his cell phone under the greasy and yellow pillow, found Li Anlan's name in the group and applied to add him as a friend. The moment his friend passed the message, Su Zian received a long text tutorial without any emotion. Drink milk every 3 hours, 120-130 milliliters each time, adjust the constant temperature heater to 40-50 degrees, and let the room temperature reach 39 degrees before feeding. There is also a video link that teaches Su Zian how to change a baby's diaper, how to burp the baby, etc. Then come the 2 most important warnings. If you dare to smoke in front of the children, I will kill you. Don't let anyone else touch the child. For the sake of my son, there is absolutely no problem in quitting smoking. But Su Zian simply ignored the second one. I gave birth to a little brother for my 3 adopted sons in the dormitory, so why can't I let my 3 older brothers love him? And Su Zian had no plan to go to the hotel. He knew that if the child woke up and cried, he had 3 adopted sons to help. For cobblers are better than one zhuge liang. Su Zian, come on, you're a father now, you need to be more mature. Su Zian silently encouraged himself, got up quickly to plug in the thermostatic heater, and after taking care of his personal hygiene, he began to clean the dormitory. He also found all the cigarettes hidden in the cabinets, computer cases, and shoe holes, and Su Zian made another decision. All the roommates quit smoking and drinking together. Must give my son a good living environment. Bang! The dormitory door was kicked open. I fuck you. Su Zian was about to yell, but when he thought of his son who was still sleeping in the bed, he lowered his voice and said, fuck you, I'll castrate you for waking up my son. What? The third brother who came in was stunned. When I saw the dormitory was clean and tidy, I thought I had walked into the wrong door. He took a step back and looked at the house number. That's right. Boss, you have a fever and you are confused. You don't have a son. Besides, why do you clean so cleanly? I'm suddenly a little uncomfortable. The third brother came up lazily and reached out to touch Su Zian's forehead. Get lost. Su Zian picked up the broom and smashed it on the third brother's head. He raised his index finger to his lips as a gesture of silence, and pointed at the baby on the bed with a smug look on his face. Go and throw away the garbage quickly, and then ask the second and fourth brothers to come back and keep their voices down. When everyone is together, I will take you to meet your fourth brother. The third brother was incredulous. You are really sick. I climbed onto Su Zian's bed, lifted the quilt and saw that the little guy had just woken up and opened his eyes. Fuck! The third brother cried out, then slipped and fell off the ladder with a thump, sitting heavily on the ground. Child. Wake up. The third child pointed at the child on the bed and stammered, forgetting the pain as he sat on the ground. Keep your voice down, it will be bad if you cry. But as soon as Suzian finished speaking, the little guy burst into tears. I'll deal with you later, go to the door. After kicking the third son, Suzian quickly put down the broom and picked up his son carefully. Hey baby, don't cry, daddy has avenged you, don't cry oh. This. The third brother, who was also confused, didn't know what to say. He rubbed his butt and stood guard at the door. He held the phone tightly in his hand, hesitating whether to call 110, and his eyes never left the child, thinking that Suzian was trafficking someone else's child. Wow. The little guy was crying so hard that Suzian's mind was in a mess. He held him and turned around on the ground, but he couldn't comfort him. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Damn it, boss, you're catching piglets here, this is how you hold a child. The second and fourth children also returned to the dormitory. The fourth child was the first to react and gesture to take the child from Suzian. Really? Didn't my sister give birth during the winter vacation? I held her in my arms. Seeing that Suzian didn't quite trust him, the fourth brother grabbed a pillow and gestured with it in his arms. That seems to be the case. Suzian held the little guy's but with the palm of his left hand, let him lie in his arms, and gently patted his shoulders with his right hand. Although the little guy's crying had subsided a little, he still kept crying. Suzian wiped the sweat off his head and looked at Lao Si nervously. This won't work. You're still crying. Isn't it normal for children to cry? The fourth brother was at a loss and muttered something under his breath. Go to hell. Suzian held his son in his arms and pointed at the three men. Don't cry, dear son. This is your eldest brother, this is your second brother, and this is your third brother. If you behave yourself, you will get the game accounts of your three brothers in the future. I'm your grandfather. Damn it, stop talking nonsense and tell the truth. How did this kid get this? If you can't explain it clearly, I'm calling the police right now, you human trafficker. My son, my own son. Hurry up and prepare the money for the gift. Suzian held the little guy in his arms, looking very proud. You son of a bitch, let's talk about something serious. The second brother, who had been silent, finally spoke. Really, my son, the son of Li Anlan and I'm going to kill you for defaming my goddess. When these words were spoken, the third brother became angry. If Suzian hadn't been holding the child in his arms, he would have fought with him on the spot. Really, look. Suzian took out his cell phone and looked through the chat history with Li Anlan. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Fuck you, you bastard, if you can put the child down, I will fight you to the death. Let's go together. I'm going to eat you alive, you bastard. The hatred of stealing my wife is irreconcilable. With the evidence before them, the three of them felt like the sky was falling. Looking at Suzian is like looking at the enemy who murdered his father. Chapter 4, Parenting System Greeting Techniques. But Suzian was not threatened at all, the child in his arms was his best amulet. Ahem. Suzian raised his chin again and said without question, I have something to announce. From today on, everyone in our dormitory will quit smoking and drinking. Stop talking nonsense. I don't believe you can quit smoking even if you kill me. Really, don't struggle anymore. I've thrown away all the hidden treasures. Seeing the three people hurriedly rummaging through the drawers, Suzian tried to hold back his laughter and said, Damn it, the cigarettes I hid in the computer case are really gone. What I hid under my pillow was taken away by this bastard. Hey, I still have a pack in my pocket. Godfather, give me one quickly. Fuck, my words don't work anymore, do they? Suzian's eyes widened when he saw Lao Air smoking a pack of Lotus cigarettes. He changed the subject and said, well, leave me one cigarette later. The last one. It will be my final farewell to these years of smoking. Roll. The three of them said in unison. Believe it or not, I'll let my son pee in your bed. Look at you, you're so awesome, why don't I just stop smoking? Just bear with it and wait until the child is gone before you smoke. If you don't want to smoke, then don't smoke. Suzian, I'm officially informing you that if this child is really born from you and my goddess, I will be your friend for life. The fourth brother said viciously with a wicked smile on his face. You are such a coward even when packing a big basket, and you want to be like Chow Chow. Why don't you take a piss and look at the mirror? Suzian said disdainfully. Brothers, I beg you, please think of a way to take care of the child first, he is crying so hard. The second child took out headphones and put them on his head, with a look of devastation on his face. Look at you, you're such a wimp. You have 4 girlfriends. I'm afraid your thing doesn't work. The fourth one is completely crazy now, and he bites whoever he catches. I'm a rapper, you know how boring it is to have kids. The second brother countered. TSK, I think you're a rapper. After all, the difference between a rapper and a rapper is just one shot. The key is that all your shots are blanks. Fuck, the boss is the rapper, call the police to arrest him. Yes, you bastard raper, damn, you dare to bully my goddess, you better confess the truth. The fourth brother turned the gun around again, pointed it at Su Zian and cursed him, the fat on his face trembling. Just before the summer vacation of the first semester, didn't the second brother take us to have fun? Su Zian quickly gave in. Among the 4 people in the dormitory, only the fourth one had some experience in taking care of children during the holidays. For the sake of his precious son, he accepted the defeat. Well, you bastard, I. The 3 of them clenched their fists and waved them in the air helplessly. Is this really the son of you and Goddess Li? I'm not sure either. I haven't done a paternity test. Su Zian smiled foolishly. How can it be fake? Otherwise, how can Goddess Li trust you with her child? The third brother said sourly. The little guy still kept crying. They analyzed it for a while, and suddenly the fourth child slapped his thigh. Oh, the child is hungry. It seems very likely. Su Zian glanced at the thermostatic heater on the desk and suddenly realized. What are you still standing there for? Feed the baby. Yes. Let me check my phone again. 120 milliliters, cooled to 39 degrees at room temperature. The bottle is in the school bag, Lao Si. I really owe you in my previous life. Let me make it clear first. When you can speak, you have to call me Godfather. The fourth brother said dissatisfiedly. It's hard to say. It depends on who gave more red envelopes, right? When I win the lottery, I'll take you in as my godson. The fourth child said viciously while helping the little guy pour milk. As soon as the bottle reached his mouth, the little guy stopped crying immediately. He opened his big eyes and looked around curiously, drinking without stopping with his little mouth. He looked so cute. The 3 roommates also came over curiously, and swallowed unconsciously when they saw the little guy eating so happily. This milk can't be. Fuck, what are you thinking about? You've never drunk before. If you're craving for it, go home and find your mom. In an instant, Su Zian also thought of something and stared at them angrily. You grew up drinking dog's milk, right? A dog can't spit out ivory. Hey, who hasn't tried it? I'm just curious, how can you still remember what it tastes like? Okay, guys, let's talk about something serious. The second brother is usually nonchalant and always calls himself a rapper, but he has been influenced by his family environment since he was a child, so he can be considered to be quite sophisticated. Boss, have you told your family about this? Although both your parents are working, their salaries in a small county town are not high. What are your plans? No, I just found out about it today. Su Zian hesitated for a moment. Let's not talk about it for now. I've just thought about it and plan to find a way to earn some money for milk powder. I'm only a sophomore, and I can earn some money by working. Goddess Li can see that your family is well off, so you can just become a live-in son-in-law. That's right. After all, our boss is also capable of living off his wife. Besides, you won't suffer any loss. The third and fourth brothers also followed suit and gave random suggestions. Su Zian glared at the 2 of them and said nothing. It's impossible to live off someone. He became a father in his sophomore year. If his dad knew about this, he would beat him to death. If he really was a gigolo, my dad could revive him and then beat him to death again. I have an idea. The fourth brother slapped his thigh again. Can you please stop getting so excited and scare my son? Hey, old Su, come sit in the middle and cross your legs. The fourth brother dragged Su Zian by the chair to the middle of the dormitory, washed his hands solemnly, and then circled around him. He put his hands together in front of his chest and kept muttering, I am begging you as a virgin, Guanyin Bodhisattva, Taishan Laojun, Jade Emperor, Sun Wukong, obey my orders, and grant Su Zian the invincible super parenting system in the universe, Om Mani Padme Hum. System. Come. System. Come. System. Come. After repeating it 3 times, the fourth brother came over excitedly and said, "Old Sue, how is it?" "Fuck you," Su Zian said helplessly. "Damn, it must be because you have done too many bad things. It has nothing to do with me." The fourth brother still insisted. "That spell of yours doesn't work, watch out for me." The third child also joined in the fun and started spinning around, imitating the fourth child's example. "All money back my home. All money back my home. All money back my home. May the Buddha bless old Sue and let him win the first prize in the lottery. You are not reliable. You have to pay a price for petitioning. Look, my second brother will show you a parenting system." The second child smiled and pushed the third child aside, then went into the bathroom and started washing his hands and face. And he washed very hard. If it wasn't for the fourth brother's reminder, his hands would have been smoking. Chapter 5 First Diaper Change. After coming out of the bathroom, the second brother changed his clothes seriously, then looked at the third and fourth brothers proudly. This is called bathing and changing clothes. Learn from this. Can you still burn incense? Well, let's just order him. The two of them fought back together. Cut. After taking a look at the two people who wanted to laugh at the joke, the second brother took a quick step forward, grabbed the third brother's carved Shaoli fat knife and the fourth brother's water cup in his hands, and rushed into the balcony. I saw Lao Air blocking the door again. He took out a ball of tissue from his pocket and stuffed it into the water cup. Then he took out 3 cigarettes, lit them and put them into the water cup. Finally, he respectfully placed the Shaoli fat knife in front of the homemade incense burner. Everything is ready. The second brother put his hands together, turned around and bowed 3 times to the third and fourth brothers, and then bowed 3 times to the incense burner. The two of them were stunned and thought something was wrong. This guy must have been holding his fart. Just as I was about to push the door open and rush in to stop them, the second brother opened the balcony door himself. He tried hard to suppress his laughter and shouted, "I am willing to sacrifice the third and fourth brother's 10 years of life to obtain the universe's super invincible parenting system for the eldest brother." System coming. Fuck you. Why don't you just die? The third and fourth brothers were angry. They each grabbed the second brother's thigh and pushed him to the balcony again. "Throw this bastard down right now, sacrifice the life of the second brother, and replace the system for the first brother." "Okay. Brother, I was wrong. Spare my life, brother." The second brother held the two men tightly and begged for mercy with a big laugh. "It's too late to realize you're wrong now. Third brother, let's take off all his clothes first and throw him down, so that the seniors and juniors from Zhejiang University can open their eyes. Yes, let the seniors and juniors see what a hairy earthworm is." The fourth brother was still angry and was about to pull the second brother's pants. "Third master, fourth master, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong." The second brother quickly begged for mercy again. "Well, let's just forget it. It's not good for the seniors and juniors to get sty. Yeah, it's not good to hit the flowers and plants." After calling the two masters third master and fourth master, the two men had a way out and spared the second master's life. Maybe it was because he was happy after eating, or maybe the little guy was attracted by the playfulness of the 3 people. Suddenly, a baby's laughter that heals the soul was heard. Ha! The 4 of them looked at the little guy in Su Zian's arms at the same time. Is it our godson who laughed? The second brother still held his belt tightly and looked at the third and fourth brothers with a confused look on his face. Is right? Damn it, could it be that my petition has taken effect? Su Zian smiled evilly and shook his head. "You guys are not sincere enough. If you leave the second one behind, it will definitely work." "Impossible." The second child exclaimed, "They must have been the ones causing trouble. I failed in my spell and transferred the parenting system to our godson." "Eh? It's possible. That's also my credit. My spell of all money back my home is awesome. Go away, go away. This is all my credit. Our bodhisattva can't understand your bird language at all." "Okay, never mind who took the credit, we'll know after we try." Yes, let's try this parenting system, parenting system to see if it works." The second brother retied his belt and pulled the two of them in front of Su Zian. "Godson, what are the lottery numbers for next week's double color ball?" "Silly ball, your 3-month-old baby can talk." The 3 of them shook their heads at the same time, looking at the second brother as if he were an idiot. "Then let me ask a simpler question in a different way. The second brother smiled awkwardly. If you like lollipops, blink once, and if you like online shopping, blink twice. The little fellow still had a curious look on his face. He blinked at the second child who was speaking, blinked again at the third and fourth children, and finally, he squinted at Suzian and blinked as well. Look, he understood and blinked. What does blinking 3 times mean? There's something wrong with your question. That's right. The third brother pushed the fourth brother aside and came closer. Let me ask. Godson, I'm going to see Jingjing for a movie this weekend. If you succeed, blink once. If you fail, blink twice. Puff. This time the little guy didn't blink, but let out a fart. Ha ha, you lick dog. What our godson means is that you are a stinky poop and will be single for the rest of your life. Fuck you. The third brother retorted, our godson is setting off fireworks to celebrate his success in finding his partner-in-law in advance. Dream on. Can you smell it? It stinks. Did he poop? The fourth brother rubbed his nose and asked in confusion. Ha, I told you that you are a stinky poop. Suzian lifted the little guy up and sniffed his butt. Oh my god. It stinks. It looks like he really pooped. I'll go. Seeing this, the 3 of them hurriedly took several steps back. Fuck, you guys are so heartless, what are you doing? The 3 of them looked at each other. Well, boss, it's time to go to class. See you later. There's no class today, damn it. Seeing that the 3 brothers failed to escape, they hid far away and stuffed paper towels into balls in their noses. Suzian could only take out a basin from the bathroom, put the little guy in the basin, and then put the basin on the small table that several people had built with beer bottles. Well, old Sue, you just do your thing and we'll learn. Yes, let's learn from them. Seeing Suzian looking at them blankly, they took another step back. You're welcome, let's learn together. Suzian took out his mobile phone and clicked on the teaching link sent to him by Li Anlan. My dear friends, today I will teach you how to change diapers for newborn babies. Oh, I see. It's just like this first, then that. Simple. Yes, simple and simple. After watching the teaching, the 3 of them stood around the little one holding a diaper, one holding a soft wet wipe, and one holding a changing pad. Everyone kept talking, but no one took any action. Guys, I'm starting now. Suzian glanced at everyone and could only raise his hands helplessly and take the little guy out of the basin. Well, come on, old Sue. Old Sue, you can do it. I'm optimistic about you. Come on. I'm really starting. But Suzian thought about it and put the little guy back into the basin. Well, wait for me a moment. As he spoke, Suzian also followed the other's example and took out a tissue to plug his nostrils. I'm really starting this time. Suzian looked up at the 3 people again, and did not forget to cheer himself up. Come on, it's just a diaper change. Brother, let's give some strength and cooperate with each other. Suzian said something to the little guy again, then he stripped off his clothes according to the video tutorial, and carefully took off his diaper. But at this moment, Suzian was just about to put Xiaojia into the basin. There was another puff sound, and the little guy pooped again. Chapter 6, the 4th child plays the guest role of a wet nurse. Fortunately, Suzian reacted quickly enough. The little guy quickly turned sideways and turned into a jet fighter, and sprayed a stream of golden soup onto the back of the third brother's chair. I. The third brother was stunned on the spot, and I couldn't say anything for a long time. But Suzian, the second and fourth brothers who escaped the disaster, couldn't help but laugh. Third brother, you were so lucky, our godson likes you, and this is a mark. But Suzian was unhappy to hear this. Isn't this an insult? Only dogs leave marks. Fuck you, your son is the dog. Ha, it was a slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue. Damn it, for our sake, I won't let you buy me a new chair. You just need to lick the chair clean with your tongue later. The third brother tilted his nose and looked at Suzian, saying viciously. Suzian was not one to be taken advantage of, don't bother with that. I can just use it as dipping sauce for the hot pot later. Most people can't even eat it if they want. Stop it, hurry up and fix it, don't let the child get cold. At the critical moment, the fourth brother was still reliable and quickly called Suzian. Suzian had no choice but to take out a soft wet wipe and gestured for a long time. Finally, he gritted his teeth and wiped the little guy's butt clean. Following the video tutorial, I hurriedly changed a new diaper for the little one. It's done. Suzian let out a long sigh, and the second and fourth brothers also breathed a sigh of relief. Only the third child had a sullen face and sat on Suzian's chair. He glanced at the little guy aggrievedly and then stared at Suzian. Suzian waved his hand and said, "I'll give you 200 off your New Year's money. Just consider it as buying you a new chair." The third brother's expression changed instantly. Brotherin is so generous. This time he no longer felt disgusted. He took a wet tissue and rubbed the chair carefully a few times, then sat back down. How can a godfather dislike his godson? It's okay, just wipe it and you can continue to use it. The third brother was very happy because he saved 200 yuan. The 3-month-old baby eats, poops, and sleeps quickly. After a while, he falls asleep again. It was a rare occasion that the 4 brothers did not play games, so they gathered together to give Suzian some advice on how to make money to support the children. "I think we should just buy a few more copper pots and rent them out. It's unreliable. Copper pots are not expensive and anyone can buy them. I won't feel bad if they are confiscated. Then I'll just stick to my old ways and play games and get equipment. No, this thing is too appearance dependent. Besides, I won't have the time to take care of the kids in the future. Then let old Sue enroll in a men's ethics training class and become a good son-in-law. Come on, you guys are really unreliable." Suzian curled up in bed, looking at his son who had just fallen asleep, his mind still in a mess. Thinking that he was born in a small county in the north, although he was not very good at studying, he knew that no matter how bad he was, he had to at least get a diploma. After graduation, he could go to work in the oil field like his father, and he would have no worries about food and clothing. But the situation is different now. Even if I don't expect Li Anlan's approval, I can't just think about smoking, drinking, and playing games all the time. After all, as a father, you have to take responsibility. Suzian never thought of becoming rich overnight by buying lottery tickets, but his monthly living expenses were limited after all, so if he wanted to make money he had to think of a practical way. The little guy slept for more than 2 hours, and Suzian was also in a daze for more than 2 hours. Fortunately, the other 3 animals were relatively well behaved and did not make any noise while playing games. Before the little guy opened his eyes, he started crying violently. Suzian also had experience this time, and hurried to heat up the milk for the little guy. The milk Li Anlan brought was only enough for 2 meals, but it was almost dark and he still hadn't come to pick up the child. Suzian couldn't help feeling a little nervous. But what Suzian could not have expected was that when he put the bottle to the little guy's mouth, he refused to drink and cried so heartbreakingly. "Drink milk, baby. Your second brother is really bad at playing games. Dad, you are my dad, please stop crying. This is your last chance. If you don't drink it, I will." Suzian was holding the little girl and running around on the ground, while the 3 animals imitated the barking of dogs and the bray of donkeys to tease her. But the little guy still kept crying and refused to drink milk. "Hey, dear baby, come here and let daddy make a yo-yo for you." The third brother punched a few holes on the edge of the plastic basin, strung a hemp rope through it and hung it under the bed. "Old Sue, put it in and try it." Suzian spread his cushion in the basin, carefully placed the little guy in it, and pushed it gently. Unexpectedly, the little guy stopped crying and looked around curiously, blinking his big eyes. "That's awesome, third brother," Suzian said in surprise. He remembered his grandmother telling him that there was a wooden swing hanging on the beam of his old rural house, where several generations of people had slept. I didn't expect the little guy would fall for it. He is indeed a descendant of our Sioux family. But after a while the little guy lost interest and started crying again. He knew clearly that the little guy was hungry, but when he put the bottle to his mouth, he still refused to eat. Suzian felt so distressed when he saw him crying. Well, our son must be missing his mother. The 4th child has been an uncle for 2 months after all, and he can always point out the problem at critical moments. I guess our son wants milk, real milk, the third brother said with a chuckle. It seems to make sense. Suzian also suddenly realized. But he still remembered Li Anlan's instructions. He picked up the phone, hesitated for a long time, and did not dare to make the call. But a good idea soon came to my mind. Suzian glanced at the second brother, who was as thin as a monkey, and the third brother was not much better than him. Look at the 4th child, who is 170 centimeters tall and weighs 210 kilograms, with a belly so big that it looks like he swallowed a whole 20 kilograms watermelon. Especially the pair of fleshy breasts on his chest, which make women envious. Damn it, old Sue, don't look at me like that. The fourth brother suddenly had a bad premonition, and quickly put his hands in front of his chest and took several steps back. Suzanne glanced at the second and third brothers with a sly smile, then looked at the fourth brother who was hiding at the door and ready to escape at any time. What do you think, buddy? Do you want to do it alone or do you want us to do it together? No way. Seeing the three men surrounding him with their hands clenched in preparation for a fight, the fourth one still refused to give in and turned around and ran away. Stop. The second and third brothers chased after him, but Suzanne sat down on the fourth brother's chair and said, I heard that you just got a top-grade equipment. How about we disassemble it? Fuck you. The fourth brother immediately became obedient and was pressed at the bathroom door by the second and third brothers, staring at Suzanne angrily. What are you still wasting time on? Pull it out completely. Suzanne looked like a smug villain. My son likes you because he's giving you face, don't underestimate me. Turn off my computer first. I can take it off myself. The fourth brother knew that he had no way to escape this time. I could only use the toughest tone and say the most cowardly words. Chapter 7 Cosplay Show. The shirtless Lousy finally sat back in his seat, using his 200-pound body to block his computer behind him. She was like a newly married young wife, covering her chest with her hands, looking aggrieved. Don't be nervous, old four. It's nothing shameful. The third brother was making sarcastic remarks on the side. Don't worry, this kid probably hasn't showered in days. Seeing Suzanne trying to suppress his smile and holding the little guy over, the second child quickly stopped him. That's right, this guy is covered in hair like a pig, don't dirty my son's mouth. Suzanne glanced at the lighter on the table and gave the second brother a look. What the hell? What are you doing? Seeing the second brother pick up the lighter, the fourth brother stood up immediately. But it was too late. The third brother picked up the rope and tied the fourth brother to the chair together with the second brother. Fuck you, #@ Have you ever heard of the four that can't be suppressed? Looking at the fourth child struggling in the chair and cursing non-stop, Suzanne asked with a smile. Never heard of it. The two shook their heads, and even the fourth one looked at Suzanne curiously. A New Year's pig, a frightened donkey, an angry daughter-in-law, and a freshly caught fish. Ha, it's time to kill the New Year pig. I #%. Add hashtag. Fuck, Lao San, this guy has a dirty mouth. Take off his socks and stuff them in his mouth. It's settled. No, brothers, I was wrong. The fourth brother begged for mercy again, and instantly became like a frostbitten eggplant. Don't mention it, the fourth brother's skin is still quite tender. The second child obviously hadn't had enough fun yet, and was waving his lighted lighter in front of the fourth child. Let me do it. I'm an expert at roasting pig hair. The third brother chuckled and took out his lighter. Boss, bro, I have a solution, really. Seeing that his chest hair was in danger, Lousy suddenly had an idea and shouted excitedly and panicked. What are you talking about? Look at how hungry our godson is. Wait, let's see what good ideas this pig-brained Lousy can come up with. Well, let him die without regrets. Seeing the two put away their lighters, Lousy breathed a sigh of relief. Well, let me go, I'm going to go buy something, and I promise to be back in 10 minutes. Want to run? No way. Just tell me what you're going to do first. Really, I can't explain it clearly. You'll understand when I come back and take a look. I guarantee it works. The fourth one looked at the three people with pleading eyes and said anxiously. Well, okay. Suzanne hesitated for a moment. The monk may escape, but the temple cannot. Let him struggle a little longer. Don't worry, boss. I'll be back in 10 minutes. The untied Lousy quickly put on his clothes and rushed out of the dormitory like crazy. Even the floor was shaking. In just 7 or 8 minutes, the fourth brother ran back panting. He was holding 2 big steaming white buns in his hands. That's it? Are you kidding me? Can a 3-month-old baby eat steamed buns? Faced with the three people's questions, the fourth brother ignored them with a confident expression. The fourth brother took 2 deep breaths and took out the core of the steamed bun, leaving only the smooth semicircular side. He even made a small hole in the middle and handed it to Suzanne proudly. Suzanne understood instantly. You kid, you always come up with something new for me. Add the milk to the appropriate temperature again, then put the steamed bun skin on the bottle, and this time bring it close to the little one's mouth. It really works. The little guy finally stopped crying and started drinking in big gulps. The fourth brother, slumped in the chair, patted his chest, thinking that his pure body was saved. The little guy just finished feeding. When Suzanne looked up, he saw the three of them stuffing their noses with tissues again, holding diapers, wet wipes and changing pads in their hands, ready for action. Obviously he knew that there was going to be a tough battle soon. But the little guy caught the four of them off guard. After putting down the bottle, he started burping and spitting up milk. Suzanne quickly took out the video tutorial again and burped the little guy. If he used too little force, it would be ineffective. If he used too much force, he was afraid of hurting the child. He was so nervous that he was sweating profusely again. Finally the little guy stopped hiccuping, but it also meant that a tough battle was about to come. Sure enough, not long after, all the yellow lines on the diaper turned green lines. It's time to change diapers again. Dude, you have to put in some effort now, don't pull it again halfway through. Let our son prepare for it. It will be okay to change it later. Then wait a little longer? Then wait another 10 minutes. Recalling the previous scene, several people were terrified. But the little guy didn't give them a chance to delay and started crying again. I quickly changed the little guy's diaper, and used the wash basin, yo-yo car and big steamed bun, but still couldn't coax him into submission. What can I do? Why don't you, old Sue, give the goddess a call and ask her? Yes, this fake bun is fine for one time, but it won't work when it gets cold. This is called seeing things reminds me of people. The third brother suddenly said something sourly, probably because he was thinking of Jingjing, who he had been pursuing for a year but had not succeeded. Got it. The fourth brother slapped his thigh again. Boss, don't you have the goddess WeChat? Check your moments to see if there are any photos. Looking at the plums to quench your thirst, can that work? Suzanne opened Li Anlan's circle of friends and found only a selfie taken half a year ago. That doesn't work either. I put the photo in front of the little guy, but he just took a look and continued crying. The fourth brother also scratched his head, not knowing what to do. I have an idea. The second brother snatched the phone from Suzanne's hand and sent Li Anlan's photo to his phone. Fourth brother, come with me. What are you doing? The fourth brother is fat and he won't move unless it's urgent. You go and color print and enlarge the photo, and I'll buy a wig, and we'll do a cosplay. Oh my god, you are really good at playing tricks. Suzanne's eyes lit up as well. Stop talking nonsense, go get a few more sets. 3 sets will do. The second one looked at the fourth one and said, look at your dead appearance, Jubeji, please don't disgust my goddess. Oh, I'm going? As soon as these words came out, Laosi was unhappy. He put his hands on his hips and thrust out his chest. You have this thing. Mad, you're awesome, let's go now. And bring back some extra dinner. Suzanne shouted with a smile. Taking care of children is really tiring. Li Anlan was also very tired that day as he had been shopping with his mother all day. After all, it has only been 3 months since I gave birth, and my body has not fully recovered yet. Finally, after walking out of the mall carrying a lot of bags of things, the mother took a phone call and left. Li Anlan breathed a sigh of relief and quickly called Suzanne. When he learned that Suzanne did not go to the hotel, he became furious when he thought of the dormitory that was worse than a pigsty. Chapter 8 went to Li Anlan's house. It wasn't enough for the second fake rapper to buy 4 blonde wigs, so he went to a clothing store near the school and bought a few oversized women's dresses. Of course, you can't buy oversized sizes of very sexy styles, so you can only buy the anti-sizes. After printing the photos, the fourth child ran to the cafeteria and bought 10 big white steamed buns and some side dishes. It can both entertain children and serve as dinner. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The first cosplay costume show in dormitory 306 is about to be staged. The third brother was the most hands-on. He cut Li Anlan's headshot according to his face shape, punched a hole on both sides to thread the string, and also did not forget to make a hole for the eyes. The mask is finished. The second and fourth brothers also forced Suzanne to wear a white gauze dress, a golden wig and a mask. Of course, stuffing 2 steamed buns in front of your chest is absolutely essential. Suzanne confidently took the little guy out of the basin, and unexpectedly it worked. The little guy's crying actually subsided a lot. Blinking his big eyes, he looked at his mother curiously, who looked a little strange. Look at your muscles. You are so different from the goddess. Just, don't scare my godson. If you don't agree, come here. Come on. A few people made a bet that whoever's cross-dressing show could appease the little guy best would buy him food for a week. With Suzanne's own personal experience and the added bonus of the bet, The three of them felt even less ashamed and started to dress up on their own. Suzian even forgot that Li Anlan was coming to pick up the child. Li Anlan waited in the car downstairs for a long time, but Suzian didn't come out. He called, but he didn't answer. So he put on a mask and walked into the boys' dormitory again angrily. Fortunately, there were not many people in the dormitory during dinner time, and Li Anlan's appearance did not attract anyone's attention. Even if someone saw it, they could never imagine that the most beautiful teacher in Jiangnan University would go to the boys' dormitory alone. But as soon as he entered the door, Li Anlan was dumbfounded. The baby son was lying in a basin, held by a muscular man wearing a mask with his own photo. The other two people were dressed similarly, dancing around their baby son, making strange noises from time to time. Only a little fat guy was relatively normal. He was wearing his own clothes, but he also had blonde hair and wore the same mask. Fuck, who is it? Close the door quickly, or my son will freeze to death. Suzian felt a gust of cold wind blowing and couldn't help shivering, cursing without even raising his head. Suzian! Give my son back to me. Li Anlan's face was so cold that it seemed like ice was about to form. He suppressed his anger and spoke with gritted teeth. A woman's voice. The voice is somewhat familiar. Suzian and the other three quickly looked up. Damn it! Li Anlan! It was as if someone pressed the pause button in the dormitory, and the four of them were petrified on the spot. Li Anlan walked up angrily again, picked up the child gently, and turned away. A few people finally recovered and quickly grabbed their clothes to cover themselves, wishing they could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Li Anlan walked to the dormitory door and stopped, turned around and stared at Suzian fiercely. I'll give you 2 minutes, I'll wait for you downstairs. The cold voice was like the death warrant from the king of hell, and the four of them shivered unconsciously. Suzian tore off her skirt, quickly put on her clothes, and rushed out with her son's dining utensils. The remaining 3 people watched Suzian leave with envy and sympathy. They held hands and bowed deeply to his back. Have a safe journey, old Sue. We're going to miss you. We will burn paper for you on this day next year. Suzian didn't bother to pay attention to these bad friends and rushed downstairs to the dormitory building, but he didn't see Li Anlan. A horn sounded, and Suzian spotted a red Wrangler parked opposite. When the car window was lowered a little, I saw Li Anlan sitting in the driver's seat holding the little one. Get in the car. The emotionless voice came again. Oh. Suzian nodded mechanically. But just as he opened the passenger door, he heard Li Anlan's cold voice again. Sit in the back. Oh. Suzian pouted and sat obediently in the back seat. Seat belt. Hold on. Stop talking. Li Anlan gave instructions mechanically and Suzian responded mechanically. After seeing Suzian carefully holding the child, Li Anlan started the car and drove out of the campus. Li Anlan didn't say anything on the way, but occasionally observed Suzian and the child through the rearview mirror. Suzian seemed like a student who had made a mistake. He held the child like a wooden man and didn't dare to fart. Fortunately, the car drove into the community and stopped in the underground garage soon. Li Anlan turned the rudder and parked the spacious Wrangler in the garage. Quite handsome and cool. From then on, Suzian's perception of female drivers was refreshed. Get out of the car and take everything in the trunk. Li Anlan took the child and gave cold orders again. Oh. Trench coats, skirts, scarves, hats, high heels, cosmetics, more than 20 bags of various sizes, all international brands. Even if Suzian didn't know the value of things, he could tell that these things seemed to be more expensive than this Wrangler. He could only obediently become a little follower, carrying large and small bags and following behind Li Anlan. As he stepped into the elevator, Suzian felt Li Anlan's sharp gaze, but he didn't dare to look her in the eye. The elevator rose floor by floor, but there was no sign of stopping. Suzian didn't know what to do and could only report it with a guilty conscience. The child drank milk half an hour ago. Burp. The diaper is wet after the change. But no matter what Suzian said, Li Anlan remained silent. Finally, the elevator stopped. In just a dozen seconds, it seemed like half a century. After opening the door, Suzian followed in. But just as he stepped onto the insole and had no time to appreciate the decoration of the house, Li Anlan's cold voice came again. Stop. Suzian did as he was told. Put your things down. Suzian bent down and gently put down the bag in his hand. Go out. This time Suzian hesitated for a moment, but after thinking about it, he did it again. Li Anlan then took a step forward and stretched out his hand to slam the door shut. Li Anlan just thought about it and realized that although Su Zian was acting silly in the dormitory, he was just trying to coax the children, so he is no longer angry now. On the contrary, I found it quite interesting that he could put aside his pride and let the other 3 people in the dormitory help him to coax the child. I just wanted to continue testing him. The imagined sound of the door closing did not appear, but a dull groan was heard instead. Only then did Li Anlan discover that a bleeding hand was caught in the crack of the door. Li Anlan hurriedly took another step towards the kitchen and looked at the crack in the door nervously. It seemed that if Su Zian did anything inappropriate, she would rush to the kitchen without hesitation, pick up a kitchen knife and chop him to pieces. The door opened. Su Zian endured the piercing pain in his palm, forced a smile, and finally looked at Li Anlan bravely. She took off her school bag from behind and gently placed it on the shoe-changing stool, the baby's milk warmer. After saying that, Su Zian retreated again. Li Anlan glanced at the school bag, then at the bloodstains on the ground and the door, pursed his lips, and pushed open the door again. He said gently, "Come in, I'll help you treat your wound." Chapter 9: Li Anlan's Revenge. It is said that the fingers are connected to the heart. Su Zian personally experienced the meaning of this sentence. Just as the entrance door closed again, he clenched his right wrist tightly and jumped up in pain, cursing in his heart that Li Anlan was so cruel and asked why he had to use so much force to close the door. His handsome facial features were tangled together, like a fallen buckwheat bun, full of wrinkles. But when the door was pushed open again and he heard Li Anlan's invitation, Su Zian's face changed faster than turning the pages of a book. "Ah, no. It's okay, I'll just go back to the dorm and wipe it off." Seeing Su Zian sweating profusely from the pain, he still pretended to be fine. Li Anlan frowned slightly. The gentle tone just now suddenly dropped 20 degrees, and he said coldly again, "Come in." "Oh." Su Zian immediately lost his temper. "Enter, close the door, take off your shoes. If there are no suitable slippers, you have to go barefoot. Sit quietly at the dining table." Su Zian once again turned into a puppet coward, obediently obeying orders. Fortunately, today is the first day of school and all my socks are new. And I didn't go out, so my feet don't smell. Otherwise it would be so embarrassing. The little guy had fallen asleep and Li Anlan gently placed him in the crib, then slowly walked out carrying a small medicine box. I have to say that Su Zian is quite respectful to his teachers. When he saw Li Anlan coming out, he stood up obediently again. "Sit down and don't move." Li Anlan issued new instructions again. He pulled up a chair and sat opposite Su Zian, then took out a bottle of iodine from the medicine box. Seeing Su Zian's right hand bleeding profusely, Li Anlan made up his mind. He closed his eyes but was afraid of being seen by Su Zian, so he lowered his body and poured all the iodine in a small bottle on it. I. Before I had the chance to appreciate Li Anlan's exposed flesh, Su Zian jumped up from his chair in pain. I hesitated for a long time but swallowed the next word back. His left hand tightly grasped his right wrist, and several fingers of his right hand unconsciously played the piano in the air. Ha ha! Li Anlan was amused by Su Zian's appearance, thinking to himself, "You little brat, you can't pretend anymore." But she immediately returned to her cool goddess demeanor and said calmly, "It's okay, it looks like there's no damage to the bones." Then Li Anlan grabbed Su Zian's wrist and looked at it carefully from the front and back. There were 3 cuts on the 3 fingers in the middle. "It's not serious, just bandage it. Be gentle." Su Zian took a breath. Based on what happened just now, he seriously doubted Li Anlan's bandaging technique. "We're out of gauze. Please watch over the child while I go to the gate of the community to buy some." Li Anlan glanced at the medicine box and said lightly. The tone was finally not so cold, but it left no room for doubt. No need." Su Zian wanted to escape. "Sit still and don't move." Li Anlan's expression changed again. He put on his coat and hurried downstairs. Hiss. As soon as Li Anlan left, Su Zian gasped again, "It hurts so much." He tiptoed to the door and saw Li Anlan enter the elevator through the peephole. Su Zian's restless heart began to stir again. Looking at the decoration of the house. The white walls are matched with wooden floors, and the furniture and appliances are all in log style and white, and are decorated with some green plants. It looks quite warm and elegant, and is obviously carefully matched. This is completely contrary to Li Anlan's style of being an icy beauty in school. Arriving at the door of the master bedroom, Su Zian subconsciously glanced at the entrance door again. After making sure that Li Anlan would not come back so soon, he gently pushed the door and walked in. The little guy was still sleeping soundly, and Su Zian didn't dare to turn on the light. But the style in front of me is completely different from the living room and dining room. Pink curtains, pink mattress, pink stuffed toys. I never thought that Li Anlan had such a little girl side. I'm afraid she has a split personality. Resisting the urge to peek into Li Anlan's closet, Su Zian quietly retreated and went to the kitchen. It's not too much to look in the refrigerator. Su Zian had a sly smile on his face. Empty, empty, and empty. In the 4-door refrigerator, there were only a few bags of frozen breast milk, and a few eggs and an empty bottle of milk. Fairies are fairies, they don't need to eat. Su Zian was shocked. He had lunch early and had been busy with the little one all day. Although the 4th child bought a lot of steamed buns, he was pulled out by Li Anlan before he had time to eat them. At this time, my stomach was already growling with hunger. After wiping off the blood that had accidentally dropped onto the floor, Su Zian sat obediently at the dining table again, staring at the wall clock while rubbing his stomach in a daze. If you don't come back in 5 minutes, I'll run away. If you don't come back in another 4 minutes, I'll run away. Finally, after Su Zian swore for the 5th time, the door was finally opened. I secretly glanced at the time and found that 30 minutes had passed since Li Anlan left the house. Su Zian was already starving. When Su Zian saw Li Anlan holding several bags of baby wipes and diapers, he finally understood. It seems that going out to buy gauze was just a side job, and buying supplies for her son was her real purpose of going out. But in fact, Li Anlan was building a snowman downstairs with a few elementary school students. Being a mother is not easy. Li Anlan can only use a little bit of spare time to please herself and relax her mood and stress. If he had come back a little later, Su Zian would have bled to death. Seeing that Su Zian's hand was bleeding again, Li Anlan took out another bottle of iodine and poured it on him without saying a word. Hiss. Su Zian's teeth almost broke due to the pain. You deserve it. Maybe shopping can repair a woman's mood. Li Anlan actually said this for the first time. Just now, when she was making a snowman with the kids downstairs, she was watching Su Zian through the surveillance camera in the house. She was quite satisfied with his performance and was in a good mood. Su Zian didn't dare to say anything or ask anything and could only bear it silently. He even thought that Li Anlan was deliberately taking revenge on him. Seeing his 3 fingers being twisted into 3 carrots, Su Zian felt relieved. Gurgle. Just as Su Zian was about to say he was leaving, he heard the protesting sound from Li Anlan's stomach. Even the fairy of love needs to eat. Su Zian thought silently. All right. Li Anlan seemed a little embarrassed. He put down the scissors and gauze and fled back to the bedroom. I'll go see the child. You go now. Hearing the sound of the front door opening and closing, Li Anlan actually tiptoed and took a peek. After making sure Su Zian had left, he breathed a sigh of relief unconsciously. Thinking back to the scene when Su Zian stretched out his hand to stop the door, he was quite manly. But then I thought of the scene of him jumping up and down outside the door, and the weird scene I saw in the dormitory. Li Anlan quickly shook his head again. He was just a little brat. Snowflakes began to float in the sky again, and Su Zian shivered as he went downstairs. I was in a hurry when I came out, so I just wore a t-shirt and a single layer of clothing. It was very cold, and it would be terrible if my hands got frostbite. But then I thought that since my right hand was injured, I wouldn't have to do my homework, so this can be considered a blessing in disguise. Hee, let's just leave it this way. But he immediately remembered that he was injured and couldn't play games, so he quickly hid his hands in his arms. The cafeteria was closed at this time, so Su Zian planned to find a small shop to eat a bowl of wontons or something. But when passing by the supermarket, Su Zian thought of Li Anlan, who was also hungry, and his empty refrigerator. I guess they are ordering takeout. That won't do. Takeout is so unhealthy. It would be terrible if it affects my son. Perhaps it was the courage given by his beloved son that led Su Zian to go straight into a large supermarket. Chapter 10, Love Milk Meal. Su Zian's cooking skills can't be said to be very good, but they are definitely not bad. My father is an oil worker and he often doesn't come home for a month when he goes out into the wild. My mother is a nurse in the hospital and she often works the night shift. Su Zian started learning to cook when he was in the 3rd grade of elementary school. Although they were all ordinary northeastern dishes, the fact that he had grown so big and built up such muscles was enough to prove that Su Zian had some talent in cooking. When he arrived at the supermarket, Su Zian's goal was very clear: which was to give Li Anlan a nutritious meal to help her produce milk. 2 pig's trotters, a few small crucian carps, and the pork tenderloin and ribs are also quite fresh. The prawns were good too, all very lively. This pig intestine is not bad, but forget it. 2 boxes of local eggs, a piece of tofu, cucumber, tomato, lettuce, bitter gourd, radish, green pepper, black fungus, soybean, black sesame, all of them. Of course, fruit is also indispensable. Apples, bananas, grapes, blueberries, papayas, strawberries, buy any of those that are good for breastfeeding pregnant women. Adding various seasonings, Suzanne unknowingly filled a whole shopping cart. I also didn't forget to buy another box of milk, the same brand as the one in Li Anlan's refrigerator. When they arrived at the checkout counter, the cashier was stunned when she saw Suzanne's bloody hands and 4 large bags of food. "Kid, is your hand okay? Do you want someone to help you carry it?" The northeastern sister was very warm-hearted, but Suzanne's heart bled when he looked at the bill. "It seemed like I didn't buy anything, but how come I spent more than 500 yuan? A quarter of this month's living expenses was instantly gone." The supermarket is only a few hundred meters away from Li Anlan's home. Although his finger was injured, the 4 large bags of food were not too heavy for Suzanne to bear. "My mind is full of thoughts about making money. I even started to consider whether I should buy a lottery ticket and try my luck, just in case I win." The blood on my hands unknowingly dyed the shopping bag red. When he arrived at the unit door, Suzanne put down the bag and was about to ring the doorbell when he discovered it. Recalling the brutal scene when Li Anlan was helping to bandage the wound, Suzanne couldn't help but shudder again. "My finger touched the doorbell, but I didn't dare press it." That's right. Suzanne got scared again. Of course, bandaging the fingers is only one aspect. What he was more worried about was that Li Anlan would refuse. Wouldn't it be a waste to buy so many ingredients? If we take them back to the dormitory and let those 3 animals save themselves, it would be a big loss. "Brother, are you okay?" A delivery boy suddenly patted Suzanne on the shoulder and was also a little surprised to see his bleeding hand. It's okay. You go first. I think I forgot to bring my keys." Suzanne smiled awkwardly and made up a lie. Beep, beep, beep. Seeing the delivery guy ringing the doorbell, Suzanne was a little surprised. What a coincidence, 1202 is Li Anlan's home. I looked at the bag in the guy's hand again, which contained beef tripe, meatballs, vegetables, and even a bag of spicy hot pot base. Suzanne was angry. "You want to kill my son with the spicy food, don't you?" Avoiding the cameras, Li Anlan only opened the door after seeing the delivery boy, and told him to just leave the food at the door. "I still have some sense of security." Suzanne silently approved. With the help of the delivery boy, Suzanne also stepped into the elevator carrying a bag. Bite. The elevator stopped at the 12th floor and Suzanne followed it out. Seeing the delivery boy's puzzled look, he continued to make up a lie. "Thank you, I live in 1201. He even pretended to search his pockets for his keys. Suzanne didn't take out the key until the delivery guy put the hot pot ingredients at the door, knocked 3 times and left. He quickly hid in the corridor and waited for Li Anlan to open the door. But little did she know that the peephole on Li Anlan's entrance door was a camera. From the moment Suzanne walked out of the elevator and hid in the corridor, she could see clearly the 4 large bags and the bleeding hand. And at this time, Li Anlan was leaning against the entrance door. His expression was nervous and a little worried, with a barely perceptible smile at the corner of his mouth. 2 minutes later. Li Anlan cursed softly, "Coward," before slowly pushing open the door. The nervous Suzanne was startled. "I don't know where I got the courage from, but I kicked the hot pot ingredients at the door and said, 'You want to kill my son by eating hot pot, spicy hot pot.'" His tone was full of anger and a hint of grievance. Li Anlan was stunned. She never expected that this little coward would have such a tough side. Without caring about her image, she shouted, "Who said he is your son? What I eat has nothing to do with you." After saying that, Li Anlan walked into the room without looking back. Looking at the open door, Suzanne steeled himself again. He ignored the hot pot ingredients filling up the corridor and walked in carrying the ingredients he had bought. Just die. Suzanne thought to himself. He took out a bunch of grapes from the bag, put them in a basin and filled it with water. Although grapes are a big source of pesticide residues, Suzanne also bought a bag of baking soda for cleaning, which is much more effective than the so-called fruit cleaner. After carefully washing the whole bunch of grapes one by one, Suzanne took a fruit basket and filled them up. As soon as I came out of the kitchen, I saw Li Anlan standing by the dining table with a small medicine box. A feeling of something bad was about to happen arose, so Suzian simply pretended not to see the medicine box, put down the grapes and turned to leave. Eat some grapes first, I'll go cook. Stop. Li Anlan's voice, without any emotion added, came again. But the next sentence was full of doubt and disbelief. You can also cook? Suzian agreed and continued walking towards the kitchen. Return. Seeing Suzian's attitude, Li Anlan placed the medicine box heavily on the dining table. This was her first time, no, it was her second time to be in such close contact with a man. The first time was a year ago, when Suzian let her dye the bedsheets red and save the money for buying sanitary napkins for 10 months. Today was the second time she bandaged Suzian's wound herself. Although Suzian also lost a lot of blood, it was nothing compared to the blood she lost when giving birth. But Suzian had this attitude, how could Li Anlan not be angry? Oh. Realizing that Li Anlan was angry, Suzian became cowardly again. He sat obediently at the dining table and closed his eyes helplessly. You can imagine what happened next. It ended with Suzian's screams and Li Anlan's barely noticeable smug expression. Suzian fled into the kitchen again. Li Anlan was curled up on the sofa in the living room, browsing his phone, watching TV and eating grapes, with no intention of helping at all. She occasionally glanced at the kitchen, fearing that Suzian would mess it up like she did. As soon as Suzian entered the kitchen, he seemed like a different person. Completely ignoring the injury on his hand, he placed all the ingredients neatly next to the stove, preparing a sumptuous milk-producing meal for Li Anlan. Chapter 11: The Waiter with Good Cooking Skills. When it comes to increasing milk production, pig trotters are the first choice. Although the pig trotters sold in the supermarket have been cleaned very well, Suzian still bought a pair of small tweezers and plucked out the last few strands of hair remaining between the toes. After washing and blanching, Suzian threw all the pig's trotters and seasonings into the pressure cooker. Turn on tendon mode. Done. Next, Suzian took a two-pronged approach. There are two stoves, one for stewing crushing carp soup and the other for roasting pork ribs. I was also busy during my free time, beating eggs, cutting pork tenderloin, cutting broccoli, cutting bitter gourd, picking shrimp threads. I was very busy. About an hour or so. Suzian's loving and nutritious milk-producing meal is ready. Stewed pig's trotters, roasted spare ribs, steamed prawns, stir-fried broccoli with meat, bitter melon omelette, lettuce with garlic, and a serving of crushing carp and tofu soup. Just 6 dishes in one soup. But that's not all. After peeling all the shrimps, I cut half an apple, a banana, and a small piece of papaya, and served them with strawberries and blueberries as after-meal fruit. It's time to eat. Suzian served a bowl of fragrant rice, garnished it with black sesame seeds and placed it on the dining table, then he called softly towards the living room. Li Anlan was already starving. I ate a few grapes at first, but as the fragrance wafted from the kitchen, I resisted the urge to eat more. I want to save some space to try Suzian's cooking. During this period, I resisted the urge several times and did not sneak some food at the table. But when she heard Suzian's greeting, she became shy again. Even if I'm hungry, I still want to maintain the demeanor of a cool goddess. If you invite me to eat, I have to eat. If I hadn't kicked my sister's spicy hot pot away, she would have been full by now. The thought of the hot pot being kicked out the door. Li Anlan felt a little aggrieved. She hasn't eaten hot pot or barbecued crayfish for almost 3 months. I ordered a spicy hot pot today because I had saved some milk for the little one, enough for 2 or 3 days. She also specifically asked the doctor that it was okay to have one meal, and that 2 or 3 days would be enough for her to metabolize the heat and spiciness. Frozen breast milk will not lose any nutrients and will have no effect on the baby. Looking at Li Anlan, who was still curled up on the sofa, Suzian pouted reluctantly. He is not like the third brother, the bootlicker, who would say shameless and despicable nonsense like asking fairies to treat him to a meal. After thinking about it, the best strategy is to just run away. Let us go. Well, you eat it, I'm leaving. Taking off his apron, Suzian wiped the sweat off his face again, thinking about dealing with the garbage hot pot in the corridor and then leaving. But at this moment, the crying of the little guy suddenly came from the bedroom. Suzian subconsciously rushed over quickly, but when he saw Li Anlan's cold gaze, he stopped and stood awkwardly at the bedroom door. Bang! The door closed, almost hitting his nose. Why? Suzian rubbed his hands helplessly. Why eat hot pot when you were so angry? After stealing a few grapes in the living room, Suzian went to the corridor to clean up the garbage on an empty stomach. The beef tripe and duck intestines had melted beyond recognition, but the meatballs and some vegetables were still fine. Suzanne thought about it and couldn't bear to throw it away, so he found a big bag and put it at the door. Take it back and feed it to those animals in the dormitory. Seeing that Li Anlan had not come out yet, the little guy stopped crying. Suzanne mustered up his courage again and knocked on the door gently. Why don't you eat first and I'll take care of the kids? He put his ear to the crack of the door, but heard nothing. Suzanne still didn't give up. The food will get cold soon. The door suddenly opened. Suzanne was startled and quickly took a step back. Li Anlan came out of the room pushing a baby stroller. Maybe because of his mother's presence, the little guy was quite supportive this time and didn't even cry after feeding. I'll leave it to you, Li Anlan said lightly. Good. Suzanne agreed, but then he started to complain in his heart. You despise me so much, why did you put it in the car when you could just hand it to me? In order to prevent the blood from staining the little guy, Suzanne quickly found a plastic bag and put it on his right hand, and then followed the previous video tutorial to gently burp the little guy. Li Anlan looked at Suzanne's clumsy yet careful technique, nodded secretly, and then sat down at the dining table. The 6 dishes in one soup didn't look very good, but they smelled really good. Li Anlan picked up the chopsticks, hesitated for a moment, picked up a shrimp and took a light bite. No matter how bad your cooking skills are, as long as the steamed prawns are not mushy or dry, they will not fail. Not bad, the shrimps are tender, not dry or tough, and the cooking time is just right. Li Anlan dispelled some of his concerns. I picked up a piece of my favorite pig's trotter and looked at it carefully for a long time. After making sure there was no stray hair, I took a small bite. The soft and glutinous pig's trotters were full of fragrance, melted in the mouth, and not greasy at all. Li Anlan couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Realizing that he had lost his composure, he secretly turned back and glanced at Suzanne. Seeing him acting like a happy waiter, holding the little guy in the living room, shaking his head and tail, he snorted with disdain. I didn't expect that the cooking skills were quite good. Am took a big bite and stuffed the whole pig's trotter into his mouth. Another piece of pork chop. It is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, very juicy and not bad. After being hungry for a day, Li Anlan started eating. A piece of pig's trotter and a piece of pork ribs. A piece of pig's trotter and a piece of fried egg. A piece of pig's trotter and a piece of broccoli. He ate 2 whole pig's trotters without leaving a single piece, and drank a large bowl of Christian carp soup, but he didn't touch a single bite of the rice. The only downside is that it's not spicy enough. Only 2 small dried chilies were added to the pig's trotter for seasoning, but for Li Anlan, a Beijing girl with a Sichuan stomach, these 2 small chilies were no different from not adding them. Yeah. Comfortable. Li Anlan put down his chopsticks, raised his hands, leaned back in the chair and stretched beautifully. But suddenly she found Suzanne standing behind her, holding the child. There was a hint of surprise on his expression. I was enjoying the meal so much just now that I forgot there was a stranger in the house. You. Just as he was about to ask loudly, he suddenly remembered that Suzanne was holding the child in his arms, so he could only swallow the rest of his words. Then I thought of the grease in my mouth and hands. I was so angry that I gritted my teeth. I quickly sat down and covered my mouth with a tissue. Maybe it was because the movements were too big and I sweated a lot. The golden wig on Li Anlan's head actually fell off. Ah! Li Anlan couldn't help but scream. He wanted to cover his head but his hands were greasy. He didn't know what to do and wanted to die. Suzanne was also stunned. He was thinking today that pregnant women should not dye their hair, but he didn't expect it to be a wig. It's true that men can't understand this woman's natural love of beauty. Seeing Li Anlan's panic, embarrassment and anger, Suzanne felt that something was wrong and wished he was blind. He had to bite the bullet and bend down to pick it up. But what a coincidence, Li Anlan also possessed himself to pick up the wig. Bump! The 2 heads, one big and one small, collided heavily. The 2 looked at each other, stars in their eyes. However, one of them had anger in his eyes, while the other one had embarrassment and fear in his eyes. Chapter 12 Late Night Desserts and Loving Breakfasts. This was the closest Suzanne had ever been to Li Anlan in his memory. After all, that night a year ago, he was drunk as a dog and had no memory of it at all. Li Anlan should be completely without makeup at this time. She has short black hair that reaches her shoulders, and her skin is fair and rosy, which is comparable to the little guy's fair and tender face. She has a pair of dark and slender almond eyes under her light eyebrows, and a sexy and slender mouth under her high nose bridge. She can definitely kill all the cool goddesses in the entertainment industry in seconds. At this moment, it seemed that Li Anlan only needed to blink, and her long and thick eyelashes would be able to gently caress Su Zian's cheek. A unique aroma and milky flavor hits you in the face. Su Zian sniffed unconsciously. So delicious. But it made Li Anlan angry again. I saw that her brows were furrowed and her almond eyes were as bright as torches. If it weren't for the sun in Su Zian's arms, Li Anlan would have poured the boiling crushing carp soup on his head. Li Anlan kicked the stool away, grabbed the wig on the ground, and looked coldly at the bewildered Su Zian. Put the child in the stroller and leave immediately after eating. Seeing Su Zian rubbing his head and grinning, Li Anlan became even more furious. From now on, you are not allowed to come here without my permission. The reason why Su Zian smiled foolishly. It's not because I just accidentally appreciated the beautiful scenery in the neckline. Instead, he felt that the goddess still had him in her heart. After all, she didn't kick him out directly, but let him eat before leaving. The only way to hand over the child is through a stroller, otherwise there would be a chance to have close contact with Li Anlan. Su Zian picked up a new pair of chopsticks and saw that Li Anlan's bowl of rice was barely touched. Would you like to eat this? Li Anlan didn't say anything, but gave him a cold look while holding the child. I ate it, don't waste it. Although he asked this question, Su Zian did not wait for Li Anlan to answer. He sat down, picked up the rice and started eating. Asshole. Li Anlan cursed inwardly. She played some light baby music on her cell phone and snuggled on the sofa to play with the little one. But he couldn't help but look at Su Zian, who was eating voraciously. I couldn't help but rub my stomach. Even though I was already full, why did I still want to eat? I don't know where this bastard learned to cook, but the food he cooked is even better than the one the nanny used to cook. Su Zian ate up all the remaining dishes and made 2 bowls of rice before he rubbed his full stomach and burped without any hesitation. Belch. Unexpectedly, this caused Li Anlan's dissatisfaction again. Hurry up and leave after eating. She didn't even look at Su Zian, turned around and carried the little guy back to the bedroom. As if he was afraid that Su Zian would teach the child bad things. Looking at the mess on the dining table, even if Su Zian did something stupid again, he couldn't just walk away. I put the dishes in the kitchen and studied the dishwasher for a long time but couldn't figure it out, so I had to wash them by hand. She even said that the dishwasher was too noisy and would affect her baby son. Su Zian washed the dishes, cleaned the restaurant kitchen, and mopped the floor. This wasn't because Su Zian was pretending to be diligent, but it was a habit he developed when he was alone at home since he was a child. Seeing that there was still time, Su Zian washed the remaining fruits and vegetables, packed them neatly in sealed boxes and placed them in the refrigerator. Well, I'm leaving. Approaching the bedroom door, Su Zian said softly. There was no sound in the room. Su Zian pouted awkwardly, turned off the lights and left quietly. After going downstairs, Su Zian shuddered and quickly put his injured right hand into his arms. Like a wild horse that has broken free from its reins, he ran towards the school. Upstairs. Li Anlan stood by the window. After seeing this scene, a barely perceptible smile appeared on his face. Why is he like a husky? Walking out of the bedroom, a hint of surprise appeared on Li Anlan's cold face again. The floor, dining table, and kitchen were all wiped clean and the dishes and cutlery were washed clean and neatly placed in their original places. Open the refrigerator door and all the ingredients and fruits are sorted and placed in an orderly manner. What Li Anlan could not have imagined was there was actually a particularly cute husky cake and a little snowman made of snow in the refrigerator. Boring. Li Anlan flicked the snowman's head off with his fingers. With another bang, the refrigerator door was slammed shut. 12 o'clock in the morning. Li Anlan was awakened by the little guy's crying. But I don't know what happened to the little guy. He still kept crying after drinking milk. Li Anlan was exhausted from all the tossing and turning, and the little guy didn't fall asleep until 1 a.m. Li Anlan, who was no longer sleepy, was scrolling through his phone boredly, looking for someone to talk to. But I found that there was no one to talk to, and I felt aggrieved and anxious. I remembered there was a husky cake in the refrigerator. So he walked barefoot into the kitchen like a little rabbit, tiptoeing. M&M took a bite. I bit off one of the husky's ears and felt the sweetness in its mouth, but tears fell unconsciously. Another mouthful of M&M. Bite off the husky's other ear. Li Anlan picked up a fork and stabbed the earless husky into pieces. At this moment, Su Zian, who was eating hot pot and bragging in the dormitory, suddenly shuddered for no reason. I looked at the time and it was already 1 a.m. Stop talking nonsense and go to sleep. Suzian climbed onto the bed and yawned. I still have to make breakfast for my kid's mother tomorrow morning. Cut. The three bad friends all raised their middle fingers to Suzian. 5 o'clock in the morning. It seemed that Suzian, who had just fallen asleep, was woken up by the alarm on his cell phone. The third child in the opposite bed was also woken up. Fuck, Lao Su, you are crazy, it's only 5 o'clock. Amid the third brother's wonderful greetings, Suzian quickly put on his clothes and jumped off the bed. Cook for your grandma, then go on and die, don't bother me. Suzian first took 4 eggs and put 2 of them into the electric kettle to boil. Save the other 2 eggs for frying later. I don't know whether Li Anlan likes boiled or fried food, so I just make one of both. Unplugging the power cord of the small rice cooker, Suzian put the rice that had been soaked overnight into the small rice cooker to cook porridge. There is no way. The school dormitory limits the voltage, and using too many electrical appliances at the same time can easily trip the circuit breaker. Then Suzian opened the window and dug out a small bag of shredded meat from the snow pile on the windowsill. This was what he prepared at Li Anlan's house yesterday. He also took out half a carrot and half a cucumber from his pocket, cut the carrot into small cubes, and put them into the rice cooker together with the melted shredded pork. Cut the remaining half cucumber into 5 cm long slices, add salt, sugar and 2 chili peppers, pour in half a bottle of Sprite and cover with plastic wrap. Suzian put it outside the window and covered it with snow. The low temperature can help the flavor absorb quickly, thus improving the taste of this internet-famous Sprite cucumber dish. In order to ensure that his baby son always has milk to drink, Suzian researched some strange recipes last night. The good thing about the winter in northeast China is that opening the window becomes a natural refrigerator. However, the money saved on electricity is far from enough to buy minks and pay for heating bills. Chapter 13 Skipping class on the first day. Suzian was wrapped in a quilt, dozing off in front of the rice cooker. Finally, the meat porridge is ready. He took out the insulated lunchbox he bought last night and poured the meat porridge into it. Put away the small rice cooker, plug in the small electric frying pan, and prepare to fry eggs. This small electric frying pan has low power and the oil temperature rises slowly. But fried eggs are actually an advantage. Even if you fry one side up, it is not easy to get burnt, and the appearance is comparable to that of products from a 5-star hotel. Everything is ready. Suzian had 2 hot boiled eggs in his pocket. He took out the down jacket he bought last winter and put it on, and held the insulated lunchbox in his arms. Went out the door excitedly. I ran all the way to the downstairs of Li Anlan's house in the rising sun. Suzian was sweating profusely from the heat. The weather in March was weird. It was snowing heavily yesterday, but it has become warmer today. Just then he met an old man who was out for a walk, and Suzian took the opportunity to slip into the unit door. Take the elevator directly to the 12th floor. He was about to knock on the door, but pulled his hand back. I took out my cell phone and checked it. It was just 6 o'clock in the morning. I don't know if Li Anlan and his baby son have woken up yet, so I'll send them a WeChat message to ask first. Love, breakfast is here, love. After finishing the text, Suzian thought about it and felt that something was not right. He was afraid he would get beaten if he sent it over like that. I deleted it and wrote a new one. Are you up? I brought breakfast. After confirming that the text and symbols were correct, Suzian carefully clicked send. Li Anlan had woken up a long time ago and was now holding the little one and feeding him. Because he was worried that the phone would disturb the child, he kept his phone in silent mode and didn't notice Suzian's text message at all. Feed, burp, bathe the baby, change diapers, bathe myself and wash up. This whole process took a full hour. Looking at the little guy dancing and playing in the crib, Li Anlan went back to bed to rest for a while, then picked up his phone to order some takeout. Only then did I see the message Suzian sent an hour ago. Li Anlan was stunned for a moment. She bit her lip and thought for a while before she found a coat to put on and pushed open the door. But it didn't open completely the first time, only a small gap was revealed. I found Suzian sitting on the ground leaning against the front door, and he had actually fallen asleep. Wake up, class is starting. Li Anlan pushed the door a little harder and shouted. Hello, teacher. Suzian stood up suddenly and said mechanically, hello, teacher. He was so sleepy that he thought he was in class. Suzian reacted immediately, turned around quickly, raised the thermos lunchbox, and looked at Li Anlan awkwardly. Shred pork porridge, mixed cucumber, fried eggs, did you eat this morning? He quickly took out 2 boiled eggs from his pocket and said, "If you don't like fried eggs, you can also boil them." Li Anlan took the thermal lunchbox and turned to walk towards the restaurant, and the door was not closed yet. Su Zian was in a great mood. He clenched his fist and gestured excitedly in front of his chest. "Yes." But before Ori could say anything, he couldn't help but let out a scream. As soon as he clenched his fist, the wound that had just healed suddenly broke open. Looking at Su Zian's dumbfounded look, Li Anlan sighed secretly. He is indeed a husky. I drank a mouthful of porridge and ate a piece of Sprite cucumber. Li Anlan nodded secretly again. This husky is a mutant, and his cooking skills are really good. Su Zian stood obediently at the door. He didn't dare to take off his shoes and go into the house, but he was also a little unwilling to just leave like that. I had no choice but to pick up the 2 eggs in my hand and gesture, well, I want to go see the child. Seeing Li Anlan stop the spoon that was close to his mouth in mid-air, Su Zian suddenly became nervous. Go ahead. Thank you. Su Zian felt relieved and closed the door, took off his shoes and coat in one go. He endured the pain in his fingers, peeled 2 eggs and placed them on the dining table, then happily walked towards the bedroom. Darling, Daddy is here to see you. Do you miss your dad? Do you eat your grandma? Oh, fly. Rocket launch, chirp boom. Gatling gun fires, day. Su Zian carried Xiaojia to the living room, and sometimes he held him in the air and spun him around, and sometimes he carried him on his shoulders, and sometimes he held him under his armpits, and he kept tossing him around in different ways. But the little guy didn't cry or make a fuss. Li Anlan suppressed the anger in his heart, took a deep breath, and said nothing. The last time she went to the hospital, she heard an elderly mother complaining to the doctor. Her child was only 3 months old, and the unreliable father, who was almost 40 years old, was torturing the child in the same way. However, the doctor said that children are not as fragile as imagined, and they will be fine as long as they don't bump into anything or fall down. Moreover, such crazy play can actually promote the child's sensory cognitive development. But having said that, Li Anlan was still worried. After hurriedly finishing his breakfast, he snatched the child from Su Zian's hands. Feeling the refreshing body fragrance, Su Zian's heart was filled with joy. But it still can't stop Su Zian's image as a foodie. Seeing that Li Anlan only drank half of the porridge and ate 2 fried eggs, Su Zian took out the 2 bowls of rice left over from yesterday from the refrigerator. Put it directly into the porridge. Just mix it, not too cold or too hot, just right. With the remaining half plate of Sprite cucumber, Su Zian finished it in a few minutes. He ate 2 eggs, one at a time, in a very brutal manner. Su Zian is now quite familiar with washing dishes and wiping the table after meals. But I was thinking that today was the second day of school and classes would officially start. There is an hour-and-a-half lunch break at noon, so there is still enough time to cook and eat when I come back. But the difficulty is to get Li Anlan's consent. Su Zian scratched his head, not knowing how to start. Seeing Li Anlan coming out with the medicine box again, Su Zian gritted his teeth, raised his right hand without waiting for her to speak, and sat down obediently at the dining table. Don't go to the first class today. After changing the gauze for Su Zian, Li Anlan spoke calmly. But before he could finish his words, Su Zian was stunned. What? The first period is extinction, the instructor's main course. She definitely can't give me leave. Good guy, you are a teacher, but you let me skip class. Su Zian thought to himself. But then he thought that Li Anlan must have something important to say, so he patted his chest and said, "It's okay, I can just skip class. You tell me what to do, anything is fine. Your instructor had something urgent to do this morning, so he switched classes with me." Li Anlan glanced at Su Zian and said disdainfully. "But I have arranged for a new babysitter to come, and she should be on the way now. Please help me take care of her at home, and I will be back as soon as get out of class is over." When Su Zian heard this, he immediately had a good idea. But he pretended to be surprised and said, "Your class, it's not good if I don't take it. What if I fail the exam?" "You?" Li Anlan couldn't help but laugh. "You can pass the exam just by taking my class? All right." Su Zian was speechless. Chapter 14 Li Anlan's class. Then Su Zian was delighted again and asked shamelessly, "I don't have to attend your classes anymore." Li Anlan said nothing and glared at him fiercely. Su Zian was so scared that he shrank his neck. Su Zian's academic performance can only be considered average, mainly because he is not good at English. He has never failed any exams since he was a child. It's all because I'm too patriotic. He always comforts himself like this. When the babysitter comes, just tell her that he is my brother. Don't say anything else. Just tell her to wait for me to come back. The child won't wake up that quickly, just keep an eye on him. Also, you are not allowed to move around, and you are not allowed to enter my bedroom." Before Li Anlan left, he set a list of rules for Su Zian. And Su Zian was like a eunuch serving his master in the palace. He could only stand at the door and nod his head in agreement. He didn't even dare to hand over coats or bags. As soon as Li Anlan left, Su Zian's foxtail was exposed. Buzz buzz. Pushing the stroller around the coffee table, I practiced drifting. The little guy still didn't cry or make a fuss, and there was a hint of a smile on the corner of his fair and tender face. "Su Zian." Suddenly a sharp roar was heard. "Who?" Su Zian was startled and thought the house was haunted, so he looked around quickly. "Behave yourself." Another sharp roar was heard. Su Zian finally discovered that the living room, dining room, and even the bedroom were all covered with cameras. Hey, I was wrong. A real man can bend and stretch." Su Zian quickly begged for mercy, then obediently picked up the little guy and nestled on the sofa. But within 2 minutes. Looking at the little guy who was still a little excited and didn't want to sleep, Su Zian couldn't help but toss and turn again. He fiddled with the little guy like a transformer, making him salute and do splits. He was humming a little tune. "Sunshine Rainbow Little White Horse Tick 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 Tick." But it was already time for class. Li Anlan placed his cell phone in front of the podium, looking at the real-time screen angrily, but it was difficult for him to lose his temper. He looked up at the students below the stage, picked up the roster, and began to call the roll. What's wrong with old Su? He skipped the first class. He's simply courting death. Hee, you dare to skip the goddess class, there will be something interesting to watch. You two are stupid. Old Su is probably at the goddess's house taking care of the kids. Fuck, this bastard, his ancestors' graves are smoking. The 3 roommates sitting in the last row were muttering to each other. They were furious when they thought that their goddess was taken away by that pig Su Zian. What the hell? Your dorm keeper, Mr. Su, is helping the goddess take care of her child? Is everything that spread on campus true? Did the goddess really give birth to a child? Although the 3 of them spoke quietly, they were still heard by several students sitting next to them. No, you heard it wrong. The second brother waved his hands, trying to evade the question. Last night Su Zian almost knelt down and begged them not to spread this. Of course, it was mainly for Li Anlan's consideration. Stop talking nonsense. I heard it clearly. What on earth did old Su do? You won't say it, right? A bag of lotus flowers. Make a deal. I told you not to tell anyone. For a bag of lotus flowers, the 3 of them sold Su Zian. Nonsense, I won't believe it even if you kill me. If you don't believe me, forget it. Everything I said is true. Scan the code. Don't try to cheat. I'll bet another pack of lotus flowers and see which animal the goddess names. Count me in. Hey, count me in, too. I would never believe that Su Zian could have taken my goddess away. Okay. The 3 of them said with confidence. If it were a day ago, the 3 of them would have had the same idea. But at this moment, everyone felt extremely happy, as if a bunch of lotus flowers were flying out of other people's pockets and into their arms. Soon Li Anlan called out the names of several people. Wang Pengfei. Arrive. Lu Xiaotian. Arrive. The critical moment has arrived. According to the order of the roster, the next name is Su Zian. In order to get a bag of lotus flowers, the dozen or so students in the last 2 rows pricked up their ears nervously. Bao Su. Li Anlan naturally skipped Su Zian's name. Some are happy, some are sad. As soon as these 2 words came out, everyone looked like eggplants hit by frost. But then he reacted. Could it be that what these 3 animals said was true? The father of the goddess child is really Su Zian? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It's your turn to pack a big basket. The 4th child was excitedly taking cigarettes from his classmates, and those who didn't have cigarettes took out their phones to scan the code. Forget about the roll call instantly. When he heard someone calling him a nickname, he immediately retorted, "Fuck you, bring me a cigarette." Quiet. It seemed like the whole classroom could hear a pin drop. Everyone focused their eyes on him, and everyone's expression was surprisingly consistent. Brave. At this time, the fourth brother finally reacted. Looking at Li Anlan walking angrily across the stage, his face looked as ugly as if he had eaten shit. Li Anlan was worried about where to vent his anger. I haven't been back to teach for such a long time, but on the first day in the first class, someone so fearless came to teach me. He was really brave. Li Anlan did not say anything either. He held the roll call book across his chest and stared at the fourth brother. In an instant, the temperature in the entire classroom seemed to drop by several degrees. The fourth brother knew that he could not escape. He quickly stood up, and his pig-like head was instantly covered in sweat. He rummaged through his pocket for a long time before he awkwardly took out half a box of Xianheman. I put it on the roll call list with my heart broken. But Li Anlan remained unmoved and continued to stare at the fourth brother. The fourth brother stretched his fat face again and handed over 2 boxes of lotus flowers that he had just received and were not even warm yet. Teacher Li is really gone. Cell phone. Li Anlan said coldly. Before, I handed it in before class. The fourth brother still insisted. Don't delay everyone's class time. Li Anlan spoke again coldly. Hey. The fourth brother took out his cell phone and handed it over again. She looks uglier than if her own mother had died. Seeing the second child gloating from the corner of his eye, the fourth child made up his mind. Teacher Li, I will report. I'm going to make you laugh, but if you want to die, we'll die together. The second brother was also unhappy when he heard this and glared at the fourth brother. But there was no other choice but to hand over the cigarette he had just obtained. His eyes rolled. Teacher Li, I also report. My goodness, this is what they call dog bites dog and ends up with a mouthful of fur. In a short while, Li Anlan confiscated 7 or 8 boxes of cigarettes and 5 mobile phones. You guys will be treated as absent from class this time. Li Anlan directly sentenced several people to death. But that's not all. He also asked the 2 female students in the first row to open their cigarettes in front of the whole class, break them one by one and throw them into the trash can. This is simply killing people and destroying their hearts. When Li Anlan looked down at her mobile phone, 7 or 8 murderous gazes and 7 or 8 paper balls hit the heads of the second and fourth children at the same time. Chapter 15 Su Xian's Plan. Li Anlan received a message from Su Xian. Not long after the class started, Li Anlan's newly hired nanny rang the doorbell. I quickly rushed to the door and saw a middle-aged woman in her 50s through the display screen. Su Xian chuckled and said, "Finally here." First he pretended to press the door opening button a few times, and then he deliberately shouted loudly, "What's going on? Why doesn't the access control work? Auntie, wait a minute. I'll go downstairs and open the door for you." Having said that, Su Xian wrapped the little guy in a small quilt and went downstairs directly. Seeing Su Xian actually carrying the child downstairs, the aunt was very enthusiastic. "Child, don't let the child get cold in this cold weather, let's go into the house quickly." "It's okay. Children are more afraid of heat than cold." Su Xian was not in a hurry at all and stood in front of the aunt directly. "Auntie, you are here to apply for the job of a nanny, right? Did my sister tell you that this child is not easy to take care of? He is such a light sleeper that even an ant splitting its branches on the ground can wake him up. Nanong, this kid is really exaggerating. You must be Xiao Li's younger brother." The aunt laughed and didn't take it seriously at all. "Really, not exaggerating, not at all." Su Xian continued to make up stories. "Don't be fooled by my sister's thin appearance. A fly's fart can blow her away, but she is very picky when it comes to food. Yesterday his mother came to help with the cooking. A grain of rice fell into the dish and she threw her chopsticks and refused to eat. The 2 of them even had a big argument and were in very bad tempers. Don't you think this is too much?" Su Xian continued to add fuel to the fire when he saw the old lady's expression change visibly. "But then again, my sister is extremely good to children. Last summer, my cousin's family also had a baby, and she got extremely nervous as soon as a mosquito landed on the child. You said you were bitten by a mosquito, but you insisted on taking your child to the hospital for a CT scan. Oh, by the way, Auntie, your salary is not low. My sister said that a live-in nanny should be paid 2,000 yuan a month." "Hey, Auntie, don't go." Seeing the old lady quickly shaking her head and turning to leave, Su Xian still held her tightly. "Well, I suddenly remembered that my son hasn't had his breast milk yet. I have to go back." This old lady was fooled by Su Xian and she couldn't even tell what she was saying. "Auntie, you are in great health. You are over 50 and your son is still breastfeeding. Are you going to have a second or third child?" Watching the old lady running away, Su Zian tried hard to hold back his laughter and continued shouting. Done. After making sure that the old lady would not come again, Su Zian happily carried the little guy upstairs. My dear son, let's fly home. But the plan was only half completed. Standing in front of the entrance door, Su Zian sent a message to Li Anlan. He said he took the child out and couldn't get back home without the key. After receiving the message, Li Anlan quickly opened the monitoring system. It was discovered that Su Zian was indeed standing at the door holding the little guy. Although the little guy was wearing a hat and wrapped in a small quilt, he was only wearing open crotch pants that he wore indoors, and Su Zian was only wearing a t-shirt. I was shivering with cold. With the IQ of Li Anlan, a 25-year-old genius doctor, how could he not know that this must be a self-torture trick played by Su Zian? The purpose was to trick her into revealing the password to her home door. Li Anlan refused to give in and just clicked a few times to open the door lock via remote control. But a prompt came on the mobile phone that the door lock was faulty and the detection could not be started. I clicked it several times in a row, and each time it indicated that the lock was unlocked successfully, but then a fault prompt popped up immediately. Li Anlan was very confused. What she didn't know was that, out of the sight of the surveillance camera, Su Zian was pressing against the entrance door with his toes. No matter how advanced this electronic door and electronic lock is, it will definitely not be able to open automatically. No matter how high Li Anlan's IQ is, he can't compare to Su Zian's cunning tricks. I even thought that he had deliberately broken the door lock and hesitated whether to find a locksmith company to handle it. But she was worried that her son would get frozen, so she smiled and sent a strange message to Su Zian. I thought Su Zian was always trying to be clever, so I decided to see how capable he was. Pfeff. What the hell is this? Su Zian looked down while reading the message and was stunned. There are only 09 and hashtag on the door lock, no letter buttons. Oh my god, what kind of password is this? Su Zian just scratched his head. Idiot, yes, idiot, I am such an idiot. After looking at this string of letters for a while, Su Zian finally understood. I really think you are the one teaching English. Can't you just speak properly? Su Zian started counting on his fingers again, starting from ABCD. It's the sixth in alphabetical order, and 6 FS or 6 sixes, which is really vulgar. The door is open. Please come in. Listening to the prompt tone from the electronic lock, Su Zian laughed. I am such a genius. He even made a gesture to the surveillance peephole on the door. A class of 45 minutes ends quickly. Li Anlan handed the confiscated mobile phones to their class instructor, nanny, and then drove his red Wrangler slowly home. It normally takes 3 minutes to walk, but it took 10 minutes. Scan your face at the entrance door and the door will open normally. It also confirmed Li Anlan's guess that she had been cheated. At this time, Su Zian had already put on his clothes and changed his shoes, and had been waiting at the door for a long time. He even felt that Li Anlan came back so slowly on purpose in order to make him late for Miju's class. The child is asleep, please keep your voice down. Su Zian felt guilty about doing something wrong, so he whispered a few words and rushed into the elevator as if escaping. Li Anlan was too lazy to pay attention. I touched the little guy's forehead and found that he didn't have a fever and was sleeping soundly, so I finally felt relieved. There was cut fruit on the dining table, meat was melting on the kitchen counter, and there was even rice simmering in the rice cooker. But the nanny was nowhere to be seen. Li Anlan took out his cell phone and called the nanny. The call went through, but no one answered. I called again and was blocked. Well, you bastard husky. Li Anlan couldn't help but let out a low cry, and instantly understood everything. Not giving up, she called the agent, who confirmed her guess. Su Zian first scared away the nanny introduced by the agency, and then tricked her into giving him the door password. But what's even more infuriating is that the agency actually stopped doing business with Li Anlan. Now she is quite famous in this area, a 25-year-old genius doctoral single mother, and also a teacher at Jiang University. No matter how high the price is, no aunt is willing to take the job. The reason why the aunt left in such a hurry was because Li Anlan was a little too picky, and her statement about going back to take care of her grandson was just an excuse. There is no way around it. The title of female doctor will scare everyone. Asshole. Li Anlan threw his cell phone onto the sofa. Chapter 16, Nun Niju's Divine Assist. In just one class period. The rumor that Su Zian was the father of Li Anlan's child spread throughout Jiangnan University. When I arrived outside the classroom, my homeroom teacher, Nun Niju, was giving a lecture on the stage. Su Zian majored in biochemistry. His parents helped him choose this career, so he will be able to make a living in the future whether he works in the oil fields or the medical industry. It is precisely because our class teacher, nanny, is the main subject teacher. The students in the audience all sat upright, and even if they couldn't listen, they didn't dare to make any small movements. You can see Su Zian appear before. All the boys in the class stared at him with murderous eyes. In comparison, nanny's anger can be said to be insignificant. Faced with Su Zian, who murdered the number one goddess in their hearts, these beasts wished they could drink his blood and eat his flesh. Noticing the changes in the audience, nanny also saw Su Zian at the door. With just one look, Su Zian hurriedly nodded and bowed, obediently put his phone at the door, and trotted back to his seat. During this class, Su Zian felt like a thorn in his back, a thorn in his throat, and was sitting on pins and needles. He was afraid that if he wasn't careful, some beast would lose its temper and rush over to knife him. Finally, the bell rang for the end of get out of class, and Su Zian saw a large group of animals about to surround him. A hot pot meal. Su Zian stretched out a finger and asked for help from his 3 friends in the dormitory. Add a barbecue. But the 3 friends not only refused to agree, but also rubbed their hands and joined in the fun. Su Zian, come with me to the office. At the critical moment, Master Miju suddenly spoke, like the sound of nature, pulling Su Zian back from the gates of hell. You can hide on the first day, but you can't escape on the 15th. The animals cursed unwillingly and finally dispersed. No conversation along the way. Su Zian was like a little squirrel that was caught stealing corn. He lowered his head and followed Master Miju into our office. There are many other teachers in the office. But Miju didn't shy away from it. He took off his glasses and rubbed his forehead. Su Zian, I already know about Teacher Li's situation. The teacher knows that you are a smart person, so you should help her more. Of course, don't delay your studies. After all, you are still young. Okay, teacher, I won't say anything more. The words were vague and confusing, and the teachers around were also confused. But Su Zian also understood and nodded quickly. Nanny sighed again. He took out a whole piece of leave note and stamped it all over. Su Zian's eyes lit up. No matter how ugly or fierce a teacher was, he would be like a living bodhisattva when stamping a leave note. Although Su Zian is prone to making silly mistakes, he is not stupid. He knew that these words were not just for him. It was also a warning to other teachers to turn a blind eye when there was nothing wrong and not to always cause trouble for Su Zian. This entire note is the best proof. But then Su Zian started to act silly again. He shamelessly picked up the pen and handed it to nanny. Teacher, you haven't signed yet. Bang! Nanny smashed the water cup on the table. Do you still need my signature? Don't think I don't know your shameful tricks. But having said that, Master Miju still took the pen and signed her name on each small note. Su Zian was overjoyed and his expression changed immediately. Thank you. Thank you, you are a living bodhisattva from heaven, closer to me than my own mother. Mom, I kneel down to you. Go away. Nanny was so angry that she closed her eyes and waved her hands. Okay, Mom. Goodbye, Mom. Su Zian picked up the note and ran out happily. He was afraid that if he left a second later, Master Miju would regret it. His cheeky look made all the teachers in the office laugh. Listening to the laughter coming from all around, Nanny calmly drank a sip of water. She knew that she had achieved her goal. But this is not because she prefers Su Zian, but because she wants to give Li Anlan a choice. In her eyes, Li Anlan is the same age as her daughter. When she first heard the news, she was also very confused and distressed. But after careful consideration, I feel that as a person who has experienced this, a child cannot be born without a father. Even if he is a college student who occasionally acts silly, this biological father is far better than a stepfather. As for how Su Zian will perform in the future and whether he can truly win Li Anlan's recognition, it all depends on Su Zian's own performance. As a class teacher, there is only so much she can do. Sophomores do not have to take part in physical exercises, so during the 20 minutes after the second get out of class, Su Zian took the free shuttle bus on the Zhengnan University campus and went straight back to the dormitory. Holding 20 leave notes signed by Master Miju herself, they are equivalent to 20 golden medals of immunity from death. Su Zian already has a preliminary plan. Cut the first one without hesitation. I filled in today's date in the start date column and 2 years later, which is the day of graduation, in the end date column. The reason for asking for leave is very simple. I will not stay in the dormitory at night and I need to go home to help take care of the children. The date on the second leave note was the same, but it was changed to evening self-study. Su Zian was not polite at all. He thought that with these 2 leave notes, he would finally not have to worry about dormitory inspections and would not have to attend evening self-study classes. It will be more convenient for me to go out and make money in the future. In the third photo, Su Zian directly granted himself a 1-week vacation, exempting himself from all classes. He planned to wander around the school to see if there were any suitable business opportunities. As for the remaining 17, Su Zian hasn't made up his mind yet. I secretly folded it and hid it in the yellowed pillow core. I still have to think carefully about how to write it to maximize its value. Su Zian changed his clothes again and went downstairs happily with the 3 precious leave notes in his arms. Arriving at the dormitory manager's room, Su Zian proudly handed her the first leave note. Who are you trying to fool, you little brat? A 2.5-year leave note, do you think I can't read? The dormitory manager was a retired teacher who was almost 60 years old. She looked at Su Zian with a helpless look while wearing reading glasses. Without mother phone, how would I dare to do that? Su Zian said with a smile, doesn't our class teacher sign it? If you don't believe me, just give me a call. After saying that, Su Zian grabbed a handful of melon seeds from the dormitory manager's desk, turned around and ran away. Goodbye, Miss Phone, you have worked hard. After leaving the dormitory, Su Zian came to the small place where he often watched the beauties from the neighboring department. Sure enough, the 3 bad friends were hiding there, smoking and looking at the beauties. Shit, am I dazzled? How can there be a ghost in broad daylight? Old Su, rest in peace. Why are you still not at peace after you die? That's right, let's burn more paper for him at night. It's boring down there, so I came up here specifically to find you guys to keep me company. Facing 3 bad friends, Su Zian could only retort in a hoarse voice. This is called defeating magic with magic. Fuck you, you guys are alive and well, but I'm going to beat you, a bastard, to death today, and you'll never be reincarnated. Chapter 17 Li Anlan's soul was tainted. This is my first child, so it doesn't count as an extra birth. Besides, the 3-child policy has been in place for so long. It would be good for you to read more news. Su Zian used the white crane appearance move and did not back down verbally. You dare to resist, old man? The 3 friends surrounded Su Zian and said, I'll give you one last chance. If you have any last words, hurry up and say them. Thank you for not killing me, master. After getting down the stairs, Su Zian quickly clasped his hands together, took out 2 leave notes from his pocket, and handed them over obediently. Thank you, sir. I'll take my leave now. Looking at the leave note in their hands, the 3 friends were stunned. Damn it, this guy must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. How dare he write a fake note for 2.5 years? When did this guy become so good at imitating Nun Miju's signature? You too must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. Have you forgotten that old Su was called away by Miju just now? Besides, this is Miju's autograph, can't you see it? Yeah, damn. Could this guy be the illegitimate child of extinction? It's so unfair, why does all the good things happen to this alkaline rice? Soon, Su Zian's 3 leave notes returned to Master Miju's hands. Nun Miju, feeling at a loss whether to laugh or cry, went to the department head in person to explain the situation. Fortunately, the 3rd leave note was only for 1 week. For a college student who became a father at the age of 20, it is understandable that he did not attend evening self-study classes and did not return to bed at night. This matter is over. But the campus internet was in an uproar. The rumor that Su Zian is the father of Li Anlan's child is getting more and more intense. They even formed an alliance against Su Zian and an alliance to save the goddess, calling for a thorough investigation of the matter and sending Su Zian to prison. Even the slogan has been chosen. Defeat the criminal Su Zian, rescue the goddess Li Anlan, and restore peace to the Jeonda campus. There are also some rumors that Su Zian is a hidden rich 2nd generation and came to Jiangnan University just for Li Anlan. There are also many love-brained senior and junior students who are eating sugar, thinking that Su Zian is handsome and interesting, and Li Anlan is beautiful and cool, so there is nothing wrong with them being together. She also called for sisters to unite and defend sister-brother love and teacher-student love with the motto as long as the sister looks cool and her husband wears open crotch pants. But Su Zian, one of the parties involved, was in the snack street outside the campus at this time. Holding a roasted sweet potato in one hand and a fried skewer in the other, he was examining a business project. Su Zian knew very well that he had no money and no friends, and the only talent he had was his cooking skills, which he had developed over the past few years. But now he can't even afford to rent a garage, let alone the shops on and off campus that are being sold at sky-high prices. I was thinking about finding a snack that I could prepare in the dormitory and sell it when the dormitory is closed at night. After all, after the dormitory closed, there were only a few vending machines selling very expensive things, and when there was no food left, eating a bowl of instant noodles was considered a luxury. Moreover, some classmates bought a rope and carried the takeout up through the window. But later, someone tried to escape from the dormitory using a rope and broke his leg. Ropes became the #1 banned item, and even the campus walls were raised a lot, so delivery boys and small vendors could no longer get in. Su Zian felt that as long as he came up with a good project, he would be able to make a lot of money in the dormitory. It's almost time for lunch break. After Su Zian had eaten his fill, he did not forget his business. He went to the supermarket to order some fresh vegetables and went straight to Li Anlan's house. Because I secretly copied Li Anlan's access card this morning. Just take out your mobile phone and swipe it, and the community gate or unit door will open, allowing unobstructed access. When he arrived at the door of his house, Su Zian entered the password and entered smoothly. What greeted him was still Li Anlan's unchanging icy face. Even if she didn't say anything, Su Zian could read from her face that she was not welcome here. I don't mean anything else. I'll leave after I'm done cooking. Su Zian could only grin foolishly and raise the ingredients in his hand to indicate. Why did you chase away the babysitter I hired? Li Anlan was so angry this morning. He looked for several agencies, but either they didn't have enough people or the quality was too poor. He couldn't find a suitable nanny to take care of his baby. It's unfair. Su Zian pretended to be dumbfounded. Which old lady turned around and left without saying a word when she heard that you are a female doctor and a teacher? No matter how I negotiate, it's useless. What happened to the female doctor? Li Anlan's expression changed visibly, and his tone instantly became gloomy. Can't a female doctor hire an aunt to give birth to a baby? When she was studying for her doctorate with those senior students who were in their 30s, she always heard some absurd comments about female doctoral students. What is even more infuriating is that these senior students just acquiesced and refused to refute. They even advised her to get married and have children early, otherwise it would be too difficult to find a satisfactory partner after she got older. Now that these words came out of Su Zian's mouth, she was of course even angrier. Su Zian also realized that he had said the wrong thing, and quickly admitted his mistake. No, a female doctor is so awesome, I couldn't get the exam even if I wanted to. Don't be angry, just keep looking, and you'll eventually find the right one. How about we have chicken for lunch, and some stir-fried lettuce and some sweet potato leaves? Su Zian quickly changed the subject. I asked my classmates at the agricultural university, and they found that lettuce and sweet potato leaves have very low pesticide residues and are rich in nutrients. Without waiting for Li Anlan to answer, Su Zian squeezed in sideways. Seeing that Li Anlan was about to explode again, Su Zian quickly closed the kitchen door and said gently with a row of white teeth baring, "Be good, go inside and have a rest. Be careful not to choke on the fumes." Li Anlan was suddenly confused, thinking that she had heard wrongly. This bastard husky actually told her to be good. She hadn't heard this word for more than 10 years. I feel like my soul has been tainted as well. He was about to rush into the kitchen, grab Su Zian's ear and kick him out. But he saw Su Zian took out a live old hen from a cloth bag and put a plastic bag over the old hen's head. Bang! With a sudden movement of the knife, the old hen's head fell off before she had time to struggle. Because of the protection of plastic bags, the imagined scene of blood splattering did not happen. But it also surprised Li Anlan. She was not really afraid of killing chickens, but rather a little curious. After all, in her opinion, a college student killing a chicken is simply a fantasy. Suddenly I felt that it would be a good idea to spare Su Zian's life for the time being and teach him a lesson after dinner. After bleeding, plucking the hair, chopping and blanching the pork, Su Zian began to wash the rice and simmer it. He then cut the tenderloin that had been thawed in the morning into pieces, preparing to make sweet and sour pork. It's just 12 o'clock. After the sweet and sour pork came out of the pot successfully, Su Zian called Li Anlan, "You eat first. This sweet and sour pork will not taste good if it gets cold." I also served her a bowl of rice and garnished it with black sesame seeds again. A few minutes later, the garlic lettuce was also fried. I took a sip of the old hen soup and it tasted just right. Including the cold sweet potato leaves and fruit salad, it can barely be considered 4 dishes in one soup. Su Zian didn't dare to ask how it tasted. He took off his apron, said hello, and ran away. Chapter 18. Just do it. In fact, when Li Anlan took the first bite of sweet and sour pork, his anger had already subsided by half. The surface is crispy and the meat is very smooth. Although the cooking, taste and flavor are not as good as those of the chefs in high-end hotels, it can still beat those in ordinary restaurants. I also ate a piece of sweet potato leaf mixed with tomato sauce. The taste was a bit novel, but not bad. Especially when I think of what Suzanne said about the problem of pesticide residues, I feel that he is not as stupid as he looks, and sometimes he is quite careful. It's like this old hen soup. Li Anlan also went to the nearby farmer's market twice, but there were no old hens for sale. I guess he walked a long way to the big market to buy it. I am also looking forward to the old hen soup. But after the meal was ready, Suzanne ran away like a mouse seeing a cat. Li Anlan was angry for no reason again. I unconsciously picked up my phone to take a picture. Am I really that scary? We couldn't speak clearly when we first met. But no matter how angry he was, it did not affect Li Anlan's eating. This is not because Suzanne's cooking is delicious, but for the baby who is still breastfeeding. Li Anlan thought silently. After the meal, Li Anlan didn't clean up the dishes. Just put it on the dining table. She knew about the 3 leave notes written by Suzanne, and she would definitely come before dinner. Now that I can't find a suitable nanny, it would be nice to have a mutant husky with decent cooking skills to cook for me. She can't cook and has had enough of takeout. Li Anlan found a reason to comfort himself. Women, especially those who have just become mothers. Emotional changes are always confusing. This time, Suzanne was in a hurry to escape, not entirely because he was afraid that Li Anlan would teach him a lesson because of the nanny issue. Instead, I thought of a good snack project and discussed it with my roommates during the lunch break. The 3 friends came back from the classroom, and in just a short while, the dormitory that Suzanne had worked so hard to clean up yesterday returned to its original appearance. In addition to the black footprints left by melted snow, there were also cigarette butts and several crumpled beer cans on the ground. The whole house was filled with blue smoke and the hot pot was bubbling. Even Sun Wukong would find it irritating. Go ahead, you're just asking for death. You're already making noises in the middle of the day. Suzanne hadn't smoked for at least a dozen hours, and he felt as if he was being scratched by a cat. But for the sake of my precious son, I can only send the most sincere blessings to my 3 friends. I hope you don't live to be 41, or your lung cancer will be in the advanced stage. TSK, if you don't smoke and I don't smoke, when will we conquer North America? You don't complain, I don't complain, paying for medical insurance for nothing is low. That's right. If you don't hang yourself, I won't hang myself either. Our bodies will be cremated sooner or later. Ah, right, you're just eating, drinking, gambling, smoking, and talking nonsense. Suzanne was amused by his 3 friends. You guys are telling me crosstalk, I don't want to bother with you. Anyway, I have a son. You don't even know whose surname your son will take. He might be the one taking over. That's not right. My goddess is not blind. Would she let this bastard take over? Old Fourth, what you said makes sense. Old Sue, are you really a rich second generation? The 3 friends' eyes lit up, and they were ready to push Suzanne into a corner. Tell me, are you a rich second generation? Yes, I must. Suzanne curled his lips. My dad bought me a house in my hometown last year. When I graduate, I will have to pay off the loan myself. Do you think I am a second generation debtor? Pa, poor bastard. Hey, is my goddess really blind? Fuck you, don't talk about my goddess like that. After some joking and laughing, they were finally able to talk about serious topics. The 4th brother used the tip of his chopsticks to pick up 2 cuttlefish balls from the hot pot, stuffed them all into his mouth, and asked vaguely, Old Sue, didn't you ask for leave? Why did you come back? That's right, you don't know how happy we 3 brothers are without you. Well, if one less person takes up the internet speed, we can watch movies without lags, right? Suzanne said unhappily, and then changed the subject. The second generation loser has come up with a brilliant business idea. Don't say that as a brother, I don't think about you. Now I'm back again. Glancing at the cigarettes on the table, Suzanne swallowed his saliva, resisting the urge to smoke, and proudly said, You don't know how our child's mother begged me to let me accompany her every night. My chin is about to hit the roof. The 3 friends were eating hot pot and had no time to pay attention to Suzanne. But the middle fingers raised in unison clearly showed their attitude. The 4th child even looked out the window to see if there was an old cow flying in the sky. TSK, believe it or not, in one word, do it or not. Su Zian finally couldn't help but took out a cigarette, but after thinking about it, he just sniffed it and put it down silently. What he got in return was the ridicule of his three friends. TSK. Coward. It's fucked up. Really? I've already thought of the slogan. Su Zian began to perform with a strained voice. You are taking the master's degree exam, he is taking the doctorate exam, and I am baking sweet potatoes, baking sweet potatoes, baking sweet potatoes. They are delicious and will not make you get irritated. You won't get constipated if you eat more. They are hot-baked sweet potatoes. It's a cold day, your hands are shaking, your girlfriend and you are going your separate ways, a roasted sweet potato will keep you warm all night. I lost the game, failed the exam, my boyfriend always cheats at night, let's have a baked sweet potato to last longer and show our love. The second brother sneered when he heard it, you better be more reliable. At first I thought you were selling fake medicine. Old Sue, what is wrong with you? The second rapper is going to become a rapper, and you, the rapper, are going to become a rapper? The fourth brother also asked in surprise. But at the same time, it aroused the dissatisfaction of the two people. Fuck you. You know what, roasting sweet potatoes is really good. The cost is very low and the profit is very high. The third brother nodded thoughtfully. The cost of roasting a pound of sweet potatoes is only about 2 yuan, and it can be sold for 10 yuan. If the dormitory is closed at night, I will still call you godfather even if you sell it for 15 yuan a pound. Real? After hearing what the third brother said, the second brother also became interested. Among the 4 people in the dormitory, only the third one is from a rural background. Maybe it's because he has a little inferiority complex, but he is usually reliable in what he says and does. Not that much moisture. Really? The third brother straightened his back instantly. Baking sweet potatoes is easy. Just try it once and get the right temperature. It's not difficult. That is. Before the third brother finished speaking, Su Zian took over the conversation. It's just that the oven for baking sweet potatoes is not small, there is no place to put it. Then he added, the third brother is worthy of being my son. He can guess what I am thinking. Su Zian worked hard to come up with this good idea after freezing in the pedestrian street for a whole morning, so he couldn't let the taciturn third brother steal the limelight. Why not put it on the balcony? What if we check the dormitory at night? We can't hide it. How dare I not punish those bastards from the student union? The second brother said arrogantly, as long as he can avoid the major inspections once a month, it will be fine. Is that settled? The third brother asked. Su Zian glanced at the 3 people, revolver to AK, Jetta to semi-trailer. Just do it. Chapter 19, Robbed. Seeing that Su Zian wanted to buy a sweet potato stove online, Lao Si quickly swallowed the large piece of wide noodles in his mouth and said, don't buy it online. The price may not be cheaper, and the logistics will take several days. You can go to the big hardware and grocery market in the city and ask someone to make it for you. Yes, yes, yes. Let's buy some sweet potatoes and try to bake one today. Hurry up and go. The third brother was also excited about the good thing of making money. Time is money, my friend. Su Zian put on his clothes and walked out the door, but then turned back and asked, what kind of sweet potato do you want to buy? You are stupid. How do we know if you don't know? Go ask Baidu. Go to hell. After greeting his 3 friends again, Su Zian went out happily. I looked at the navigation and found that the market was more than 10 kilometers away. In order to test run the roasted sweet potato business in the evening, Su Zian did not ride a shared electric bike, but instead took a taxi. The custom-made oven went very smoothly. When the master craftsman in the hardware workshop learned the purpose of the visit, he said calmly, 600 yuan for a wheeled one, 5 hours, pay first. Okay. Su Zian glanced at the balance on his phone and agreed readily. But in my heart I regretted not raising money with those 3 guys before going out. It doesn't make sense to do business in partnership and have to pay for it all by yourself. After saying goodbye to the hardware master, Su Zian went to the market and bought 80 kilograms of sweet potatoes, authentic smoked sweet potatoes, at 2.5 yuan per kilogram, specially for roasting sweet potatoes. The vegetable seller was also very enthusiastic and let Su Zian choose for himself. Su Zian was not polite either. He picked all the big ones, the kind that could fill up all the senior and junior students by themselves. Of course, Su Zian did not forget to buy a big carp that was jumping around, and planned to stew it for Li Anlan as dinner. It took Su Zian at least an hour to return to the dormitory on a shared electric scooter carrying 80 kilograms of sweet potatoes. In order to save taxi fare, Su Zian's hands were frozen. There was no one in the dormitory, but he didn't slack off. After washing all the sweet potatoes and hanging them up to dry, he carried the big carp that was jumping around and walked towards Li Anlan's house. Ever since he brought the little guy back from Su Zian's dormitory yesterday, Li Anlan has been having an illusion. Before, the little one would cry for a long time before and after each feeding, especially when taking a bath or changing diapers. Her crying would make her head turn red. But since last night, the little guy only cries when he is hungry, but falls asleep immediately after feeding. It was the same during the day. He didn't cry even when I burped him or changed his diaper. The little guy had just woken up from a nap and was lying in the stroller, laughing out loud. "Oh my God, baby, you are laughing so happily." Li Anlan's narrow eyes were full of surprise and joy. "Good baby, smile for mom again, okay?" Gah! The little fellow seemed to understand and laughed out loud again. He even stretched out his chubby little hands to point out the window, and opened and closed his mouth as if he wanted to speak, but could only make soft whimpering sounds. "Baby, do you want to go out and play? But it's too cold outside." Li Anlan picked up the little guy and walked to the window. He gently held the little guy's hand and touched the cool glass. It must be the first time for the little guy to experience the cool touch. He was very curious and cried out a few times. He also stretched out his fat little arms like lotus roots, with his 5 fingers spread out, wanting to feel the cool touch of the glass again. When Li Anlan saw this scene, he also felt childish. She actually didn't hold the little guy's arm, but supported his little head, and made close contact with the cold glass with her pink and chubby little face. Ah ha ha! The little guy felt the novel touch and let out another cry of surprise. He even stuck out his tongue and licked it the moment he left the glass. Looking at the 2 round cheek prints and wet tongue prints left on the glass, Li Anlan was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. "Baby, what are you doing? Are you hot?" Feeling guilty, he quickly picked up the tissue, wiped the little guy's face, and then wiped off the marks on the glass. Because it snowed yesterday, Li Anlan was worried that the little one would catch a cold, so he dressed him in more clothes. The little guy just took a nap in the sun and is now sweating all over. "Baby, let's change into new clothes." Li Anlan took out the newly bought clothes from the children's special sterilization washing machine and prepared to change the little one into clothes. But as soon as the diaper was taken off, the little guy started to chuckle. "Ah, you. You." If Li Anlan hadn't reacted quickly and used a diaper to cover the little one, the water would have almost splashed on her face. But the bed, her body, and even the bedside table were not spared. "You little bastard." Seeing that the little guy was actually smiling at her, Li Anlan gritted her teeth in anger. She was a bit of a germaphobe to begin with, so she didn't care about all that. She smacked her nose with a look of disgust and quickly went to the bathroom to run some hot water. I helped the little guy put on swimming goggles and a swimming ring, and then threw him into the big bathtub. It is said that babies are born knowing how to swim. The little guy was like a ball of meat, holding a little yellow duck in his hand, and kicking his short legs around in the big bathtub. So happy. But Li Anlan held his breath, took off all his clothes, and rushed to the bathroom to take a shower. But at this moment, the front door opened. Su Zian quietly changed into his newly bought slippers like a thief. Seeing that there was no one in the living room and the door of the master bedroom was open, he took a peek but didn't see anyone. After muttering to herself that it was really troublesome to take the kids out to play in such a cold weather, she went back into the kitchen. Holding a kitchen knife, I hit the fish on the head, and the lively carp instantly became quiet. It took less than 3 minutes to remove the scales, gills, fishy lines, and internal organs and cut into flower-shaped pieces. Heat oil in a pan. While the carp is being fried, chop some onions, ginger, garlic, and other ingredients. Then add water and various seasonings, cover the pot and simmer. Su Zian doesn't have many particularities when it comes to cooking, and he doesn't care about the presentation. As long as the process is roughly the same and the heat is controlled well, it's fine. But the dishes they cook are just delicious, you can't deny it. One fish alone is not enough. Su Zian glanced at the refrigerator. Except for the lack of fruit, the other ingredients remained unchanged. The little snowman without a head still stayed quietly inside, glancing up and down. The recipe is ready. Suddenly he heard the sound of a door being pushed outside. Su Zian was startled and his first reaction was that there was a thief. It's simply courting death. He picked up the mop at the kitchen door and walked out quietly. The master bedroom door, which had been open just now, was now ajar, and only the sound of sliding cabinets could be faintly heard. Damn it, I'm going to destroy you, you bastard. Su Zian's heart beat faster and he silently encouraged himself. He rushed forward, pushed the door open with a mop and shouted, "Don't move, you bastard, I've already." But before he could finish his words, Su Zian stood at the door in a daze, and a thrilling scene appeared before his eyes. Chapter 20 Father's Son's Strength. Ah! Get out of here, you bastard! A dark shadow came along with a piercing scream. Su Zian only felt a black screen before his eyes, a sharp pain in his chest, and his body flew up. Bang, bang. The back of Su Zian's head first hit the wall, and then he slid down to the ground, sticking to the wall. Li Anlan has 9th level Sanda skills, and he used at least 80% of his strength in this kick. It took a long time. Su Zian shook his head, wiped the snot, tears and sweat from the corners of his mouth, and finally brought back his scattered souls and spirits. Lifting the black cloth on his head, Li Anlan was standing in front of him. She had already changed into a long-sleeved shirt and long pants, but in Su Zian's eyes, she still seemed as naked as before. But Li Anlan's eyes were full of fire, his fists were clenched so hard that they made a clattering sound, and even his toes were tensed together. If Su Zian makes the slightest reckless move, he will not see the sun tomorrow. Su Zian realized this and beads of sweat began to drip down his face. I subconsciously grabbed the black cloth in my hand to wipe the sweat off my face, and a fragrance hit me in the face. It turned out to be Li Anlan's body odor. Su Zian looked down and realized that this was not a black cloth at all. Instead, it was a translucent black lace suspender skirt. Su Zian sniffed unconsciously again, and his painful expression instantly turned into an intoxicated look. Fragrant. It smells so damn good. Asshole. Give me back my clothes. Li Anlan's scream rang out again. He snatched away the lace suspender skirt, then raised his leg and pressed Su Zian's head against the wall. Explain. What did you just see? Li Anlan asked through gritted teeth. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. On one side is the cold wall, on the other side are warm feet. At this time, the nose was crooked and the eyes were squeezed so hard that they couldn't open. But the fragrance of lotus flowers emerging from the water couldn't help but drill into my nose. I felt the extremes of ice and fire with my face. No, I didn't see anything. You're talking nonsense. Li Anlan didn't believe his lies. Believe it or not, dig out your eyes. I really didn't see anything, really. Su Zian had no choice but to remain stubborn. Saving your life is the most important thing, but you can't really say you saw everything. You bastard, you'd better not have seen anything. Even if you saw it, you must forget it completely. Li Anlan became angrier and angrier as he thought about it, regretting how he had forgotten the secret of changing the entrance door. Didn't I tell you to say hello before you come? I really didn't see anything, ancestor, please forgive me. Su Zian begged for mercy again. I felt the sweat running down my forehead and nose to my mouth, it was extremely itchy. But he didn't dare to wipe the sweat off his face, so Su Zian licked his lips subconsciously. But it touched a place that shouldn't be touched. You. Shameless. Li Anlan felt the soles of his feet itchy and immediately became furious. Pull in your legs, accumulate strength, and exert force in one go. Going straight to Su Zian's forehead. Su Zian had no time to dodge. His head twitched and he stuck out his tongue again. Ah! You shameless bastard! I'll kill you! Go to hell! Li Anlan quickly retracted his legs, grabbed the pillow on the bed, and smashed it on Su Zian's head. Su Zian did not resist. He could only sit on the ground, protecting his head with his uninjured hand and enduring it silently. I don't know how much time passed. Maybe Li Anlan was tired, and the frequency of swinging the pillow dropped sharply. Su Zian finally breathed a sigh of relief. I felt the severe pain coming from my chest, buttocks, and back of my head, and I didn't know where to rub. Just as he was about to struggle to get up, he angered Li Anlan again. He swung the pillow in his hand again. I was wrong, sir. I was really wrong. I really didn't mean it. Su Zian felt so aggrieved. The first time he stuck out his tongue was definitely unintentional. Even if he had 8 guts, he would not dare to tease Li Anlan like that. But the second time was just to save his life. If this kick really lands on him, his head will probably be shattered like the little snowman in the refrigerator. A burning smell came. Su Zian then remembered that there was still fish stewing in the pot. Fish. It's burnt. Su Zian quickly grabbed the flying pillow and held it tightly in his arms. But Li Anlan was so angry that he didn't hear what he said at all. Seeing that this bastard dared to resist, she raised her white and tender feet again. Ancestor, please take a break before you fight. There's fish stewing in the pot. It's really mushy. Seeing this, Suzian quickly raised a pillow to block it, and then crawled out of the bedroom. The soup in the pot had long since dried up, and the fish was as black as charcoal. Well. Suzian sighed. Thinking about the exciting scene just now, he helplessly poured the fish into the trash can. The main course was gone. I was thinking whether I should go out and buy something else. I was afraid that just cooking wouldn't be enough to satisfy Li Anlan's appetite. Li Anlan finally remembered that his beloved son was still swimming in the bathtub. Fortunately, the bathtub is kept at a constant temperature, otherwise I would have caught a cold. Walk into the master bedroom suite's bathroom. Li Anlan was stunned. It took several seconds to come back to my senses. Then Suzian heard Li Anlan's angry scream. Suzian! What happened? Suzian rubbed the back of his head and stood at the door of the master bedroom, not daring to take a step forward, and asked fearfully. Come and die for me. Oh. Li Anlan spoke, and Suzian dared not disobey and could only take heavy steps. The bathroom as soon as you enter the master bedroom. Suzian saw small clothes hanging on the electric heated clothes drying rack. Although it is a conservative maternity dress, it also has sexy lace edges. I couldn't help but complain again. It turns out that what is written in the novel is true. No matter how cold a woman looks, she is passionate inside. What are you looking at? Li Anlan followed Suzian's gaze and saw private things being exposed. He gathered it up and hid it behind his back. If you keep looking at me, I'll dig your eyes out. No, nothing. Suzian quickly shifted his gaze and complained again. What kind of people are these? They are an old married couple, but they still want to wink at each other's eyes at every turn. But as his gaze shifted, Suzian also saw a scene that shocked him. The little guy was still happily playing in the big bathtub with his swimming goggles and lifebuoy, and he was holding the little yellow duck in his hand and was about to put it into his mouth. Suzian quickly stepped forward and snatched the little yellow duck from the little guy. Without even bothering to roll up his sleeves, he gritted his teeth and stomped his feet, almost closing his eyes, and carried the little guy out of the big bathtub. The water in the big bathtub was still warm at this time. But the color is yellow. It goes without saying that the little guy is defecating. He turned to look at Li Anlan, who was looking disgusted and wished he could hide downstairs. What are you still standing there for, bath towel? Suzian finally got tough and yelled at Li Anlan. Certainly. All the confidence came from the son who took a shit-soaked bath in his arms. Chapter 21. Did you ruin the goddess again? What are you shouting for? Li Anlan replied dissatisfiedly, turned around and picked up the bath towel to hand it to Suzian. But he raised his eyebrows, spread the bath towel in his arms, and took the little guy from Suzian. He pointed to the bathtub full of yellow water, and his meaning was self-evident. Okay, ancestor. Suzian nodded helplessly, and after being tough for 3 seconds, he became cowardly again. He took a deep breath, held his breath, and reached his whole arm into the bathtub to pull the plug. Through the mirror, I just saw Li Anlan's evil foot kicking towards me again. You dare to play dirty. Suzian sneered in his heart. He quickly turned around and avoided Li Anlan's fatal blow. I felt very proud. If she succeeds, the consequences will be unimaginable. Her head will be in pain. Immediately afterwards, another exclamation came from Li Anlan. I saw Li Anlan's snow-white thighs stretched into the bathtub. Suzian was just about to gloat over someone else's misfortune. Li Anlan slipped again and was about to fall into the bathtub while holding the little guy. For the little guy's safety, Suzian didn't have time to think too much. He grabbed Li Anlan. But before I had time to feel Li Anlan's graceful figure, unexpectedly, she just used a little force to stabilize her body. However, Suzian lay directly in the bathtub in an extremely weird posture. Seeing the yellow bath water splashing, Li Anlan simply took a step back and escaped from the bathroom door. Even Suzian didn't give her the chance to throw bath water on her. You deserve it. Li Anlan chuckled, turned and walked towards the guest bathroom. There was another click and the door was locked tightly. Thinking about how Suzian had just taken a shit soup bath, the anger in his heart was completely gone. Damn it, I got fooled. Suzian rubbed his face fiercely and said depressedly. My entire upper body was wet, and my pants were also wet from the knees up. Suzanne did not hesitate, took off all his clothes and went straight into the shower room. The toiletries look extremely high-end and can be used right away without any hesitation. The shower took 3 minutes. But it took me half an hour to clean the bathroom. From the ceiling to the floor, I wiped almost everything before I cleaned up the battlefield. I heard footsteps outside the door. Suzanne put on Li Anlan's bathrobe and walked out with a swagger. "Who told you to wear my bathrobe?" When Li Anlan saw this scene, he exploded again. Suzanne pointed at his wet clothes, ripped open his collar, and revealed his wheat-colored chest muscles. "Where should I take them off?" "You." Li Anlan was about to shout, but then he changed his tone and gestured with his fist clenched so hard that it was almost cracking. But he chuckled and said, "Take it off." Suzanne shuddered unconsciously. Especially when he thought of the kick just now, he quickly grasped the bathrobe tightly in his hands. "I've cleaned the bathroom." Like a newly married young wife, she fled to the living room in shame, with her tail between her legs. "Take your stinky clothes away." Li Anlan said unhappily, "Use the washing machine in the kitchen." "Oh." Suzanne agreed and went back with his tail between his legs. Li Anlan is indeed a bit of a germaphobe and has 4 sets of laundry equipment at home. She has 2 sets of washing and drying sets, one for washing outer clothes and the other for washing underwear, on the south balcony. The other 2 sets are for the baby and the nanny, and are located on the north balcony in the kitchen. The little guy was tired at this time, and fell asleep before I could even change his clothes. Seeing Suzanne stuffing all the clothes, pants, underwear and socks into the washing machine, Li Anlan frowned. She turned around and curled up on the sofa, as if she would get sty if she looked at him for one more moment. "But I just took 2 showers and it's time for dinner." My stomach started to growl unconsciously. Including breakfast, I only had 3 meals prepared by Suzanne. But he had no interest in the takeaway at all. He quietly turned his head to look at Suzanne, who was wearing his bathrobe, and still spoke in a bad mood. "I'm hungry. I want to eat hot pot and barbecued crayfish." After saying that, she started playing with her cell phone, with an expression that said, "If you can't do it well, I'll castrate you." "Ah." Suzanne was stunned for a moment, then immediately changed his words, "Okay. But I can't make barbecue at home, so can we eat teppanyaki?" Seeing that Li Anlan didn't respond, I just assumed that she agreed. Suzanne quickly picked up the phone on the dining table and called the 4th brother. "Old 4, you have 30 minutes to go to the supermarket and the farmer's market to buy some ingredients for me. I'll send you the address and menu right away." After saying that, Suzanne hung up the phone without waiting for a response. "Are you sick?" The 4th brother glanced at his phone, confused. At this moment, he and his 2 friends had just finished class and were walking towards the cafeteria. But then I received a WeChat message from Suzanne, and the first sentence was, "Godfather, please help me, please don't let me down." At the critical moment, my godfather was still there to help me. Just over 20 minutes later, Suzanne received a call from Lao Si, who had already arrived downstairs. "I'll go downstairs for a bit, and when I come back we'll have hot pot." Suzanne greeted him and went downstairs still in his bathrobe. "Fuck you, you beast. Fuck you. Did you ruin my goddess again?" The 4th brother, who was riding a shared electric scooter and carrying several large bags, stood at the door of the unit, panting. When he saw Suzanne's outfit, he instantly thought of something and yelled angrily. "If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have made this trip for you. Give me the money. Not a cent less than 700. That's right." Suzanne was not ashamed and spoke nonsense. He trembled and angrily said, "You are crazy about money. I'll give you a chance to speak again. It cost 520 to buy food and the teppanyaki grill, and 180 for running errands. If you think it's too expensive, you don't have to pay." The 4th brother didn't tolerate Suzanne either. He shook his wrist, turned around and was about to ride away on his electric scooter. "550 is the fixed price, no more." "Okay. Fuck you, you bought so many delicious foods, but you didn't even ask me to come up and sit with you." Suzanne smiled, "Do you dare to go up if I ask you to?" "Thank you, go to hell." The 4th brother quickly shook his fat head and left in shame. He also instantly realized how such a good thing could happen to him. Not only did he not dare, the other 2 animals didn't dare either. Of course, the one he was afraid of was not Suzanne, but Li Anlan. Goddesses of this level can only be admired from afar. If you get into trouble, you will definitely fail the exam. After seeing off the 4th brother, Suzanne went upstairs carrying a few large bags. He even looked at Li Anlan with a smug look on his face, his tail almost raised to the sky. But Li Anlan didn't even look at him. Su Ziyan shrugged and went straight into the kitchen. Hot pot is the simplest, and there is a ready-made electric hot pot at home. Just put the purchased hot pot base into the pot and cook it. After a few minutes, the electric hot pot was bubbling with steam, and Su Ziyan had also cut the fresh mutton and beef. The hot pot is ready, you eat first. Su Ziyan washed the tripe, yellow throat, beef, mutton, various meatballs and vegetables and brought them to the dining table, then greeted Li Anlan. He went into the kitchen again. Grab the crayfish that is longer than your finger and start cleaning it. I couldn't help humming a song, wash, 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 wash. Not a single word is in tune. 20 crayfish were quickly washed. Chop off the tail fin with a knife, then hold the head and pull it out along with the shrimp thread. Although it looks rough, the technique is quite skillful. Chapter 22 Li Anlan's Little Joy. Add scallions, ginger, garlic and crayfish base ingredients to water and bring to a boil. Then throw the processed shrimp tails into the pot. Heat the iron plate on the stove. Su Ziyan glanced at Li Anlan in the restaurant. As he was shaking his head unconsciously, Am stuffed a large piece of mutton into his mouth. She had been waiting for this bite for a long time. But she didn't appreciate it at all in her heart. If it weren't for Su Ziyan, she would have been able to eat it yesterday. But Su Ziyan couldn't help but smile knowingly. The goddess teacher who was high above him was now conquered by his cooking skills and felt a great sense of accomplishment. Although the back of his head and chest still hurt, he had completely forgotten about the 2 kicks just now. Ready-made marinated beef is placed on a grill pan and topped with a layer of onion rings for flavor. With a sizzling sound, the aroma of meat immediately filled the air. Flip it a few more times and it will be ready for serving in 2 or 3 minutes. Su Ziyan proudly served the food on the table. Don't worry, eat slowly, there are also roasted lamb and crayfish. It was rare for Li Anlan to agree in a normal tone. Su Ziyan was also delighted. I couldn't help but look at her twice more. His long eyes narrowed into a slit, his mouth was hissing from the spiciness, but he still kept eating. It is completely different from her previous cold goddess image, especially the short hair, which is cute and a little playful. I suddenly felt that my start against the odds was still quite smooth, and sooner or later I would completely conquer Li Anlan. Let her and her baby son call him Dad. Soon, a pot of fragrant crayfish was ready. Li Anlan's eyes lit up, he quietly patted his already full stomach, and began to eat again. Seeing Su Ziyan returning to the kitchen mysteriously again, he couldn't help but feel curious. The hot pot, barbecue and crayfish are all ready, I wonder what he is still doing. Another 2 or 3 minutes passed. Su Ziyan walked out with a smile on his face, holding a box with a lid on in his hands. Ding ding ding. Guess what the last 2 dishes are? I guarantee you'll like them. Durian. Li Anlan didn't even raise his eyelids. It stinks so bad, it can't be roasted poop. Ha ha. Su Ziyan smiled awkwardly, what else? Pa. Li Anlan put down his chopsticks, looked up at Su Ziyan, his eyes revealing impatience. But my heart was full of surprises. I also couldn't guess how Su Ziyan knew that she loved durian the most. Hey, if you don't want to guess, then don't guess. Why are you so anxious? Su Ziyan quickly opened the lid and gently placed it on the dining table. In addition to a serving of cheese-baked durian, there is also a serving of grilled shiitake mushrooms. Shrimp paste is placed in the middle of the white and tender shiitake mushrooms. The fresh shrimp paste blends with the taste of mushroom juice, and the aroma it exudes cannot even be covered up by the roasted durian. Seeing the surprise in Li Anlan's eyes, Su Ziyan asked proudly, try it and see how it tastes. Li Anlan is a bit particular about food and was not in a hurry to eat his favorite durian. Instead, he drank a sip of water first, then picked up a mushroom and put it in his mouth. Li Anlan raised his eyebrows, and the delicious mushrooms and shrimps bloomed in his mouth. He was obviously surprised and delighted. But he said expressionlessly, it's just so-so. How can that be possible? Su Ziyan jumped up immediately and reached out to grab one to taste. Bang! The chopsticks in Li Anlan's hand hit the back of his hand directly, and he looked towards the kitchen with a sidelong look. The meaning was self-evident. Disdaining Su Ziyan's dirty hands, he asked him to get the chopsticks himself. Well. Su Ziyan rubbed his injured hand, feeling very depressed. But just as he turned around and picked up the chopsticks, Su Ziyan discovered through the reflective kitchen door that Li Anlan had secretly picked up his mobile phone and started taking pictures of the dishes on the table. The vaguely cold face was filled with joy. In an instant, Suzian's heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment that he had never experienced before. You look so pretty when you smile. Suzian's brain twitched again and he sighed from the bottom of his heart. But what awaited him was still a cold look. His little trick was discovered, and Li Anlan was anxious and angry, so of course he would not give him a good face. Eat your meal and get out of here. But Suzian went straight to the door and said, no more eating. I have to go back to the dormitory as I have something important to do. But while saying this, he still took the opportunity to grab a mushroom with his bare hands and put it in his mouth. My damn talent is so fucking amazing, Realizing that he had said the wrong thing, Suzian quickly shut up, but it would be inappropriate to miss a word, so he quickly spoke again. Fragrant. Etc. Just as I was about to push the door and leave, Li Anlan's voice came slowly again. Suzian inexplicably had a bad premonition. He subconsciously raised his hands to protect his chest and then slowly turned around. Li Anlan actually handed over the tissue box on the dining table, wiped the sweat off. The tone was still free of any emotion. But when these words reached Suzian's ears, it was like a spring breeze on his face, and a sense of happiness that he had never experienced before came from the bottom of his heart. My damn charm, huh? Suzian was ecstatic. Seeing Suzian standing stupidly outside the door, Li Anlan didn't bother to even look at him anymore and just put the tissue box on the cabinet in the entrance hall. She just felt that Suzian had been busy in the kitchen for so long and sweated a lot, and she was worried that if he caught a cold, no one would cook for him. As for whether to eat or not, or what important things he was in a hurry to go back to the dormitory to do, Li Anlan didn't take it to heart at all. But he also thought to himself, this idiot Era, he really can't even treat her well. However, Suzian was overwhelmed by this little bit of concern, and finally plucked up the courage to ask a question that had been in his heart for a day and a night. What's our baby's name? Haonan. Li Anlan replied calmly. Haonan. Suzian repeated these two words with snickering delight. Suhanan, brother Nan, the leader of Causeway Bay, this name is really not bad. Li Anlan was seen grabbing the door handle again, and at the moment when the door was about to close, he opened it again through the crack. It's Li Haonan. What? Suzian thought he had heard it wrong. How could his son have the surname Li? With a bang, Li Anlan didn't even give Suzian a chance to react as the door was slammed shut. Li Haonan? Suzian muttered in a low voice, then quickly shook his head and shouted at the door. No, no. Surname Su Haonan. But that was all he did with that shout. Suzian didn't have the courage to open the door and go in to argue. Thinking back to the 2 kicks I had earlier, my chest and the back of my head still hurt. After receiving the message from his roommate urging him to go back again, Suzian rubbed his chest angrily and rushed into the elevator. Watching the elevator door slowly open again, Suzian was about to rush forward when he felt a red figure approaching in front of him. You're blind, you bastard. Suzian bumped into a sexy beauty in a red windbreaker and high heels. Chapter 23 Shredded red autumn pants and shy Li Anlan. Although he didn't mean to do that, he felt even more dissatisfied after hearing what the woman said. But Suzian still quickly apologized. Sorry. After all, this is taking advantage of others. And although this woman was wearing heavy makeup, she was still a great beauty, especially with her nice figure. Being scolded is not such a big loss. Unexpectedly, the woman changed the subject when she saw Suzian's heroic yet somewhat immature appearance. You're quite handsome, little brother. I guess I hurt you when I bumped into you. Do you want me to rub it for you? As she spoke, she stretched out her slender hand with red nails and blocked the elevator door. No, thanks. Suzian's wheat-colored face didn't even turn red, but he quickly lowered his head and slipped out from under the woman's arms. Then he fled away. It's not because of Li Anlan's existence that Suzian has become a saint, but that he is still stuck in his previous fear. Having been teased by the nurses in her mother's hospital since she was a child, she is now filled with a natural fear of such bold older sisters. After all, he is still a 20-year-old college student. If it weren't for that drunken encounter a year ago, he would probably still be a virgin. Hearing another burst of teasing laughter behind his ears, Suzian couldn't help but quicken his pace again. When he returned to the dormitory and opened the door, a handful of red rags fell on Suzian's head. The 4th brother even deliberately cleared his throat and stood in the middle of the dormitory holding a beer bottle as a microphone. Welcome back, leader of the 306 entrepreneurial team. The ribbon-cutting ceremony officially begins. Then, the second and third brothers on both sides of the door rushed behind the fourth brother and sang a familiar sports meeting march. Dang 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 dang. The sweet potato oven covered with a bedsheet was pushed out again, and the fourth child picked up a pair of red autumn trousers that were cut in half. Please cut the ribbon. Before he could finish his words, the second and third brothers pulled up one leg of their trousers and came to Suzian. The fourth brother also quickly picked up the scissors. You guys are really talented. It would be a shame not to invite you to the Spring Festival Gala, Suzian said with a smile. He picked up the scissors again and cut the pants in half directly from the crotch without hesitation, muttering, "Whose red long johns are these? They cost a lot of money to make this happen." But the three of them smiled at each other and hurriedly took turns to shake hands. Congratulations. Congratulations. Please unveil. The fourth one yelled again. The second and third brothers also did not mention the matter of red long johns at all. They turned into etiquette ladies again and pulled Suzian to the sweet potato stove with a gesture of invitation. Brothers, let's go together, huh? Suzian happily grabbed a corner of the bedsheet and called the three of them to come together. The three of them nodded in response and stood with Suzian. At this time, the background music changed again. Good luck is coming, we have good luck, we will be prosperous and prosperous with good luck. As the four people raised their hands, the sheets flew, and a brand new stainless steel sweet potato oven appeared in front of them. Congratulations. Congratulations. The four of them shook hands and exchanged pleasantries. But the BGM is still playing and the ceremony has not ended yet. The fourth brother once again became the host, yelling at the top of his voice. The lighting ceremony officially begins. 10, 9, 8. In the countdown seconds, the second and third brothers hurriedly pushed the sweet potato oven to the balcony, and a lighter was stuffed into Suzian's hand. 3, 2, 1. Ignition. With a click, the lighter was activated, and the alcohol block placed in the oven in advance was instantly ignited. Ignition successful. The fourth one shouted excitedly. The BGM also changed again. Congratulations to you, congratulations to you. The three of them hurriedly took out the eggs, potatoes and corn they had bought and stuffed them into Suzian's arms. Then, they seemed like different people and returned to their respective computer desks. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Without old Sue, let's start a game. You are a bunch of unfilial sons. Looking at these three animals and then at the potatoes in his arms, Suzian felt both angry and amused. This is what it means when happiness comes, everyone shares it with them, but when trouble comes, you bear it alone. Fortunately, Suzian did his homework in advance. When the charcoal fire is thoroughly ignited, place the large sweet potatoes in the circle of holes closest to the charcoal fire. Place cooked pieces of corn and potatoes in the remaining holes. It should be noted that eggs are easy to explode when burned, so they can only be placed in the top layer with the lowest temperature. Finally, Suzian started timing again, changing the position of the sweet potato grill every 10 minutes so that the sweet potatoes could be heated evenly and mature faster. Complete these steps. Suzian then went up to the three animals to watch the fight. Stupid. You're such a wimp. After a heartwarming round of cheering, the three of them lost the game as they had hoped. But the three men did not appreciate it. They picked up the shredded red autumn trousers and tried to stuff their mouths shut. At this moment, Suzian discovered that this was the one his mother bought for him during the Chinese New Year, saying that he was in bad luck this year. But now, I can only express my gratitude to the three of them with sincere blessings. At this time, Li Anlan was still eating with relish. Before Suzian was here, she had tried to maintain her cool and ladylike demeanor, and would take 2 bites of each meatball. You have to wipe your mouth after eating. Not satisfying at all. But unexpectedly, the doorbell rang again just after Suzian left. What are you going to do again? Thinking that it was Suzian who came back, Li Anlan asked unhappily through the door. Open the door, little bitch. A sharp voice came from outside the door. The person who came was Li Anlan's best friend, the sexy big sister in red who had just teased Suzian, Hishosho. Don't you know the password? Li Anlan recognized the voice and asked angrily, open it yourself. I forgot, open the door quickly, I brought you something delicious. Hishosho, you actually dared to forget the secrets of my family. Then go back. Li Anlan wiped his mouth impatiently and questioned again, but still opened the door slowly. What are you talking about? Do you have any wine at home? I brought you some crayfish, why don't you thank me now? Oh. What are you saying? Damn, you little bitch, you actually ate a big meal behind my back. When Hishosho saw the table filled with all kinds of food, she got furious. He grabbed Li Anlan's slender waist. Ha ha ha. Sister, spare me, you didn't even tell me you were coming. Li Anlan laughed so hard that her body shook and complained. What are you doing? Don't disturb the child, he's sleeping. I want to see if you are hiding someone. Don't you know that I met a handsome boy when I entered the elevator just now? Wow, he is a little dark, but he is still young. Hishosho looked around inside and outside, and when she didn't see anyone else, she sat down at the dining table. When I think about the time you've been pregnant and taking care of the baby for more than a year, I want to just take out the sack and tie you up and take you home to have fun first. How is it? Sister treats you well. It's a pity that I didn't have time to take a photo, but he is definitely more handsome than your little Shuzi. Bah, I'm not like you, thinking about men all day long. Li Anlan said coquettishly. That's right, don't you have your little Shuzi? So, did you confront him when school started? Seeing that Li Anlan's face turned slightly red and he lowered his head, Hishosho immediately perked up. Well, you little slut, you took him down on the first day. Then he sat down next to Li Anlan and asked with a sly smile, how does it feel to be an old cow eating grass again? Has he grown in this year? Chapter 24, Roasted Sweet Potato officially opens. After hearing what Hishosho said so bluntly, Li Anlan raised his head and said proudly. He just left. He made this table. Oh my god. That little brother just now was Suzian? Hishosho exclaimed, great. You took such a good cabbage. You are the pig. Li Anlan picked up a crayfish and stuffed it into Hishosho's mouth. Keep your voice down. If you wake up my son, I will fight you to the death. Your little brother is a good cook. Hishosho couldn't help but sigh while eating crayfish. He's young, handsome, has a good figure, and can cook. Please help me ask if our brother minds having another girlfriend. TSK, I don't like it. If you like it, take it. Why are you asking me? Li Anlan curled his lips and said against his will. Really? Then I won't be polite. I will go to your school to block him tomorrow morning. You dare. Li Anlan became anxious and stretched out his greasy hands to grab Hishosho's face. Ah, I was wrong. I was just teasing you. Hishosho begged for mercy quickly. We don't lack men, how can we compete with you? You know what, if Li Anlan hadn't said that, Hishosho would really dare to do it. At that moment just now, she even thought that Suzian was a really good choice. He and her best friend already had a son, so she didn't have to give birth to a child. She could also experience the feeling of an old cow eating young grass. It was really killing two birds with one stone. Let's talk about the serious stuff. Tell me, what's your little brother like? Is he as good in bed as he is in cooking? Don't talk nonsense. Li Anlan said shyly, which bastard is going to piss me off to death. The newly hired confinement nanny was driven away by him. I have been taking care of the baby by myself these past 2 days. He just came to cook for me. It's still a long way from the end of the probation period. Oh, little brother, you are really good, you are quite sensible. Hishosho looked like she was eating melons. I ran back to see you specially, but it turns out that I've been tired of you for a long time. Tell me in detail what you two have done in the past 2 days. Nothing, just me watching him cook and him watching me eat. Li Anlan said proudly. Look at you, tell me the truth. Give me details. How could Hishosho let her go so easily? You're so annoying. Hurry up and eat. You'll be busy again when the child wakes up. Okay, I'll let you go for now. I won't leave tonight. You can do whatever you want. The barbecue is cold, it's just so-so, the crayfish is just so-so, your little brother isn't that great either. Seeing Hishosho eating without saying anything, Li Anlan said indignantly, I didn't prepare this for you. If you dislike it, just spit it all out. Wow, it's only been 2 days and you're already protecting your calf. Hishosho's evil plan succeeded, and she deliberately laughed at him. Your little brother is the best, okay? Li Anlan raised her chin and pouted, very satisfied with this sentence. But not long after, the crying of the little one was heard from the bedroom. Faced with the aggressive Hishosho, Li Anlan heard the crying as if he were a firefighter hearing an alarm. He stood up suddenly, washed up quickly, and went into the house to coax the child. It can be said that I have escaped temporarily. To celebrate the first batch of sweet potatoes coming out of the oven, several people played a song called Gong Xia Fei Kai as the BGM. The roasted sweet potatoes that were sizzling with sugar looked quite good. After tasting them, they were sweet and sticky. Several people even shouted and high-fived to celebrate. At the same time, I sighed that it was worth it as I was hungry for so long at night. But the third brother's words seemed to pour cold water on their heads. How do we sell it? Have you prepared the scales and paper bags? Damn, yeah, what were you thinking, old Sue? Didn't you buy the bag? Yeah, I felt like something was missing when I was eating the hot sweet potato just now. Su Zian touched his mouth with his black hands and whispered. It's okay to sell them by size. They're about 1 gene each anyway, so I'll sell them for 10 yuan each. How do we solve the bag problem? There is a way. The fat and big-eared old four rolled his eyes and came up with a bad idea. Okay, brother. Since you're the one who came up with this great idea, I'll leave this glorious mission to you. The second brother patted the fourth brother's shoulder in a very stylish manner. That won't do. I was the one who went there when we were moving the oven upstairs before. The fourth brother almost shook the fat on his face and shook his head desperately. You just want to be lazy and think the oven is too heavy. The third brother also turned his gaze to the fourth brother. Then you can guess Ding Ku. Su Zian suddenly said this, then turned around and went to the bathroom. Guess Ding Ku, guess Ding Ku. What are you running for, old Su? Come back here dead. Su Zian failed to escape and could only pray silently and stretch out his hand. 2 minutes later. The third child put on the fourth child's fat and big down jacket, put on a hat and mask, and knocked on the door of the dormitory manager, Aunt Fong, while holding his stomach. Mother Fong, my stomach hurts and I seem to have a slight fever. Do you have any medicine? I will be too late to go out and buy medicine if you lock the door. Come in quickly, I have prepared everything for you little brats, wait for me to find it. When Aunt Fong heard the voice, she felt that the third child looked in pain. She took it seriously and quickly said something and went to the cupboard to get the medicine box. At this moment, the third brother felt as if there were thousands of troops fighting in his heart. He was extremely nervous and sweat was pouring out of his forehead. Feng's mother felt even more distressed when she saw this. The third brother finally found the opportunity, lifted up his bulky down jacket, and hid the large stack of A4 papers on the table in his arms. Mother Fong, I can't help it and need to go to the bathroom. You go ahead and do your thing first. As he said that, the third brother rushed out with his 100-meter acceleration results. Kid, slow down. Remember to ask your roommate to get the medicine. Although Feng's mother didn't even see the man's face, she still chased after him and asked him with concern. Soon. The third child ran back holding his stomach. Is it done? Is it done? The three of them hurriedly surrounded him. The third master is here, 1 is worth 2. The third brother took off his hat and proudly took out a large stack of A4 paper from his arms. Old third bull knows. The second brother and Su Zian both gave a thumbs up. But the fourth brother said angrily, you are such an idiot. If you took the loose ones from the printer, they would be discovered after a while. Why didn't you take the unopened ones on the table? I saw them when I went there before. There was a huge pile of them. You wouldn't have noticed if one box was missing. The third brother slapped his forehead, suddenly realized, and said stubbornly. It's okay, I'm wearing a mask, Fengma shouldn't be able to recognize me, right? It's just a small matter. There are thousands of people in our building. Even Aunt Fong wouldn't be able to recognize you without a mask. Su Zian waved his hand and said, it's time to lock the door now. The three of you should go out and make some money. I'll bake 2 more batches. Remember to add more WeChat accounts. We won't have to go out to sell them in the future if we have to make reservations. Old Su, put more charcoal in. The fire will roast faster. Don't worry. Chapter 25 Feng Ma is coming. It only takes less than 10 minutes. The three of them came back excitedly. They all looked like they had eaten some honey and shit, and they couldn't stop laughing. At this time, Su Zian had just finished setting out the second batch of sweet potatoes. The three of them quickly pulled Su Zian and squatted on the balcony around the stove to show their recent profits. There are 14 eggs in 2 pounds, and the cost is 12 yuan. Su Zian, the second and third brothers ate 1 each, the fourth brother ate 2, and the remaining 10 were sold for 20 yuan. I ate 4 potatoes that cost 5 yuan, and sold the remaining 10 for 20 yuan. 21 sweet potatoes weigh 21 pounds, excluding the cost of charcoal, which is 52.5 yuan. I sold it for 210 yuan. After a rough calculation, potatoes have the highest profit, followed by sweet potatoes, and eggs have the lowest profit. Suzian immediately decided not to bake eggs anymore and to go to the market tomorrow to buy 100 kilograms of stewed potatoes. I was just online buying some small packages of garlic chili sauce. They're 20 cents a bag. I'll give one bag away for every 2 potatoes I sell. The third brother waved his cell phone. Okay, I don't mind these 2 cents. But the second brother coughed and waved his phone. Ahem, we have to buy more sweet potatoes. This is the pre-order I just received. I only visited more than 10 dormitories, but I collected money from 13 of them. Damn you, you're awesome, I only received 5. I'm fine with this, I received 9 copies. Hey, who says we have so many brothers? The second brother took out a cigarette and gestured. Su Zian quickly took a small piece of charcoal from the stove and helped him light it. You 3 are awesome. I will rely on you from now on. Hey, without you, Chef Su, we are all useless. The second brother also patted Su Zian's shoulder arrogantly. That's right, Chef Su, you are our cash cow. Old 3 is right. The second brother spoke again, don't blame me for being partial, guys. Regardless of the size of the business, we are now a business owner, so we have to divide the accounts. I thought that the eldest brother is under a lot of pressure now. He has children to raise and is the head chef. I will just run errands today. In the future, everyone will come to buy. Then the eldest brother will get the lion's share. That's true. It's a must. Okay. The second brother nodded. Su Zian was too embarrassed to say these words, so he continued, as for me, you all know that although I got into trouble during the Chinese New Year and my living expenses were severely reduced, it is still enough for me to eat and drink. I thought that the boss would take 70%, and the remaining 30% would be half for you too. That won't do. Su Zian quickly refused upon hearing this. Even though you may not think highly of this small business, you should at least give something as a token of your appreciation. Although I feel justified in taking the lion's share, it is really unacceptable for the second child not to get a penny. Boss is right. I think this is it. Old Su takes 70%, and the 3 of us each take 10%. What do you think, third brother? The fourth son also spoke. Although his family was not wealthy, he could afford to eat and drink, otherwise he would not have weighed more than 200 kilograms. Moreover, his family is local. Although he is given living expenses once a week, he always goes home to steal his father's private money when he has nothing to do. I think it's fine. Second brother, don't refuse. If we talk about it again, it will hurt our feelings. Let's just leave it at that. The third brother made the final decision. Don't look at me like that. Although my family background is not as good as yours, I recognize you as my brothers. Otherwise, I would feel guilty taking this 10% since I didn't contribute anything. Hearing what the third brother said, the fourth brother chuckled again. Third brother, don't worry about this, we brothers will definitely be able to do it. Whenever you want to take Jingjing down, just let us know and we will definitely help you. Fuck you. Ha ha. Amidst laughter and joy, the 4 brothers who had lived together for a year became closer. Half an hour later, the small dormitory was crowded with people before the full oven of sweet potatoes was ready. They all escaped like starving ghosts, stretching their necks and asking when they could eat the sweet potatoes. The 4 brothers also divided the work and cooperated with each other. Su Zian stuck to the sweet potato stove and continued to be the chef. The second child acted as the shopkeeper, distributing cigarettes to his classmates and taking the lead in bragging. Although the third brother is a taciturn person, he also does the work of a waiter and is busy adding people on WeChat, collecting money and creating groups. The fourth brother is a lazy guy, but he is eloquent and thick-skinned, so he is the best person to run errands and do sales work. I was so tired as a bastard that I was out of breath after walking 2 steps, but I was also very excited and full of energy. I also keep in touch with the third brother in the small group of 4 to avoid selling too much and running out of stock. Almost as soon as the second batch of baked sweet potatoes were finished, all 35 baked sweet potatoes were sold out, and the remaining 30 or so raw sweet potato eggs were also pre-sold. After seeing off the first wave of customers, Lao Si slumped in his chair. No, I really can't walk anymore. Lao Si is awesome. My phone has been buzzing non-stop. I have added over 1,000 friends. Su Zian personally took out a can of room temperature beer from the window and handed it to the fourth brother. Let's do this for today. After we finish grilling the last pot, we'll take a break. Tomorrow, we'll go to the first and sixth floors and take a look around. That'll be it. Okay, let's try to include all the brothers in the whole building, so that we won't have to worry about doing business in the future. It's 11 o'clock in the evening and it's not time to turn off the lights yet. All 80 kilograms of roasted sweet potatoes were sold out. Brothers, divide the spoils. Su Zian waved his cell phone and asked the three of them to pull their chairs together. The total is 880 yuan, which is a very auspicious number. Nyobi, these roasted sweet potatoes are really very profitable. Let's start early tomorrow and make 2,000 by the time the lights go out at night. The boss is the boss, Nyobi, huh? Boss, how much did you spend on the stove and sweet potatoes? Asked the second brother. The stove plus shipping costs 650, and 80 kilograms of sweet potatoes costs 200. If you buy them online, the cost can be much lower. 850, right? Then forget about it. Just keep them all and go to the market to buy more sweet potatoes and potatoes tomorrow. Okay, I won't mind it. Su Zian raised his can of beer and said, "Cheers, brothers. Let's celebrate our return on investment on the first day of our business. Cheers." Done. Third brother, let's discuss something. The fourth brother suddenly asked. Okay. The third brother was obviously inexperienced and agreed immediately. Please carry me to the bed. My legs have become thin after this night. Then you sleep on the floor. Ha 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 ha. Amidst a burst of laughter, there was a knock on the dormitory door again. I'm off work now. I haven't baked any sweet potatoes yet. If you want to eat them, come early tomorrow. The third brother yelled at the top of his lungs. Lu Xiaotian, that's you. You stole my F4 paper and are selling roasted sweet potatoes in the dormitory, right? Open the door. Feng Ma's angry voice suddenly came from outside the door. It was like an evil ghost taking your life. Not only did the third brother immediately become timid, but Su Zian and the other two also fell silent instantly. Each one of them is like a cat seeing a mouse, wishing they could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. What the hell? What the hell? Mad, what should I do? What are you still standing there for? Lao Si, go and deal with it quickly. Don't rush to open the door. Let's quickly hide the key supplies. The eldest brother has to step in at the critical moment. Su Zian took out an extra large luggage bag and stuffed the electric hot pot, copper hot pot and unopened beer into it. Chapter 26:119 is coming. The fourth brother also reacted quickly and shouted loudly. You guys hurry up and get dressed. Don't sleep anymore. Aunt Foam, please wait a moment and let them put on their clothes. What are you hesitating about? Open the door. Feng's mother obviously didn't intend to give them time to respond, and continued to bang on the door. None of you are older than my son. What are you ashamed of? If you don't open the door, I'll use my key to open it myself. No, Aunt Foam. The fourth brother had just stopped sweating, but now beads of sweat the size of beans were falling down again. If I hadn't just drunk 2 cans of beer, I would have fainted. Hurry up, I can't hold it any longer. The fourth child whispered to the 3 people in the room, and hurried to the door and pretended to open it. Excuse me, Aunt Foam, the door lock seems to be rusted. It has been in trouble for the past 2 days. Where to hide? The room is so small, they can find it no matter where they hide it. The third brother's face turned pale and he was spinning around on the ground in anxiety. He was already scared to death when Feng Ma called out his name just now. Such a large sweet potato stove is definitely impossible to hide, but if the other contraband items can be hidden, the crime will be mitigated as much as possible. Got it! Su Zian exclaimed in a low voice and quickly ran under the bed to pull out his sneakers. He took one for himself and gave one to the third child. Take off your shoelaces quickly. Seeing that the third brother's hands were trembling and out of control, the second brother hurriedly put down the big bag and snatched the shoes from the third brother. Hurry up, I can't stand it anymore. The fourth brother let out another low scream at the door. Don't rush me, hold on for another 20 seconds. I can't even hold on for a second. The fourth child looked at the 3 people in despair. When he heard the sound of Feng Ma inserting the key into the lock, he gritted his teeth and... Damn it, I'm going to die anyway, I'm going to fight. As he said this, he used his 200-pound body to hold the dormitory door tightly. Click! The door lock was opened. Feng's mother pushed it, but it didn't move. I pushed again, but it still didn't move. But I immediately understood what was going on. Little fatty, get out of the way right now. Your name is Bo Su, right? Don't force me to call your instructor right now. The fourth brother's body trembled visibly, but he turned around to look at Su Zian and the other two, who were all hiding in the balcony, busy with something. She still said stubbornly, "No, Aunt Feng, the door lock is really broken, please wait a moment, I will open it soon." You're not going to open it, right? You! Kick the door open for me. Bang! A student union cadre behind Feng Ma smiled barely perceptibly and kicked the door hard. But the door only cracked a little. Damn it, I really can't take it anymore. The fourth brother made up his mind and quickly took several steps back. Another bang was heard. The door was kicked open. A dark shadow rushed in instantly. Then another heart-wrenching scream was heard. The student union cadre who was standing at the door performed a split in public. He just sat on the ground, covering his private parts, his face turned green from the pain. Su Zian and the other two just happened to come out from the balcony and enjoyed this beautiful scene. The fourth one couldn't help laughing out loud. He looked at Feng Ma gravely and said, "I told you, the door lock doesn't work well. Go ahead, just do it, all of you." Looking at the guy sitting on the ground, not daring to move, Feng Ma quickly turned aside and asked the people behind her to carry him out. Then he walked quickly into the dormitory and said, "You guys open all the closet doors and lock suitcases, and then stand aside." But at this time, Su Zian and the other three were already stunned. Because behind Feng Ma were not only 3 student union cadres, but also 4 professional firefighters from the school fire station. "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up!" As she spoke, Aunt Feng grabbed the third child's ear, pushed Su Zian and the second child away, and opened the balcony door. A huge sweet potato stove also appeared before our eyes. Feng's mother was furious on the spot. "Well, you guys, I didn't believe you before, but you actually brought a sweet potato stove in. Don't you know how dangerous this thing is?" Hearing Feng Ma's roar, the 4 firefighters were also stunned. He hurriedly squeezed into the balcony and looked at the 4 people with a confused look on his face. A firefighter who looked relatively young even gave a thumbs up on the spot. "That's amazing. A college student starting a business, right? He's also very safety conscious and even knows how much a chimney costs per pound." The 4 of them looked at each other, and none of them dared to speak. Finally, it was Su Zian who spoke up. "One is about 1 pound, 10 yuan. It's okay, the same price as outside." As he spoke, the firefighter brought over another basin of water and poured it directly into the cigarette butt. The leading firefighter squad leader then directed the other 2 to carry the sweet potato stove downstairs. The 4 of them instantly felt hopeless and the pain was as if they were being cut by a knife. I can only say goodbye with tears. On the first day of starting a business, it was a complete failure. Feng Ma waved her hand again, as if she felt the smell of charcoal burning in the dormitory was a bit strong. Instantly, the 3 of them tensed up again, worshipped all the bodhisattvas they could think of, and prayed silently in their hearts. "Don't go to the balcony, don't open the window. Don't go to the balcony, don't open the window." But Feng Ma walked into the balcony again and reached for the window handle. Su Zian and the second brother kept giving the third brother looks, picking their noses and touching their foreheads, but the third brother still didn't understand. Seeing that Feng Ma had already opened one window, she was about to open another. Su Zian and Lao Er finally couldn't help it and sneezed at the same time. Achoo! The third child finally understood and sneezed as well, then stammered, Feng Ma, I really have a cold. I'm cold. Look, I've infected them both." Mother Feng turned around and glared at the third child. He looked at Su Zian and Lao Er doubtfully before withdrawing his hand. "Look at how smoky the room is because of you. Open the window and get some fresh air." Watching Feng Ma walk out of the balcony, the 3 of them felt as if they had walked through the gates of hell. He held back his breath. At this time, the 2 student union cadres had also finished checking the luggage. Apart from a few cigarettes and a lighter under the 4th child's bed, they did not find any other contraband. "Impossible, where did you little brats hide the things? You'd better take them out yourself." Aunt Feng thought that the 2 of them were covering up for the 4 people, and she took a look at the cabinet and the open suitcase herself. As expected, nothing was found. But he turned his attention to the third brother, who was still wearing the fourth brother's down jacket. "What's that bulging thing in your clothes? Unzip it." "No. No, Aunt Phone, it's just that the clothes belong to Bao Su and they're a little too big for me." The third brother was secretly delighted and unzipped his clothes without hesitation. At first he wanted to hide the hairdryer in his armpit, but later he found a better way and didn't hide it. She also did not forget to look at Su Zian with gratitude. Feng Ma, who didn't find anything, couldn't help but feel suspicious. But when he saw the third brother with his shirt off, he immediately knew he had been cheated. What about cold, fever and stomachache? It's all bullshit. Stealing A4 paper is the real deal. Chapter 27. Find a project and get started. Mother Phone looked at the firefighter squad leader and said, "Squad leader, I won't bother you with the education work. Thank you for your hard work." He turned to look at Su Zian and the other three. Dormitory management regulations, everyone must copy them 10 times. He pointed at the third child and said, "When you finish writing, send it to my office." Ah! The third brother's face turned green again in an instant. After finally seeing Feng Ma off, Su Zian and Lao Er rushed to the balcony, worried that the large luggage bag hanging outside the window would fall. Seeing that the second brother had grasped the shoelaces with both hands, with only a small section exposed, Su Zian opened the window. Ha! That was a close call. Looking at the few remaining food items still hanging outside the window, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. Just write it. What are you waiting for? The third brother urged a few people with a sour face, regretting that his luck was so bad and that he would be in danger soon. I won't write it. Who cares? The second brother waved his hands with an indifferent look. The dormitory management regulations are more than 2,000 words. I won't be able to finish them even by tomorrow morning. 10 times, that's more than 20,000 words. I didn't write that many words last year. Hey, trust me, forget about the rules. The lights will be turned off soon, so hurry up and write a self-criticism. Su Zian took out a pen and paper and sat down at the desk. Write one and copy the other. It will be useful tomorrow. Hey! Old Su is still reliable. The fourth brother followed suit and patted the third brother on the shoulder with a sly smile. Don't worry, we are all professionals in writing self-criticisms, and Feng Ma won't be able to eat you up later. Fuck you. You're a bunch of bastards. The third brother hesitated for a long time, gave up copying the dormitory management regulations, and started writing a self-criticism. They have been making trouble since primary school, and the self-criticisms they wrote are definitely professional. I just turned off the lights and finished writing a self-criticism of more than 1,000 words. As the saying goes, everything will go as it pleases. Su Zian said with a sly grin. The three of them stood neatly at the door and bowed to the third brother in farewell. Third brother, forever. Rest in peace, third brother. The third brother took 4 letters of apology and walked out of the door cursing. Alas! Su Zian sighed again. It was a bad start. Damn it, I've already checked it out. It was that guy who reported it. He opened a small shop in the dormitory and he thought we were stealing his business. I'm going to teach him a lesson. The second brother threw the phone on the bed and said viciously. Don't worry, that kid fell pretty hard, his crotch was torn, he probably won't be able to get out of bed for a few days, huh? Thinking of what happened just now, the fourth brother couldn't help laughing. But I can't let him off. He dared to steal my money. Don't worry about it. I'll teach him a lesson. The second brother dragged a chair to Su Zian and said, but we can't stop starting a business. Let's study it carefully. Ah, this is my fault. Su Zian nodded. The sweet potato stove is too big and indeed unsafe, but fortunately we got our money back and didn't lose money. It's not your fault. The second brother spoke again. But I have learned a lesson and come to a conclusion. I can definitely make a lot of money by buying food in the dormitory. You just have to choose a good project and keep working on it. The fourth brother also came over, the kind of project that is not easy to be caught. Go to sleep and talk about it tomorrow. Su Zian yawned. He had been very busy that day and was exhausted. Go to sleep. I don't know how you're going to get through Nun Miju tomorrow. You might even be criticized by the whole school. The three of them climbed onto the bed without waiting for the third brother. After a while, Su Zian began to snore. The next day, Su Zian was woken up while he was still asleep. The third child was banging a plastic basin non-stop. He was severely scolded by Fang's mother yesterday and his ears were almost pulled off. Fuck you, you heartless people, get up now, I'm going to find Miju and take the blame. If I don't go, I still have to make breakfast for my kid's mother. Suzian shook his sleepy head, washed up hastily and was ready to leave. What the hell are you running for? The third brother stopped him and said, Fang's mother called Miju last night. How can you run away? That's right. After washing up, Suzian became more energetic, thinking that if he didn't go, these three guys would put all the responsibility on him. If we die together. I can't take the blame for nothing. It's not too late. I'll come find you guys later. Suzian said hello and hurried out. I got up late today and didn't have time to make porridge. Suzian could only go to the breakfast shop to buy breakfast. 2 fried eggs are a must, and Li Anlan ate both yesterday. I also bought lean meat porridge, tofu pudding, steamed buns, fried dough sticks, straw cakes and pickles. Just let Li Anlan eat whatever he likes and leave the rest to him. However, this time Suzian did not use the password to open the door directly, but knocked twice gently. He even raised the breakfast in his hand to his chest, afraid that Li Anlan couldn't see it. After a while, the door opened. Li Anlan had a towel wrapped around his head, obviously he had just gotten up and washed. Is my son awake? But as soon as he said it, Suzian regretted it. He clearly saw Li Anlan's expression change. It turns out that she works so hard to cook and deliver meals every day just for her son. It would be strange if Li Anlan was in a good mood after hearing that. Snort. Li Anlan snorted coldly, turned around and went back into the bathroom. Hi. Suzian couldn't help but slap himself on the mouth. I just wanted to ask if you slept well. I hope the little one didn't bother you this morning. But it was too late to make amends now. Li Anlan ignored him. Suzian could only put his breakfast on the dining table and stood at the bedroom door, craning his neck to look around, not daring to take a step forward. Li Anlan came out of the bathroom and saw Suzian standing at the door. He snorted, "Go away." Just closed the door. Suzian shrank his neck, hurried back to the restaurant and set out breakfast. After a while, Li Anlan changed his clothes and came out pushing the little guy. Suzian hurried over and said, "Eat first, or it will get cold." Li Anlan still didn't say anything. He pushed the stroller in front of Suzian and sat down at the dining table. "My dear son, do you miss your daddy?" Suzian's expression changed instantly. Seeing the little guy looking at him with his black eyes, he excitedly picked him up. When Li Anlan heard Suzian calling him son in front of her, she couldn't help but grit her teeth, but after thinking about it, she didn't say anything. The little conch trumpet is blowing, beep beep beep, and the seagulls are flying all over the sky. Listening to Suzian singing an unreliable nursery rhyme, Li Anlan resisted the urge to kick him out. Finally, after he was full, he spoke coldly. "Come with me to get the child vaccinated later." Oh. Suzian agreed and thought to himself that something bad had happened. Guessing that Li Anlan didn't know that the firefighters blocked his door while he was roasting sweet potatoes in the dormitory, he didn't dare to say it and quickly sent a message in the dormitory group. He told the 3 people that he might not be able to go to confess his crime to Nun Miju, and asked them to be gentle with him. Seeing that the third brother sent an emoticon that said "you shit your ass," Suzian grimaced in anger. Chapter 28 He Xiaoxiu's Godly Assist. If you don't go to confess your crime, you will die. If you don't accompany Li Anlan to vaccinate his son, you will also die. After weighing the pros and cons, Suzian decided that his son was more important. Love whoever you want. Seeing Li Anlan return to the room, Suzian hurriedly carried his son to the dining table to eat breakfast. It may be that the 3-month-old baby's sense of smell has begun to develop gradually. Looking at Suzian eating the remaining half bowl of tofu pudding and fried dough sticks in big mouthfuls, he actually opened his eyes wide and reached out to grab them. He uttered "ah" in his mouth. Ha ha. Suzian was amused by the little guy's appearance. "My dear son, you want to eat too? Open your mouth, ah." Suzian handed the fried dough sticks soaked with tofu juice to his mouth. The little guy seemed to understand and opened his mouth wide with drool. "Ha, I won't give it to you." Suzian took a bite and stuffed it directly into his own mouth. "My dear son, you can't eat it easily, so I'll help you. That look is as cheap as it can be." Although I don't know if the little guy really understood, he couldn't stand such teasing. The round little face twitched instantly and he burst into tears. Suzian suddenly panicked. He quickly put down his chopsticks and stood up holding the little guy in his arms. Oh, Daddy is wrong, please stop crying. Just as I glanced at the bedroom door guiltily, I saw Li Anlan walking out angrily, holding a belt in his hand that he had not yet had time to put on. I really didn't mean it. Su Zian quickly admitted his mistake. The little guy is too greedy. Whenever I eat fried dough sticks, he reaches out to grab them. If I don't give them to him, he starts crying. It's really not my fault. Since his son couldn't speak now, Su Zian just acted as the villain and filed the complaint first. In fact, this is not the first time this has happened. It is inevitable for children at this stage. Li Anlan didn't take any action just because the little guy was crying. But when she saw Su Zian eating the leftover breakfast she had, she felt even more unhappy. Especially when she just checked her phone and found out that Su Zian had actually set up a sweet potato oven in the dormitory to roast sweet potatoes, while Master Miju was trying to persuade her instead. She asked if she was putting too much pressure on Su Zian, and asked her to persuade Su Zian. After all, he was still young and should focus on his studies. What the hell is going on? Looking at Su Zian, who was circling around the dining table to coax the child, Li Anlan didn't know what to say. At this moment, the front door was pushed open again. Seeing that He Xiuxiu, who had just left, suddenly came back, Li Anlan's face changed instantly. In front of He Xiuxiu, she walked up to Su Zian with a smile and said, "Hurry up and eat, or it will get cold soon." The voice was so gentle that Su Zian was stunned. As he said that, he took the little guy over, and took the opportunity to grab the dazed Su Zian's waist hard. And gave him a warning look. As expected, she was his biological mother. As soon as the little guy came into his mother's arms, he stopped crying instantly. Ouch! But Su Zian immediately cried out in pain. "Oh, I was worried that you wouldn't have breakfast this morning, so I bought you breakfast and sent it back." Watching the young couple flirting, He Xiuxiu joked, "It seems like I'm redundant now, so I'll leave? Goodbye." Li Anlan was not polite either, and looked at He Xiuxiu proudly. "Put your things down, goodbye. You are such a heartless person. You don't even want your best friend anymore now that you have a husband, right? I'll tear your mouth to pieces. Do you dare? Believe it or not, my son will pull out your oxygen tube in the future." Seeing He Xiuxiu coming towards him with a smile, Li Anlan simply held the little one in front of his chest and said viciously, "Humph, you have a son, that's great." He Xiuxiu gently scratched the little guy's chubby face with her fingers, then turned and walked towards Su Zian. "Stinky brother, this bad woman bullied me for not having a son. Help me have a child. My skills are much better than hers." Looking at the sexy woman in red who he had met yesterday, Su Zian thought he had heard it wrong. This happiness came too suddenly. Of course, even not in front of Li Anlan, Su Zian did not dare to have any improper thoughts. This kind of wild big sister is not something that ordinary people can handle. But what surprised him even more was that the aloof Li Anlan actually had such a passionate side. She rushed to him with the little guy in her arms, and shouted, "Bad woman, you think I don't exist, right? Hurry up and leave, don't teach my son bad things. Hey, who said yesterday that it hasn't passed the probation period yet? I'm protecting it today." He Xiuxiu placed the breakfast on the table and blinked her charming eyes at Su Zian. "Come on, little brother. This is all I can do to help you now." After saying that, she walked out in her high heels without looking back, pushed the door open and left. Su Zian felt a little dizzy. The words of this sexy big sister in red contained a lot of information, which was a great encouragement to Su Zian, who had just failed in his business. It seems that Li Anlan is not as indifferent as I imagined. I feel that all my hard work these days, cooking and starting a business, is worth it. Her name is He Xiuxiu, my best friend. After He Xiuxiu left, Li Anlan returned to his usual calm and cold tone. "She just loves to talk nonsense, so don't let your imagination run wild." But her blushing face completely betrayed her. Oh. Su Zian nodded quickly, but his heart felt as sweet as if he had eaten honey. Watching Li Anlan running back to the bedroom with the little one in his arms, Su Zian quickly filled his stomach before tiptoeing to the bedroom door. "I'm done eating, when are we leaving? You should go back to school. Teacher Zhang has told me everything." Li Anlan's voice came from the room. "Why?" Su Zian scratched his head. It seemed that Li Anlan still knew about his glorious deeds last night. It's okay, the child is important. At this point, he could only bite the bullet and say, "I've already written a letter of apology and handed it in." But Li Anlan did not respond. After about 2 or 3 minutes, the door was pushed open. Li Anlan wore a big golden wavy wig, a top hat on her head, a khaki tweed coat with a large lapel, a white knitted long skirt, and a pair of high-heeled leather boots. The exposed area between the knees and thighs was covered by flesh-colored stockings, but it was also an absolute forbidden area. With her tall figure, sexy red lips and black sunglasses, she is simply the heroine in a Hollywood blockbuster. It's so beautiful. Look at Su Zian again. A baseball jacket and the same jeans, only the pair of work shoes on his feet are this year's new models. From top to bottom, inside and outside, even including underwear and socks, I didn't spend more than 500 yuan on pigsty. Standing in front of Li Anlan, he looked like a distant cousin from the countryside. There is a baby seat in the second bedroom. Li Anlan had long been accustomed to the fiery gaze of this innocent little boy, and said lightly, "Oh oh." Su Zian came back to his senses and agreed subconsciously. Then Li Anlan pointed to the entrance cabinet and said, "You have a driver's license, right? Take the key and go down to warm up the car first. Don't let the child get cold." Chapter 29, Taking my son for vaccination. Yes, yes, yes. Su Zian instantly felt like he was injected with chicken blood. I put the little one's backpack on my back, picked up the baby seat and the car keys and ran out. Looking at Su Zian's appearance, Li Anlan regretted it instantly. This mutant husky should not hit other people as cars. Go down to the basement. Su Zian saw the red Wrangler at first sight. After graduating from high school and getting a driver's license, he had only driven his family's broken Jetta, apart from the training car. It's the Ukrainian war-damaged version where everything in the car makes noises except the horn. But Su Zian managed to drive like a rally driver. Whenever he encountered this kind of tall off-road vehicle on the road, he secretly swore to himself that one day he would be able to drive such a cool car. I didn't expect that my wish would come true so soon. How could Su Zian not be excited? I opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat, feeling as excited as a toothless old landlord marrying a young wife who was not even an adult yet. I gently stroked the steering wheel with both hands, and it felt like the first time I held a girl's hand. Take another deep breath. The cold air penetrated into the lungs unscrupulously, even though there was no trace of the remaining fragrance of the beauty. Su Zian was still drunk. A roar was heard. Su Zian was shocked. Why did this sound seem wrong? Damn, could it be that there was something wrong with the car and Li Anlan was deliberately trying to trick him? But then Su Zian dismissed the idea. The 392 logo on the engine compartment suddenly appeared in front of us. It's actually an 8-cylinder engine. Su Zian exclaimed. I said it sounded wrong. The first time he took this car, he was so nervous that he didn't pay any attention. At this moment, Su Zian was as excited as a child, holding up his phone and taking a lot of selfies. I put a little force on my feet, and my nerves trembled with the roar of the accelerator. 8-cylinder Wrangler, more than 1.4 million. So damn cool. After a long while, the car gradually became warmer, and Su Zian remembered his business. Get in the back seat and install the baby seat. Seeing Li Anlan slowly approaching with the little one in his arms, Su Zian mustered up his courage and quickly got to the front driver's seat. He shifted gears skillfully, the car slowly moved forward, and stopped steadily next to Li Anlan. Get in the car. Su Zian lowered the car window, held the steering wheel with his right hand and put his left hand on the car door, speaking as if the car belonged to him. But Li Anlan stood in front of the car, hesitating, with an expression that asked, "Can you do this?" Su Zian didn't want to miss this opportunity. He quickly pushed the door open and got out of the car, took the little one and secured him in the child seat, then happily ran to the other side. The wheat-colored face said without blushing, "Fairy, please get in the car." Even the eunuchs in the palace would have to say it was very professional when they saw her flattering look. I have long forgotten how he insulted the third brother. Li Anlan seemed to have made a great decision. After a disdainful snort, she lifted her slender legs and sat in the back seat in her high heels. Slow down, seatbelt. Su Zian continued to flatter and remind. In order to be able to drive the big V8 of his dreams himself, he was willing to sacrifice his reputation. He happily returned to the driving seat. Su Zian himself didn't believe that he wasn't nervous. He even silently recited the starting process of the driving test in his mind. Step on the brake, release the handbrake, shift into gear, and gently add gas after releasing the brake. The car slowly moved forward, and Su Zian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But then Li Anlan's voice came from behind. Wait. Su Zian was startled and slammed the brakes hard. Seat belt. Li Anlan said calmly. Oh oh. Suzian wanted to bang his head against the wall, he was so embarrassed. He glanced at Li Anlan behind him, who had already fastened her seatbelt. He pretended to scratch his head, quietly wiped the sweat from his forehead, and quickly fastened his own seatbelt. Need navigation? Li Anlan's extremely distrustful tone came from behind again. Compared to driving, she prefers the freedom of riding a motorcycle. Now that she has a child, she has fewer and fewer opportunities to ride a motorcycle. She cannot always keep an eye on the child in the back seat when she drives out, so she decided to trust Suzian this time. No. Suzian quickly agreed, it's just the community hospital on the way to Tianjin. I'm familiar with this area, don't worry. He said this without feeling guilty at all. After all, I just looked at the map and had already memorized the route. The purpose is to show off in front of Li Anlan. It turned out that he had succeeded in pretending. But how could his little thoughts escape Li Anlan's discerning eyes? He was too lazy to expose him, but instead held on to the handrail nervously. The car slowly drove out of the basement and drove steadily to the community hospital without even looking at the navigation, but the Wrangler's big V8 power was not fully utilized. It was only 2 or 3 kilometers away, and we arrived before we had enough fun. But this was enough to satisfy him. After the car stopped, they both breathed a sigh of relief. Suzian immediately got out of the car, first put the little guy's small school bag on his back, then picked up the little guy from the child seat and helped him put on his little hat. Finally, he went around to the other side of the car. Gently opened the car door. Fairy, please get out of the car. Without Li Anlan's consent, he hung her small bag directly around his neck. The dog-licking temperament is clearly displayed. Looking at Suzian's appearance, Li Anlan couldn't help but chuckle in his heart. And considering that he was a pretty good driver, she didn't pursue the fact that he took the bag without permission, and she walked towards the hospital in her high heels. Suzian was also holding the little one, with 2 bags hanging on his body, and following behind happily. Before entering the door, he looked back at his big red V8 baby reluctantly, fearing that it would be hit or scratched by some careless car. I also fantasized that if I drove to the bottom of the school dormitory, I would definitely shock the 3 adopted sons. There are not many people in the community hospital, but there are quite a lot of people in the infant vaccination area. Most of the babies came with their mothers, and only a few were accompanied by their fathers or grandmothers. Various crying sounds came one after another. Just now, a little kid who looked about 2 or 3 years old got off the car and ran around the yard, shouting, "I don't want the injection." But the result is that now he follows his mother in obediently, with tears on his face and his little hands constantly rubbing his thighs, indicating that he has just experienced a complete childhood. The little guy in my arms is still too young, and obviously hasn't formed a deep memory of the injection. He is pouting his little face and observing the world curiously. When Li Anlan went to get a number, an old lady enthusiastically gave up her seat to Suzian. This little baby is so cute. They say that children look like their uncles. Look how much the baby looks like you. He will definitely be as tall as you in the future. Ah. Suzian scratched his head. It seemed that this old lady treated him as the child's uncle. Come to think of it, even if Li Anlan is young and beautiful, the age difference between a 25-year-old woman and a 20-year-old man can still be seen at a glance. But when he heard the aunt say that the little guy looked like him, he felt happy. Seeing Li Anlan coming back, he didn't dare to refute. He quickly stood up holding the little guy, wanting to give his seat to Li Anlan. But the aunt next to her spoke again. "Little girl, look how considerate your brother is. He's not like my son-in-law, who doesn't come home every day even though he has a child. He always makes trouble for an old lady like me whenever he goes out to do something. Listen to the aunt's advice. You have such good genes. You must have another child while you are still young. Then the child will not be lonely when he grows up." Chapter 30. Li Anlan is jealous. Hearing what the aunt said, Li Anlan looked at Suzian suspiciously. Suzian couldn't hide the smile on his face. "Aunt, you are absolutely right. Now that the 3rd child policy has been implemented, we should have another one while we are still young. I will persuade her later." Now Li Anlan finally understood. This kid Suzian is talking nonsense and taking advantage of her. Li Anlan couldn't get angry with so many people around. He sat down and looked at Suzian indifferently. There was a threat in his eyes that only Suzian could understand, warning him that if he continued to talk nonsense, he would bear the consequences. But the aunt next to her didn't care about that. He turned around again and looked at Li Anlan beside him. What a pretty girl you are. Look how you've taken good care of the child and made him plump and white. Whoever marries you will be so lucky. Then he changed the subject. Your brother is handsome too. The whole family has such good genes. The young man even knows how to care for his sister. Does he have a boyfriend? He looks like a college student, right? Is he from Jeon University? Seeing Su Zian nod, the aunt laughed and said, My sister's daughter is also from Jeon University. Maybe you know her. Wow, this auntie must have taken a liking to Su Zian and wants to introduce her niece to him. Him? Li Anlan was unhappy. It was true that she was 5 years older than Su Zian, but she felt uncomfortable when hearing this, as if it was saying that she looked old. And he said the following words right in front of her. It made her feel like the cabbages she had worked so hard to grow were being coveted by others before they even grew up. Then he continued angrily, You have to be blind to fancy him. He causes trouble by not attending classes every day. Li Anlan's words were clearly directed at the auntie next to her, but as soon as she said it, it felt like she was involving herself as well. He stood up and glared at Su Zian. Come on, little brother, it's our turn now. Oh, okay. Su Zian smiled awkwardly, did not forget to say hello to the aunt, and followed happily. Seeing that there were still several people queuing, Su Zian finally understood. But I couldn't figure out whether Li Anlan was angry because the aunt mistook them for siblings, or was jealous because the aunt mentioned her niece. Li Anlan had a gloomy face during the few minutes she waited in line. It was not until the nurse called her number that she turned around and glared at Su Zian. He took the little guy again and sat in front of the vaccination table. The little guy is so cute, his name is Li Anlan, right? The young nurse looked at the vaccination certificate and asked with a smile. Yes. Li Anlan still agreed with a forced smile. But Su Zian's head buzzed when he heard it. Before, when he heard that the little guy's surname was Li, he thought Li Anlan was deliberately trying to piss him off. But now the three big characters Li Anlan were clearly written on the ID card. How could this be false? It is totally unfair that my own son does not have my own surname. But on second thought, Li Anlan was pregnant alone for 10 months, and he was still smoking, drinking, and bragging in school, so he couldn't not register the child. It is understandable that the child has the same surname as her, Li. We must quickly find a way to convince Li Anlan to change it back. Su Zian made up his mind silently. The little guy is so well behaved. The young nurse held the needle in front of the little guy and demonstrated it. Seeing that he was not scared to tears, she gently pinched his little nose. The little guy felt uncomfortable and cried out, and the needle was instantly inserted into his fleshy shoulder. Su Zian's heart was instantly tightened. Damn, this little nurse is cute, but she is a little too cruel. But he was heartbroken. Okay, don't cry anymore. The young nurse smiled with satisfaction. After the beating, he told Li Anlan, go to the observation room and wait for half an hour. If there is no problem, you can leave. But the little guy was not so easy to coax. His crying became louder and louder, instantly drowning out the cries of more than a dozen children in the room. Su Zian felt distressed and excited at the same time. He is indeed my son, his cry is so loud. Li Anlan also looked nervous and distressed, and wanted to help the little guy put on his clothes. But the little guy was obviously angry. It's just an injection. I'm not afraid of the pain and don't want to cry. Why do you treat me like this? The little hands and feet kicked and grabbed, but refused to cooperate in putting on clothes. When his feet were pressed, his hands moved around randomly, and when his hands and feet were pressed, they kicked randomly. Li Anlan had no way to deal with him. The little guy is quite amazing. He has a really strong temper. The young nurse beside her chuckled again. Su Zian saw it and felt anxious, so he quickly put the documents away. Let me do it. He held the little guy in his arms without saying a word. Thinking of how the little one cried in the dormitory before, and then became well behaved after being put in the yo-yo made of a wash basin, he said softly, Be good, little baby, let's ride in the yo-yo for a while, okay? The little guy seemed to understand and actually stopped crying. Su Zian quickly helped the little guy put on his clothes. He looked at Li Anlan with a smug look on his face. But before Li Anlan could say anything, the nurse at the side smiled and said, It seems that the little cutie still likes your brother. Your brother is also very capable. He is not like some male parents who can't even hold their children. Anyone who marries you will be so happy. This last sentence completely infuriated Li Anlan. Without even looking at the nurse, she hung the bag around Su Zian's neck again and grabbed his ear fiercely. "Let's go, little brother. Look how powerful you are." "Ouch, it hurts." Su Zian quickly begged for mercy. Only now did he finally understand that Li Anlan was really jealous. I rubbed my burning ears and felt very refreshed. When I arrived at the observation room, I saw the old lady again. She picked up the backpack on the chair and asked the two of them to sit next to her. But Li Anlan pretended not to see it and walked directly to the only remaining seat at the back and sat down. Su Zian could only follow with the little guy in his arms and stand aside obediently. But the two of them could also clearly hear the aunt holding her grandson and telling her daughter beside her that Su Zian was handsome, caring for his sister and knowing how to coax children, and was much better than her son-in-law. Her attitude sounded like she wished she could have another daughter so that she could marry Su Zian in the future. Feeling Li Anlan's unfriendly gaze, Su Zian could only smile awkwardly. But in my heart I wanted to shout out loud, lamenting that this trip today actually happened. Su Zian held the little guy for half an hour, and only left after making sure that there was nothing wrong with him. This time, Su Zian didn't need to say anything. Li Anlan sat in the back row by himself. Su Zian happily secured the little guy in the baby seat, only to realize that his arms were numb. The little guy was only 3 months old and was as fat as a big meatball. He stood outside the car and fell hard a few times, then hurriedly got in the car. Su Zian thought that he had finally driven out for a trip and he hadn't had enough fun yet, so he planned to go out for a walk while the weather was good, even if it was just to go to the supermarket to buy some vegetables. But before he could finish his words, Li Anlan interrupted him and said, "Go to the mall. I'll send you the location." "Okay." When Su Zian heard this, he nodded immediately. Opening his phone, Su Zian discovered that this was a high-end shopping mall. And it's not that close. With the current traffic conditions, it takes more than an hour to go back and forth, but you can enjoy it well. Chapter 31: The Feeling of Being Kept. The car was moving slowly, and the little guy didn't sleep. Instead, he looked at the blue sky and tall buildings outside the window, observing the world curiously. Having confirmed that Su Zian was a good driver, Li Anlan took out a tablet from her bag and watched a movie leisurely. A new German movie, Dream Partners, tells the love story between a female protagonist with a trillionaire fortune and a poor boy. Li Anlan watched the movie with great interest, and from time to time he would steal a glance at Su Zian to see if he felt the meaning of the movie. Although it was dubbed in English, it was a pity that Su Zian, who was driving in front, had no idea what was playing. Except for "Hi and have dinner," he didn't understand a word. I also feel that Li Anlan loves his work very much, and he is busy preparing lessons in his spare time. After all, she always used English movies as teaching materials in class. Feeling that Su Zian didn't understand what she meant at all, Li Anlan felt embarrassed and muttered to herself that Su Zian was such a fool, then concentrated on watching the movie. No conversation along the way. The car drove into the dark underground parking lot, and the little guy finally fell asleep. Su Zian was still a well-behaved little follower, carrying 2 bags and holding the little one, following Li Anlan. It's not the weekend, so there aren't many customers in the mall. Su Zian was occasionally attracted by the salesgirl in black stockings and some strange things, but he could also make sure that he was not left behind by the tapping sound of Li Anlan's high heels hitting the ground. Finally, the footsteps stopped. Su Zian looked up and saw that Li Anlan had walked into a baby shop. The brand name was a series of English letters that Su Zian didn't recognize, but the prices on the display case were truly astonishing. A pair of baby home shoes costs thousands of yuan, and they need to be replaced after 2 or 3 months of wearing depending on the size. This price is extremely expensive. Li Anlan doesn't even look at the price when buying things. He just packs up whatever he likes. In just over 10 minutes, I had selected several sets of clothes for the little one from top to bottom and from inside to outside. Su Zian was shocked. It's really hard to experience the world of rich people. The salesgirl was grinning from ear to ear, and came to Su Zian carrying several bags. "Sir, please come over here and pay the bill." He was stunned for a moment. "Ah?" Su Zian nodded woodenly and subconsciously reached into his pocket, wanting to follow the clerk to the bar to pay the bill. However, he felt unsure as he had no money in his pocket and his legs were a little weak. A conservative estimate is that these small clothes would cost more than 10,000 yuan, but he only had more than 1,000 yuan on his body. We also have to count the 800 yuan I earned from selling roasted sweet potatoes yesterday. Su Zian really wanted to ask the blind young lady in front of him, "Don't you see how I'm dressed? Do I look like a rich man?" I even wanted to ask Li Anlan if he came to this kind of place on purpose to humiliate me. But at the critical moment, Li Anlan spoke with a smile. You have such a bad memory. Didn't I put the card in my bag? The sound is like heavenly music. Not only did he help him out of the predicament, but he also saved his face. Oh. Suzian smiled awkwardly and looked at Li Anlan with gratitude. But Li Anlan didn't even look at him. I'm going to go shopping next door. Then he turned and left. Suzian was startled again, and tremblingly took out the small card holder from the bag hanging around his neck, picked up a card at random and handed it over. Sir, you have the wrong ID card. The saleslady said with a smile. Oh, sorry, I got the wrong one. Suzian suddenly broke out in sweat and wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Looking at several bank cards, I didn't know which one to choose. The key point was that Li Anlan just left like that, and he didn't know the password. You can use the black one, which is our mall's exclusive co-branded credit card. You can enjoy multiple points. All right. Hearing the saleslady's reminder, Suzian pretended to be nonchalant. But my heart was beating in my throat. The saleslady swiped the card and the bill printed out with a buzzing sound. The saleslady smiled professionally and handed over the credit card and bill with both hands. Take care, sir, and welcome back next time. It's over, right? Suzian asked guiltily. Yes. Okay, bye. Suzian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this special credit card did not require a password. After Suzian went out with several bags in his hand, he immediately saw Li Anlan next door. Several salespeople around me also carried several bags. No need to think, sister, how is spending again? But this time Suzian was confident enough. He walked straight to the cashier with the credit card in his hand and threw it up. Just swipe it, it's not my money anyway. The salesgirl's eyes were sparkling with stars. She was young, pretty, rich, family-oriented, and most importantly, she could take care of children. This is a good man that you can't find even with a lantern. Li Anlan took Suzian and swept up the stairs floor by floor. I don't know if it's because there are too few customers in the mall today, or because Sister how Li Anlan is so popular. The mall manager specially called 2 security guards to help carry things. Even Suzian still has a lot of pockets hanging on his body. Before I knew it, 2 or 3 hours had passed and the little one in my arms had woken up long ago. Suzian was even more tired and hungry. He kept thinking that Li Anlan did it on purpose. She had visited so many maternity and baby stores and spent so much money, but she just refused to buy him a stroller to save him some energy. That's too much. Finally, Li Anlan stopped, turned around happily and came to Suzian. Suzian thought that she had a change of heart and that it was finally over. Unexpectedly, Li Anlan actually picked up the little guy with a smile. My dear, are you hungry? Let's have some milk. Then he looked at Suzian and pointed to a lounge. There's milk in the bag, use the milk warmer to heat it up. I'll walk around for a while. Suzian was instantly discouraged, still strolling. But Li Anlan ignored him and walked into a luxury store with the little one in his arms. Suzian could only sigh and hurried to heat up the milk for the little guy. Find Li Anlan again. He was in a men's clothing store. When he saw Suzian, he took the bottle and fed the little guy. Then he pointed at him and said to the clerk beside him, let him try all the styles I just selected. Suzian was very surprised. This was the H family. Any piece of clothing cost tens of thousands of dollars. Normally, he wouldn't even dare to look at it. Forget it. I don't need any clothes. Let's go eat. I'm hungry. Suzian said in a low voice. Go ahead, we'll go eat after the trial. It's not free for you, you have to treat me to a meal. Li Anlan knew Suzian's family background and said this on purpose. There was a hint of tenderness and shyness in the calm tone, and Suzian followed her to the fitting room in a daze. Handsome. Nice. I want this one too. Under the double sugar-coated bullets of the salesperson and Li Anlan, Suzian tried one item after another. In the end, he bought all the casual sportswear except for one formal suit that was really not suitable for his age. Watching Li Anlan wave her hand and hand over the credit card, a bill for more than 200,000 yuan appeared instantly. Suzian's head was still dizzy. Is this what it feels like to be kept? Why do I feel a little bit good? Chapter 32 The Feast in the Mouth of the Goddess. But that is not all, we only visited one men's clothing store. Wait until the little one finishes feeding. Suzian followed Li Anlan upstairs obediently again. Seeing the brands upstairs, Suzian finally got excited. To be honest, Suzian didn't like the previous luxury brand. Although Li Anlan had a good eye and the matching effect was very handsome, he always felt that it was something his father would wear at his age. Only the various co-branded sneakers in front of him are the favorites of people of his age. Li Anlan was of course aware of this, and when he saw Suzian's eyes widened, he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Today's unbridled purchase was just a whim at first, but then a sudden idea came up and he decided to test Suzian. Let us see if this guy is really as the legend goes. A rich senior schoolmate gave him 7 pairs of limited edition sneakers in 1 week, but he refused them without even looking at them. Suzian really couldn't walk when he saw so many of his dream shoes. Li Anlan stopped, turned around and said in a deliberately gentle tone, "You can choose whatever you want, I'll give it to you." Really? Suzian's mouth corners were stretched to the back of his ears. "As long as you can still take it, I'll take it all." Li Anlan said this deliberately as he looked at Suzian, who had countless bags of various sizes hanging on his body in addition to the little one. "You are like my biological sister, even closer than my biological mother." As soon as Suzian said this, he realized that he was wrong. This is our child's mother, and it seems a bit strange to describe her like this. Sure enough, Li Anlan's face changed when he heard it. "How dare you complain that your sister is old? It was a slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue. You are the bodhisattva who came to save the working people like me." Suzian obviously didn't understand what Li Anlan was thinking, and his flattery backfired. Li Anlan was too lazy to say more and walked directly into the largest and most comprehensive buyer's store. She still used her usual consumption style, this, and that, let him try all the others except these. Anyway, as long as she likes it, she will let Suzian try it first. Suzian's knowledge of this type of sneakers was limited to a few popular models from Putian, and Li Anlan knew nothing about it. But the saleswoman was very professional. She talked about brands, collaborations, stories, and who had the same style as her. Li Anlan was stunned by what she heard. Suzian couldn't help but drool. "I imagined that if I bought a wall of shoes and took them home, I would have to hold my burps and farts and run outside the community gate. But it's just a thought." After trying on more than a dozen pairs, Suzian became a little impatient. He still had some self-awareness. Li Anlan had just bought him so many clothes and shoes that he had already spent a lot of money. He really felt bad about it. "And my stomach has been protesting for a long time. Of course, there is one more thing." Li Anlan said that he would treat him to a big dinner later. But he only had more than 1,000 yuan in his pocket. If Li Anlan asked for too much, he would probably have to sell all his belongings and collect all the money from the people in the dormitory. So this time Suzian spoke directly, pointing at the 2 pairs of shoes he had tried on and said, "Just these 2 pairs, don't take the others." But before the saleslady agreed, Li Anlan hurriedly said, "I think they are all suitable for you. Pack up the dozen pairs you just tried on." "No, just these 2 pairs." This was the first time Suzian had such a tough attitude. He ignored the salesperson and took the 2 pairs of shoes to the checkout counter to pay. Of course, the card used was Li Anlan's. It's more than 10,000 yuan, and he can't afford it even if he wants to pay it himself. Li Anlan rarely insisted. On the contrary, he was very satisfied with Suzian's performance. If Suzian really asked for too much, she would look down on him. "If I only buy 1 pair, I would think Suzian is too pretentious." She bought 2 pairs because she thought they would be perfect for Suzian to wear alternately, which was his true inner thought. Suzian just kept smiling foolishly, thinking that it was finally over. "Let's go eat. I'm starving. I'm hungry too. Put the food back first. I'll take you to a good place," Li Anlan said with a smile. Suzian looked at Li Anlan's sweet smile, but felt a chill down his spine. This sister won't bankrupt me with just 1 meal, right? Before leaving, the mall manager specially prepared a large stack of lottery tickets with consecutive numbers, saying that the prizes would be drawn at the end of the month and there would be great discounts at that time, and the 2 were welcome to visit again. Li Anlan didn't care at all. She never looked at the prices when buying things, so how could she pay attention to the lucky draw? But Suzian was very interested. There were quite a lot of lottery tickets in this stack. What if he won? He turned around and asked the mall manager to put the lottery ticket into the little guy's backpack on his back. At this moment, 2 young ladies in professional suits appeared from nowhere and trotted over with several boxes of cosmetics in their hands. "Ms. Li, the cosmetics you ordered have arrived. I finally found you. Oh, help me get the car up there." Only then did Suzanne understand that Li Anlan came here today just to pick up these boxes of cosmetics and made some purchases by the way. A group of people came to the basement carrying dozens of shopping bags and filled the trunk directly, while Li Anlan had already got into the car with the little one. The little guy was also tired and fell asleep as soon as he got in the car. Before Suzanne started the car, Li Anlan said excitedly, "Listen to my instructions and I'll take you to eat something delicious." Suzanne frowned nervously. He had just taken advantage of the school's lunch break to collect the second child's living expenses for this month. But adding one more piece only adds up to 5,000 yuan, and it would be terrible if it is not enough. As the mall manager waved goodbye reluctantly, Suzanne drove the car out of the basement trembling with fear. Under Li Anlan's excited command, the car turned several turns and soon stopped in a small alley. "Could it be that you are attracted by my two kidneys?" Suzanne looked at the shabby alley and saw that there were hardly any people there, and there didn't seem to be any high-end restaurants, so he thought something was wrong. Seeing that Li Anlan was so anxious that he didn't even care about his children, he jumped out of the car in a hurry. Suzanne had no choice but to get out of the car and gently pick up the sleeping little guy from the car. But he never expected it. Li Anlan actually walked directly into a snail noodle shop that could only be described as dirty and messy. As soon as he entered the door, he shouted familiarly, "Boss, give me 2 bowls of snail noodles." He then took 2 bottles of soda from the box and sat down at the patinated wooden dining table. "I want 4 more fried liver and 4 more fried pig intestines, and more spicy." Suzanne was stunned. Is this still the Li Anlan who just spent hundreds of thousands without blinking an eye? The gap is too big. "What are you standing there for? Sit down." Li Anlan still looked at Suzanne with excitement. "The snail noodles here are super delicious. If it weren't for the fact that it's past mealtime, there would be no seats left." Oh. Suzanne looked at Li Anlan hesitantly, not knowing how to say the words that were on the tip of his tongue. He doesn't like eating snail noodles at all, he even hates it and can't stand the taste. "How about, I want to have a bowl of wontons?" Seeing that the boss was about to start cooking, Suzanne asked weakly. "No." Li Anlan refused outright. "I don't care whether Suzanne likes to eat or not. You are such a beautiful lady and you have no worries in front of him, so why are you pretending? Must eat." Chapter 33 is too bullying. Li Anlan glared at him with her beautiful eyes, and Suzanne immediately lost his temper. "Oh." I agreed reluctantly and had to sit down obediently. "You've been hungry for a long time, right? If 1 bowl isn't enough, you can have another one. It's your treat anyway." Looking at Suzanne's depressed look, Li Anlan joked. No, thanks, 1 bowl is enough." Suzanne shook his head like a rattle and quickly refused. Snort. Li Anlan snorted complacently, took out a tablet from his bag, and continued watching the movie he hadn't finished. Soon 2 bowls of snail noodles with a special flavor were served. Eat, you have to eat it all with me." Li Anlan couldn't wait to pick up the chopsticks and threaten Suzanne softly. Suzanne had a look of pain on his face, he really couldn't understand the goddess's special hobby. I rubbed my stomach, which had been protesting for a long time, and hesitated for a long time with the chopsticks but didn't dare to start. Then he put 2 chairs together and gently placed the little guy on them. I was afraid that the little one would wake up and smell the special smell and have misunderstandings. It would be terrible if I didn't keep an eye on him one day and he ate his own poop. Watching Li Anlan take a bite of the crispy fried pork intestines, then take a big mouthful of snail noodles, making a soft gurgling sound. Suzanne knew that he couldn't escape, so he gritted his teeth and took a small bite. Ahem. The special taste exploded in his mouth and rushed into his nasal cavity. Suzanne couldn't help but started coughing. But Li Anlan was very happy. He laughed foolishly, "Just a few more bites and you'll get used to it. It's delicious. I won't lie to you." Suzanne pinched his nose and said nothing, his expression more tolerant than eating shit. "No, this is shit." Suzanne looked at Li Anlan, who was eating with gusto and couldn't understand why. After barely finishing the crispy beans and bell-shaped dried tofu in the bowl, Suzanne couldn't stand it anymore, so he simply put down his chopsticks and stared at Li Anlan. Li Anlan didn't care at all and continued eating with big mouthfuls, completely disregarding the goddess image. He finished the whole string of pig intestines in his hand, wiped the oil that flowed to his chin, and looked at Suzanne with disdain. With a wave of her little hand, she seemed to have transformed into the Empress Dowager Buddha and granted amnesty to the world. "Boss, give me some wontons." Suzanne was so moved that tears were about to come out. The grace of God is so great that I cannot repay it, I can only repay it with my body. Suzanne went up and down the stairs 3 times before he finally carried all the shopping bags home. Knowing that it was unlikely that she would pledge her love to him, she looked at Li Anlan, who was slumped on the sofa, and said, "Take a rest first. What do you want to eat tonight?" "I'll go to the supermarket to buy some vegetables." Although he said this, Suzanne actually planned to go out and get something to eat. "The bowl of wontons just now didn't fill me up at all." He was also worried that Li Anlan would force him to continue eating the remaining bowl of snail noodles, so he came back hungry. But I don't know what she said offended Li Anlan, and she suddenly said something angrily. "You're a pig." His expression changes faster than turning the pages of a book. Then he went back to the bedroom and slammed the door. Suzanne scratched his head. After hesitating for a moment, he went out. After all, being hungry is really unpleasant, and there is really nothing to eat in the refrigerator. The supermarket is only a few minutes' walk away. But Suzanne did not miss this opportunity. He went to the basement again and sat down in the Wrangler. "My dear, I finally have a chance to have some fun." Boom! Accompanied by the roar of the V8 engine, the car rushed out instantly. Arriving at the supermarket entrance, Suzanne directly asked for a lunch pack and also ordered a few skewers of Odin, finally filling his stomach, which had been empty for a long time. "I was just stimulated by Li Anlan." Suzanne also did a lot of shopping in the supermarket. "I don't even look at the prices of meat, vegetables, and fruits. I just put anything fresh into the shopping cart. I also bought a toy soft bullet pistol for my baby son. Of course, he is still too young now, so Suzanne can only keep it for him temporarily." In just over half an hour, Suzanne returned to Li Anlan's home again. At this time, Li Anlan was doing plank exercises on the yoga mat in the living room. The light pink yoga pants perfectly outlined her slender and graceful long legs, and the small vest of the same style could not hide her snow-white back at all, and her slender waist was exposed and scrupulously in the air. There is no sign of childbirth on her flat belly. She took off her big golden wavy wig, and her shoulder-length black hair fell naturally. The half of her pretty face that was covered was rosy and covered with a layer of fine beads of sweat. Suzanne instantly thought of the beautiful scene of the beauty coming out of the bath. Fortunately, the little guy suddenly woke up, cried out, and brought back Suzanne's soul that had drifted away into the sky. Under Li Anlan's angry gaze, Suzanne went into the bedroom guiltily and carried the little guy out. I finally understood why Li Anlan got angry for no apparent reason just now. Unfortunately, their relationship hit a snag. Li Anlan was disgusted with her for not being able to resist and eating too much. Although he had only taken care of the baby for 2 or 3 days, Suzanne had gained some experience. The little guy just finished eating not long ago, so he is definitely not hungry now, but it's time to change his diaper. Sure enough, after the diaper was changed skillfully, the little guy stopped crying immediately. It's just this taste that made Suzanne unconsciously think of the snail noodles he had just had. My stomach felt churning. To divert attention, Suzanne then curled up on the sofa, playing with the little one while enjoying the beautiful scenery. But after all, he was still a young man in his early 20s, and Suzanne's eyes quickly became hot. "What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll dig your eyes out." Li Anlan also noticed Suzanne's abnormality and said viciously, "No, I didn't see anything." Suzanne felt guilty and quickly looked away. Helplessly, I put the little one in the stroller and sorted the purchased ingredients and placed them in the refrigerator. After washing a box of strawberries, she swaggered over and snuggled into the sofa with the little one in her arms. But it angered Li Anlan again. "You, take the child back to the house." "Oh." Suzanne curled his lips, and the beautiful scenery just left him. But before Suzanne's hand touched the door of the master bedroom, Li Anlan's delicate voice was heard again. "What are you thinking about? Go to the second bedroom." "Why?" Suzanne quickly agreed and turned to walk towards the second bedroom, but there was not even a pillow on the bed, only an empty mattress. "This is too bullying." But then Suzanne came up with a good idea. He immediately picked up his new clothes piled next to the sofa and rushed into the second bedroom. The closet in the second bedroom was also empty, as the nanny's clothes and luggage had been taken away. Suzanne immediately took over the magpie's nest and hung all his new clothes in it. He lay on the bed again, picking up the little one and playing with him like he was doing an acrobatic trick. Not long after, Suzanne fell asleep snoring. Maybe it was his father's snoring that gave the little guy enough sense of security. The little guy was not sleepy, but lay quietly in Susie's arms, chewing his toes for fun. The picture is quite warm. Chapter 34: Li Anlan's happiness. Without the disturbance from Susie and the little guy, Li Anlan finally successfully completed his post-meal weight loss mission. After taking a shower, I realized why these two people have been so quiet for such a long time. Gently push open the door. Suzian was sleeping soundly on the naked mattress. Maybe it was because he was cold and had no quilt, so he curled up into a ball. The little guy was lying in his arms, sleeping soundly. I gently touched the little guy's cheek and it was warm. Li Anlan couldn't help being moved when he saw the heartwarming scene. Although Suzian is only 20 years old, in her eyes he is still a little kid who is prone to acting silly. But through the contact over the past 2 days, she could feel Suzian's attitude. Although I was very cautious and timid, I knew that he was really taking good care of myself and the children. After returning to his bedroom, picking up his mobile phone and quietly recording this heartwarming scene, Li Anlan opened the wardrobe again. I found a new quilt. But I saw Suzian hung the newly bought clothes neatly in the closet. The warmth in my heart that had just been warmed by this scene instantly turned below zero. You bastard husky, you are really getting in my face. I want to see if you will really stay here tonight. He threw the quilt in his arms hard on the head of Suzian, who was sleeping. Li Anlan changed into a professional suit and drove towards Jiangnan University campus. Suzian's 3 bad friends were smoking depressedly in the dormitory at this time. Because of yesterday's farce of roasting sweet potatoes, the 4 of them became completely famous in Jiangnan University. Dean Jiang even personally ordered the counselor, Nun Miju, to call all their parents and punish them severely. The 3 of them tried their best to persuade Nun Miju and give him repeated assurances, and finally made Nun Miju give up the idea of looking for the parents, but no one could escape the serious punishment. Moreover, Dormitory 306 and their dormitory building number 1 has also become a key surveillance location for Fengma. We will come to check from time to time to prevent them from doing anything outrageous again. As for the student union cadre who reported them, the second child has already found out that the ligament in his thigh is severely strained and he will have to go to class in a wheelchair for the next month. But the worst thing was the boy's 2 bullet bags, which were said to be swollen as big as goose eggs. He has not dared to drink a sip of water since last night. It's what I deserve. This bastard is wasting my time making money. If that bastard dares to cause trouble again, I will never let him off easily. Okay, this old Sue is really unreliable. He's nowhere to be found now. Let's think of other ways to make money. The punishment was just handed down at noon, and only a few hours have passed, but the 3 of them have not learned their lesson. After all, I tasted the sweetness last night. He easily earned nearly 1,000 yuan in one night, and even the second son, whose family was not short of money, felt it was a little unbelievable. Damn, as long as you can't kill me, then do it to death. Yes, yes, yes. As long as you make money, a diploma is pretty cool. We can't go too far. If we get fired, where can we find a good market environment like a university dormitory? Why? Let's go, there will be a class with Goddess Li soon, let's not be late. I bet that bastard old Sue can't go to class today. I don't believe it. I bet old Sue and Goddess Li will come together. A bag of lotus flowers. Okay. Being young and ignorant of the feeling of sorrow, the 3 heartless people quickly forgot about the serious warning they had received and started betting again. The class bell rang on time. But there was no sign of Suzian. The 4th brother lost 2 bags of lotus flowers while cursing. But the 3 heard a new rumor. It is said that Li Anlan publicly rejected the confession of a male teacher in the office and stated on the spot that Suzian is his younger brother. But she didn't mention the child, so most people didn't believe it, and some people thought she was tacitly agreeing. However, when these words reached the ears of the 3 people, they immediately understood what was going on. Li Anlan was protecting Suzian and didn't want him to get into trouble at school. The 3 of them thought at the same time, this bastard is pretty awesome, he actually managed to take down Li Anlan? At this time, Suzian had just woken up. After feeding the little one, she went straight into the kitchen. Li Anlan went home after class. Before he even entered the door, he smelled a faint fragrance coming from the corridor. She had a nanny before, so she was used to the feeling of having meals ready as soon as she got home. But today it feels completely different. Although Li Anlan was unwilling to admit it, he still felt a sense of happiness in his heart. Then I thought that after all, Suzian was still a student, and I couldn't let him miss his studies and stay at home every day to take care of the children and cook. He took out his cell phone and sent a WeChat message to Hishioshio, asking her to help find a nanny. How could Hishioshio miss such a good opportunity? He immediately sent a WeChat message to tease her. Why, are you tired of me after just a few days? If you don't like it, give it to me. I still miss his cooking skills. Don't talk nonsense. Li Anlan blushed, he's still a student. I can't be so selfish and delay his studies. Oh, you are worried about your brother. Don't worry, I will definitely help you find someone you are satisfied with. Hishioshio joked again. Let's go to your house for dinner this weekend and let my brother cook for us. You wish. Li Anlan pouted, put down the phone and walked in. Baby, mommy is back. Suzian had heard the noise of the door a long time ago, and was waiting at the door with the little one in his arms. My dear, do you miss your mother? As soon as Li Anlan saw his baby son, he wanted to hug him and kiss him before even changing his shoes. Unexpectedly, Suzian immediately took a step back and said, Wash your hands. Don't pass the germs to my son. You. Li Anlan's eyes widened instantly, but he couldn't refute it. He could only change his shoes obediently and go to the bathroom. Then he immediately reacted, That's my son, what does it have to do with you? But Suzian didn't respond at all, and continued to hug the little guy and kiss him, showing his shameless nature. My dear son, your mother is bullying us again, you have to support your father in the future. Shame on you. Leave my house immediately after dinner and don't come here again. Li Anlan was so angry that he rushed into the bathroom. Looking at myself in the mirror, Pa, what are you thinking about? I'm so embarrassed. A pretty face flushed red. It's time to eat. Li Anlan had just changed his clothes when he heard Suzian shouting outside. I don't know how he did it, but he even made the little guy laugh a few times. Li Anlan quickly patted his chest, calmed himself down, and walked out quietly. Only then did I realize that Suzian was spinning around with a basin in his arms. Xiaojiao was lying in the basin, and the father and son had half a hollowed-out pomelo peel on their heads. The picture is quite funny. Chapter 35 Uchi peeling pomelo. Li Anlan's attention was quickly attracted by the delicious food on the table. Stir-fried pork with garlic shoots, fried eggplant boxes, cold shredded potatoes, and the fragrant braised pork in the casserole still steaming. Li Anlan couldn't help drooling when he saw it. Although she had eaten late at noon, she was really hungry after doing yoga and taking a long class. What surprised Li Anlan even more was Suzian placed the basin containing the little guy on the dining table, turned around with half a grapefruit peel on his head and went back to the kitchen. He soon came out with 2 plates of steaming dumplings. One dish was slightly green and she knew without hesitation that it was leeks, eggs and shrimps, but she couldn't tell the difference with the other dish. But from the mushroom roots in the garbage bag at the door, we can guess that it is filled with pork and mushrooms. Hurry and eat. Suzian said arrogantly, I didn't know which one you like, so I packed 2. Li Anlan agreed softly. But in her heart she was complaining sweetly, Stinky little brother, you only made 2 plates of dumplings with 2 different kinds of fillings, you are really showing off. He took the bowl and chopsticks handed to him by Suzian. As soon as Li Anlan sat down, the little fellow became restless after smelling the fragrance in the basin. The chubby little hands and feet scratched and kicked around, and he wanted to stretch his neck to see what was delicious, but he couldn't use any strength, so he opened his mouth wide and screamed in panic. Ah, look how greedy he is. Suzian said with a smile, and quickly stood up to pick up the little guy. Coincidentally, Li Anlan also put down his chopsticks and reached out. The 2 hands came together in front of the little guy and touched each other. The feeling of electric shock instantly hits my heart. Then Li Anlan pulled his hand back in panic. It's so cool. Suzian said blankly, still immersed in the moment just now. He quickly took the little guy out of the basin, went to the kitchen, poured a cup of warm water and placed it in front of Li Anlan. Warm your hands. Li Anlan also felt the warmth of Suzian's big hand. I noticed the injury on his hand again. I wondered when he pulled the gauze off. The wound that was almost healed was once again oozing blood. Your hand. Li Anlan guessed that Suzian removed the gauze because it was inconvenient to make dumplings, and asked softly. I couldn't help but feel moved. If I hadn't been busy cooking every day, the wound would have healed long ago. It's okay, I'm fine now. Suzian smiled and picked up a piece of braised pork with chopsticks and put it in Li Anlan's bowl. Look, it doesn't delay the meal. Li Anlan didn't say anything and nodded silently. When the little one in my arms saw the fragrant braised pork, he stretched out his little hands and started moaning again. His mouth was drooling and his eyes were staring straight ahead. "You little greedy cat." Suzanne gently grabbed the little guy's hand and looked at Li Anlan again. "You eat first, I'll take care of him." As he said that, Suzanne walked to the living room, wiped the little guy's mouth, and sang a nursery rhyme. "You are an invincible little cutie. Sometimes you are very good and sometimes you are a little naughty. I love to play pranks and sometimes act like a scoundrel. I am a little bad boy who is annoying." Puff. Li Anlan couldn't help laughing while eating the braised pork. Suzanne's singing was a bit unpleasant, but the little guy listened to it with great interest. Seeing the sumptuous dinner in front of her and thinking of Suzanne's injured hand, her eyes suddenly turned red. Looking at Suzanne through the reflective kitchen door again, Li Anlan thought to himself, "Suzanne, can I really trust you?" After dinner, Li Anlan patted his bulging belly, but a look of pain appeared on his face. "Hey, I'm full again." Looking towards the living room, Suzanne was holding the little guy and feeding him. Then he walked over gently and said, "Let me do it." "Oh, all right." Li Anlan suddenly became gentle. Suzanne was still a little uncomfortable with it and agreed subconsciously. "Sit down on the dining table." Suzanne glanced at the dumplings on the plate. He ate 5 of the dumplings stuffed with leeks, eggs and shrimps, and 5 of the dumplings stuffed with pork and mushrooms. "Can you still eat this much?" Suzanne didn't understand where the big bowl of snail noodles and sand liver and pork intestines he had at noon had gone. The remaining 30 dumplings were quickly eaten up by Suzanne. He burped and stuffed the remaining pieces of braised pork into his mouth. Looking at the 6 empty plates, Suzanne also patted his bulging belly. Operation CD. Quite a sense of accomplishment. When I looked up, I found Li Anlan standing beside me holding the little one. Her eyes were wide open, looking at him in disbelief. "This guy eats too much, like a pig." Li Anlan couldn't understand it either. What is even more infuriating is that Suzanne eats so much at every meal these days, and I don't see him doing any exercise. But the muscles in his shoulders and arms look very strong. It's totally unjust. Li Anlan made up his mind secretly that he would have to practice for another hour since the child would fall asleep soon. Hey. Suzanne smiled awkwardly and wiped the oil off his mouth. "Why don't you take your son back to the house first? I'm afraid the dishwasher will wake him up." Li Anlan nodded slightly. He looked at the empty plates on the dining table in disbelief again, then looked at Suzanne and the little guy in his arms. He left shaking his head. Suzanne quickly cleaned up the battlefield, wiped the table, mopped the floor and tidied the kitchen. Finally, I followed the tutorial on my phone and clicked a few times on the dishwasher. Done. Then she came out of the kitchen, carrying a peeled pomelo and half a bunch of washed grapes. Just at this moment, Li Anlan changed into long-sleeved pajamas and walked over carrying a medicine box, and the two of them bumped into each other. Suzanne felt something was wrong and quickly hid his hands behind his back. "It's great, really, I don't feel anything at all." "Sit still." After all, he is a teacher, and his words are quite powerful. Suzanne could only sit obediently at the dining table. Li Anlan sat directly on the small shoe-changing stool at the door, opened the small medicine box, and took out a whole bottle of iodine. Painful memories instantly flooded into his mind, and Suzanne subconsciously shrank his neck and narrowed his eyes. But the pain I imagined did not come. I just felt Li Anlan gently holding my wrist, and my injured finger felt cold. Suzanne was a little surprised and looked down suddenly. Only then did I realize that half a grapefruit peel was still on my head and it slipped off in an instant. Suzanne quickly reached out and grabbed it, and saw Li Anlan gently using a cotton swab to apply liquid to his wound. The gentle and attentive expression made Suzanne wonder if he was seeing things. I felt touched and happy. I don't know what happened, but I suddenly had a brain attack and put the grapefruit peel in my hand on Li Anlan's head. Still laughing, he raised his index and middle fingers to make a gesture. "Uchi peels a pomelo. You're disgusting. So dirty." Li Anlan cried out in a tender voice and slapped Suzanne's face with the grapefruit peel again. Suddenly I realized that my tone sounded like I was acting coquettishly. He suddenly became angry and picked up a whole bottle of iodine and poured it directly on his injured hand. Ouch! Suzanne felt pain and couldn't help but scream. Thinking of his baby son who had just fallen asleep, he quickly covered his mouth with his hand. But I felt a cool touch between my lips and palms, and a unique fragrance entered my nostrils. Chapter 36, Heartwarming Midnight Snack. Suzanne's wide eyes slowly moved downwards. He found that Li Anlan's small hand was actually pressed on his mouth by his big hand. Looking at Li Anlan's equally shocked eyes, he was about to explain, but his tongue suddenly became out of control and accidentally touched Li Anlan's palm. You are looking for death. Li Anlan suddenly became like a mad tiger, and his other hand pinched Su Zian's injured finger hard. Ouch! The piercing pain came again. Su Zian couldn't help but scream out again. But I was worried about waking up my son, so I had to continue covering my mouth tightly. The two of them were instantly trapped in a vicious circle. As long as Li Anlan didn't let go, Su Zian would feel pain. He couldn't help but scream in pain, but he had to hold his mouth tightly. By holding his mouth tightly, Li Anlan couldn't pull his other hand out. She refused to let go of Su Zian's fingers until she could draw the target. No solution. Su Zian was sweating profusely from the pain and his whole body was shivering. Li Anlan finally took the opportunity to pull his hand back. He pushed Su Zian hard again. You're just a big bastard. He stood up angrily and sat down on the sofa, his eyes seemed to be full of fire. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to. Su Zian was so angry that he hit himself on the head twice with his fist. Why did he go crazy at the critical moment? Looking at Li Anlan, who remained silent, Su Zian had no choice but to stand up silently and clean up the iodine spilled on the ground. She held the fruit with a wronged look on her face and placed it gently on the coffee table. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Seeing that Li Anlan still didn't speak and turned his head to the other side, Su Zian became even more panicked. He hesitated for a long time before speaking again. There are frozen dumplings in the refrigerator. I have labeled them. If you are hungry at night, cook some instead of instant noodles. After saying that, Su Zian stood up dejectedly and fled away. You bastard, I hate you, you make me so mad. Li Anlan sat on the sofa, picked up the pillow and punched it a few times with his fist. He hugged the pillow again and put a grape in his mouth. It felt sweet, so I murmured softly. Fool. Su Zian, you are already an adult, a grown-up, and a father. Why can't you be more mature? Mature and stable. Mature and stable. Su Zian, do you understand? On the way back to the dormitory, Su Zian clenched his fists and kept talking to himself. I regret it so much. Thinking of Li Anlan's revenge spending during the day, Su Zian began to mutter again, make money, I want to make money. I couldn't help but quicken my pace again. In the dormitory. The three friends are still playing games. Seeing Su Zian returning, the three of them immediately closed their games and surrounded him. Damn it, old Su, you finally decided to come back. How's it going? Did you gain anything from going out today? Why don't you say something? What's wrong? Did you make Goddess Li angry and get castrated by her? Seeing that Su Zian was not in high spirits, the fourth brother asked with a sly smile. Fuck you. Su Zian retorted immediately. Yeah. Fortunately, it's okay as long as I can curse. The fourth brother said in a mean tone again. Second brother, I gave you the 4,000 yuan, you take it. Su Zian looked at the balance on his phone, which was only 500 yuan left, and shouted firmly, I want to make money, a lot of money. How can you get money by shouting? The second brother returned the money directly and looked up at Su Zian. Although we have all been punished, we have escaped a disaster. We have made up our minds, let's continue. Yes, we have been waiting for you to come back and make a decision. Got it. Su Zian glanced at everyone and saw the wash basin hanging under the third brother's bed. He immediately had a good idea. Don't keep me in suspense. Tell me now. The third brother asked anxiously. Su Zian nodded, and instantly seemed to be full of blood. He asked the fourth brother to lock the dormitory door, and then he slowly spoke. Why did we fail in our business yesterday? The equipment is too big and anyone who comes can see it. There is no place to hide it even if we want to. We can carry forward the spirit of our ancestors' guerrilla warfare. After Su Zian finished speaking, the three of them gave him a thumbs up. Awesome, Ange. That's a great idea. Let's do this. As long as we can't find any evidence against us, we'll make a killing. Being a father is really different. I'm convinced. Ha ha. Su Zian laughed triumphantly and subconsciously took the cigarette handed to him by Lao Er. But before he could even put the cigarette in his mouth, he realized something was wrong. He slapped the hand that was holding the cigarette and threw it to the second brother. Don't seduce me again, damn, I almost got screwed. He got up and climbed onto the bed again. Turn off the lights and go to sleep. We'll start tomorrow. But I took a nap in the afternoon, or maybe I was in a good mood because I had a good idea. Susie lay in bed but couldn't fall asleep at all. Especially when comparing the bare bed in the dormitory with the spring mattress in Li Anlan's home, there is a world of difference. I took off the blindfold and saw something amazing. The three of them were not asleep yet, they were lying on the bed playing games with their laptops. Susie curled his lips, got out of bed and picked up his computer. He asked in a mean way, "Take me with you." Damn, lying on the bed is really boring, come down and find someone to play with? I knew you guys couldn't sleep so early. Thump. The three of them jumped off the bed instantly. Let's do it. After 3 consecutive wins, they immediately suffered 5 consecutive defeats. Susie threw the mouse angrily, damn, you guys are such a jerk. I glanced at the time and said, fuck, it's already 1 in the morning, go to sleep. Go to sleep. My computer will soon run out of battery. Several people yawned and climbed onto the bed in a daze. Susie had just set a dozen alarms when his cell phone hit his face and he started snoring. 1 kilometer away. Li Anlan's home. The little guy got up late at night to feed as usual, and Li Anlan also climbed out of the bed in a daze. But I don't know why. Li Anlan racked his brains but couldn't figure out why the little guy kept crying after finishing his feeding. I tried for an hour but still couldn't appease him. Li Anlan had no choice but to use grapefruit peels and wash basins, but it still didn't work. Li Anlan went completely crazy. I regretted again that I did not listen to the advice and insisted on giving birth to this child. I don't know how long it was before the little guy fell asleep from exhaustion after his voice became hoarse from crying. Li Anlan looked at the time, it was 3 a.m. After carefully placing the little guy on the bed, Li Anlan no longer felt sleepy. Also, because I ran 5 kilometers in the evening, my stomach was growling in protest. I tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. Remembering that Susie said before he left that there were wrapped dumplings in the refrigerator, Li Anlan got up again. He tiptoed to the bedroom door and made sure that the little guy was not awakened, then he breathed a sigh of relief. Opened the refrigerator door. There were sticky notes on all 4 drawers in the freezer, except for the leek, egg, shrimp and pork and mushroom fillings that we would eat in the evening. There are actually 2 kinds, lamb and carrot and beef and green radish. They are also packaged, with 10 dumplings in 1 bag. It was obvious that Susie prepared it specially according to her appetite. Cooked a dish of lamb and carrot stuffing. Li Anlan took the first bite and couldn't help laughing. Stinky brother. The fragrant mutton dumplings are paired with carrots, so there is almost no sandalwood taste, and your whole body and mind feel warm. Then, tears flowed uncontrollably. Chapter 37, Little Puppy or Little Wolf Dog? 5:30 in the morning. In just a few days, Suzian's biological clock changed. No matter how late he had slept before, he would habitually open his eyes before the alarm clock rang. But I am really sleepy. However, Suzian was willing to cook for his precious son's mother. Wash your face, brush your teeth and go to the toilet in 3 minutes. Suzian almost closed his eyes and went downstairs in a daze, relying entirely on the memory in his mind. It's raining outside. A chill came over me, and I instantly became alert. It was cold, but the rain was not particularly heavy. A real man would not hold an umbrella even when facing a knife. Suzian ran straight to Li Anlan's house. The main thing is that there is not a single umbrella in the dormitory. Gently push open the entrance door. Seeing that the bedroom door was closed, he took off his wet coat and trousers and went straight into the kitchen. See the dishes in the sink. Suzian couldn't help but sneer, "You're still trying to lose weight, you must have secretly eaten at night." Suzian was tired of eating white porridge and pickles for breakfast every day, so he bought some extra dumpling wrappers yesterday and left some meat stuffing, intending to make a Chinese hamburger. First beat the eggs, then press the meat filling into patties according to the size of the dumpling skins. Heat the pan, add oil, and fry the meat patties gently until they are set. Then sandwich the meat patty between 2 dumpling skins, pour in egg liquid to wrap it, and finally continue to fry it in a frying pan. Thinking of the can of candied red beans he bought yesterday in the refrigerator, Suzian took out another banana and mashed it. I wrapped a few banana and red bean pies in the same way. Follow the tutorial on Baidu, brush a layer of oil on both sides and then some egg liquid, bake in the oven at 180 degrees, and set the timer for 10 minutes. Done. I looked at the time and it was not yet 6 o'clock. Suzanne yawned and thought about taking a nap on the sofa. Only then did I realize that Li Anlan was leaning on the sofa. When I got closer, I found that he was asleep. I didn't pay any attention when I first walked in. I don't know when she slept here. It seemed that he was cold and his whole body was curled up. Li Anlan was tormented by the little guy for a long time at night. He wanted to stay in the living room for a while to catch his breath, but he fell asleep unexpectedly. It was still early, and Suzanne had no intention of waking her up. Of course, the main reason was that I didn't dare. He quietly entered the house and took a look at his baby son. He was sleeping soundly in the crib, his round face was rosy and he was sucking his fingers, so cute. But his body was in a spread eagle position and the quilt was kicked under his feet. He covered the little guy with the quilt, picked up the quilt on Li Anlan's bed, gently closed the door and walked out. Although when Suzanne fell asleep yesterday, Li Anlan just held the quilt and threw it to him casually. But if it were Suzanne today, he wouldn't be willing to do so. He gently covered Li Anlan with the quilt and sat down on the coffee table opposite her. Her delicate eyebrows were thick and long. Although her almond-shaped eyes were closed, they only highlighted her equally thick and long eyelashes. Suzanne even leaned in to take a closer look and found that it was indeed not fake. The breath from her nose hit Suzanne's face, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. He wiped his chin hard, but still didn't dare to kiss him. Suddenly Li Anlan moved, and Suzanne was so scared that he quickly stepped back. I breathed a sigh of relief when I realized that she had just pulled the quilt unconsciously. He took out his cell phone and took several photos of Li Anlan from a depth's perspective. She looked so beautiful no matter how you looked at her. TSK, my child's mother is so beautiful even without makeup. After admiring it for a while, Suzanne also felt sleepy, so he curled up on the sofa and fell asleep soon. I felt a little cold in the dimness. Suzanne reached out and casually grabbed the quilt off Li Anlan and covered himself with it. Li Anlan, who had just felt a little warm, felt cold again. I grabbed Suzanne's arm in a daze. It was furry and warm, and I thought it was the large teddy bear on my bed. He lifted the quilt, turned around, put his hands and feet together and rode on it. His whole body instantly felt warm, as if he was hugging a big stove. The little head nodded twice, found a comfortable position in Suzanne's arms and lay down, murmured twice. Suzanne was not awakened either. The two people who stayed up late hugged each other under the quilt and fell asleep on the soft sofa. An hour later. It's almost time to go to work in the morning. Li Anlan suddenly woke up. I subconsciously wanted to stretch with sleepy eyes. But suddenly I was startled and felt something was wrong. I pinched it with my little hands and it felt warm and hard, and it felt really good. He suddenly opened his eyes. Only then did I realize that I was lying in Suzanne's arms. Her head rested on his solid chest and her long legs were riding on his lap like she was riding a teddy bear. And somehow the little hand reached into Suzanne's shirt and rested on his abdominal muscles. I just pinched it. What's even more infuriating is that Suzanne's big hands are also not honest. One hand tightly embraced her shoulders, while the other hand held her thighs, allowing her to lie more comfortably on Suzanne. Li Anlan immediately became furious, and his first reaction was to kick Suzanne away. But for some reason, the little hands wouldn't listen to me and they were resting on his abdominal muscles and I really didn't want to move. My body also felt the warmth of Suzanne's small stove. It was as if the quilt on her body was the five-finger mountain pressing down on Monkey King, and she could lift it up with just one kick. But Suzanne's warm breath was like the talisman of Guanyin Bodhisattva, making her want to get up but unable to do so. Her face turned red instantly. He secretly glanced at Suzanne, who was still sleeping soundly. His eyebrows were striking, and there were just a few stubbles around his thick lips. Paired with just the right amount of muscles, he looks very masculine. If such a masculine young man does not join the army to serve the motherland, he would be letting his ancestors down. Just hold me for a while, just for a little while. Li Anlan silently encouraged himself and rested his head on Suzanne's chest again. It slowly rose and fell with Suzanne's breathing. My mind couldn't help but think of how he had been acting silly these days. It clearly looks like a little wolf dog, but how come it's just a little milk puppy? Li Anlan couldn't help but pinch Suzanne's abdominal muscles again. Little did I know that an hour ago. Suzanne had the same idea when he looked at Sleeping Beauty Li Anlan. She is so beautiful and gentle when she is asleep, why is she so hot-tempered when she is awake? Maybe I accidentally woke Suzian up just now. Feeling his head move slightly, Li Anlan was so scared that he quickly closed his eyes. Li Anlan secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he found that Suzian didn't seem to wake up. I was hesitating whether to get up and leave such a warm embrace. Suddenly, I heard the cell phone ringing in the bedroom, and then I felt Suzian's body move. The frightened Li Anlan subconsciously closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep. He was so nervous that it felt like 1,000 deer were dancing in a disco. He didn't know how to face Suzian if he woke up. So embarrassing. But in fact, when she pinched Suzian's abdominal muscles just now, Suzian had already woken up. I was also very panicked at this moment. It's not right to continue holding it with both hands, nor is it right to let go. 1,000 ways of dying popped up in my mind, but I had no choice but to continue pretending to be asleep. Chapter 38. As long as you are brave, you can have a 9-day holiday during the Qingming festival. Feeling Li Anlan's body fragrance, especially the unique touch from her left hand holding her thigh, Suzian couldn't help but snort heavier. Even Li Anlan's little head resting on his chest was clearly moving up and down. Li Anlan also felt the change in Suzian. But I didn't dare to look up to see if he was really awake. I could only deceive myself by thinking that I was pressing him down and making it difficult for him to breathe. Li Anlan was sure that given Suzian's timidity, he would never dare to take advantage of her while she was sleeping. She could only blame herself. How could she fall asleep on the sofa and ride on Suzian like a teddy bear? Now it is difficult to get off the bear, and she feels that Suzian will wake up as long as she moves. I regret it so much. I could only listen to the alarm on my phone silently and continue pretending to be asleep, my palms sweating from anxiety. I hope Suzian can wake up first. I want to see how he will deal with this embarrassing scene. But the little guy who was woken up by the mobile phone didn't give Li Anlan a chance to escape. When I woke up and saw that there was no one around me, I burst into tears. The two of them couldn't help but tremble. Li Anlan finally realized that Suzian had actually woken up a long time ago. He suddenly became angry and pinched the small layer of skin on Suzian's abdominal muscles and pulled it hard. Li Anlan retorted, "How dare you take advantage of my sister, you bastard." "Ah, it hurts, it hurts." Suzian finally couldn't pretend anymore and shouted for mercy. She also wanted to push Li Anlan away and escape quickly so that she could go into the house to coax her baby son. Li Anlan did not expect Suzian to dare to resist. He leaned back and was about to roll under the sofa. Fortunately, Suzian was quick to act and put his arms around Li Anlan's slender waist. Li Anlan also exclaimed, and was held tightly in Suzian's arms like a big frog. The two of them were almost face to face, and Suzian reacted unconsciously, especially when he felt his chest being pressed tightly by two large airbags. Damn it, as long as you are brave enough, you can have a 9-day holiday during the Qingming festival. Suzian made up his mind and decided to die. You've taken advantage of me for so long, I'll definitely charge you some interest in return. He just raised his head slightly and put his big mouth on Li Anlan's small mouth. Li Anlan was also shocked and his brain exploded instantly, but his body went limp and he didn't have the strength to push Suzian away. She stared at Suzian with her eyes wide open, and found that Suzian was also secretly squinting at her. She quickly closed her eyes with a blushing face. This was a huge encouragement to Suzian. As he was kissing her hand, he became restless and had long forgotten about his baby son who was still crying loudly. It wasn't until both of them were out of breath that Li Anlan slowly woke up. She found that Suzian's hand was pressing on her private parts, and she felt something pressing against her lower body. He suddenly came to his senses, pushed Suzian away, and pounded Suzian's chest with his little fist like a madman. "Asshole! I'm going to kill you." But Suzian did not resist. Instead, he hugged Li Anlan again with an intoxicated look on his face, stretching his neck to kiss him again. Li Anlan was so angry that he grabbed the pillow beside him and blew it on his face. He grabbed the soft flesh on Suzian's waist and fled into the bedroom. The door was locked with a bang. But Suzian still sat on the sofa with an intoxicated look on his face, grinning foolishly. He licked his lips as if savoring the taste. "She's not as cold as she looks." Suzian hummed a little tune and walked towards the kitchen happily as if he had won the lottery. The Chinese burgers were cold in the pan and oven. Suzian brushed a thin layer of oil on it again and put it in the oven to bake. After heating the milk for his baby son, Suzian heated 2 more cups of milk and cut an apple. "Pick up a piece and put it in your mouth. So sweet." After placing breakfast neatly on the dining table, Suzian became timid again. I stood at the bedroom door and hesitated for a long time, but didn't dare to knock. Look at the time, it's almost 8 o'clock. Even if Li Anlan is not hungry, the little guy should be hungry. Just about to reach out and knock on the door. The door opened by itself, and Su Zian was so scared that he took a big step back. Seeing that Li Anlan had already changed his clothes and was holding the still sobbing little kid in his arms, he glared at him. Su Zian immediately pretended nothing happened and said, "Go eat, I'll feed my son." Li Anlan did not speak either, still looking at Su Zian coldly. But the moment he put the little girl in his arms, she stopped sobbing instantly. She also grabbed one of Su Zian's fingers with her little hand and shook it, which was very heartwarming. Li Anlan, who was already furious, was further ignited by this scene. If the little one hadn't been crying for no reason at night, none of the things that just happened would have happened. It seems like you and your son have teamed up to bully me. Li Anlan grabbed the flesh around Su Zian's waist fiercely again and sat down at the dining table with a puff of anger. Su Zian felt pain again, but could only smile. Once again, like a happy little waiter, she sat at the dining table, holding the little guy in her arms and feeding him. He looked at Li Anlan expectantly and said, "Try the Chinese hamburgers I made. I reheated them and wonder if they are still delicious." Li Anlan was originally very much looking forward to it and was curiously wanting to try one. But listen to Su Zian say this. His rebellious heart exploded. He picked up the chopsticks to pick it up and then put it back. He turned around, picked up the milk and took a big sip. "Hold on, it's hot." Su Zian was startled and spoke quickly. "But it's still too late." Li Anlan screamed from being scalded, and a large mouthful of milk sprayed onto Su Zian's face. Fortunately, Su Zian was prepared and reached out to protect the little guy in advance. But in my heart I thought that Li Anlan must have done it on purpose. But some scenes that are not suitable for children seem to come to my mind. She actually looked straight at Li Anlan and licked the milk on her lips with her tongue. So sweet. Su Zian's mean look made Li Anlan completely furious. She stood up and rushed over, reaching out to grab the soft flesh around his waist again. "Shame on you. I'll strangle you to death." But Su Zian didn't even try to hide. He just bent his arms and held the little guy to his side, holding the bottle under his chin and continued to feed him. Still enduring the severe pain in his waist, he pulled Li Anlan's waist with his right hand and let her sit on his lap. "Asshole, let me go." Li Anlan was instantly embarrassed. How could this little puppy suddenly turn into a little wolf dog and even dare to touch her? Su Zian grinned foolishly. They had already kissed each other, so there was nothing to be embarrassed about. He just pressed his face against Li Anlan's back. Still holding his son in his arms, Li Anlan did not dare to resist fiercely and shouted angrily, "You're looking for death." He lowered his head and pinched Su Zian's thighs hard with both hands. Ouch! Su Zian cried out in pain and almost jumped up from his chair. But he still gave Li Anlan a gentle kiss behind the ear before reluctantly letting go. Chapter 39 called Ad. Li Anlan took the opportunity to stand up, turned around, and grabbed Su Zian's ear. "Ah, it hurts, it hurts." Su Zian quickly begged for mercy. But Li Anlan had no intention of letting him off so easily. He continued to pull his ears and made him sit on the sofa in the living room. "You little brat, I'm giving you a chance, right? If you dare to do that again, I'll make sure you never see your son again." Li Anlan, who was furious, rolled up his sleeves, put his hands on his waist, put his feet on the coffee table, and shouted. Su Zian was delighted when he heard this. "Hey, you finally admitted that you are my son." You're still laughing." Li Anlan was extremely embarrassed, her face instantly turned red like a big apple, and she was about to pull Su Zian's ears to vent her anger. Su Zian quickly raised his precious son as a shield, but he couldn't hide the smile on his face. What made Li Anlan even angrier was that even though the two of them were doing all that, the little guy was still sucking his milk sweetly, and didn't show any sign of being scared or crying at all. "Don't laugh." Li Anlan looked at Su Zian, who still had a smug look on his face, and really didn't want to continue losing his temper in front of his son. He kicked the pillow off the ground and said, "As a punishment, you are not allowed to have breakfast today." After saying that, he ran towards the dining table. Su Zian, who had escaped the disaster, was still restless and smacked his lips. "If you don't want to eat, then don't eat. Eating is not as delicious as kissing, don't you think, my dear son? Come and give daddy a kiss, As he said this, he gently kissed the little guy's fair and tender face. Gaga. The little guy was also amused by Su Zian's appearance and laughed out loud again. Whom. Seeing the little guy so happy, Suzian kissed his little face several times. Li Anlan was both embarrassed and angry, and didn't dare to look at Suzian at all. With a red face, she sat down at the dining table with her back to him. I could only pick up the chopsticks and poke 7 or 8 holes in the Chinese hamburger on the plate. AM took another bite. You know what, it tastes really good. The soft and sticky banana puree is mixed with red beans. I couldn't help but take another bite of the other small burger. The meat patty wrapped in egg liquid tastes equally soft and delicious. Li Anlan became even angrier. This bastard is really good at cooking. Why is my stomach so disappointing? It is actually under his control. After his baby son finished feeding, Suzian burped him and then approached Li Anlan in a sly manner. Seeing that she had eaten more than half of the plate of Chinese hamburgers, Suzian smiled again. How is it? It tastes okay, right? I made it myself. Not so good. Li Anlan put the milk that he had just brought to his mouth on the table, snorted coldly, stood up and left. Yes, it's for calcium supplement. Suzian picked up the milk and chased after him. Use it to wash your face. As soon as she saw milk, the scene just now unconsciously lingered in her mind. This guy is too shameless. With a bang, Li Anlan slammed the bedroom door shut. If you don't want to drink, then don't drink. Why are you so angry? Suzian muttered something as if he knew the answer, then tilted his head back and drank the remaining half cup of milk in one gulp. She even blinked at the little one in her arms. It smells so good. Let's eat. Suzian shouted loudly again deliberately, then happily returned to the restaurant carrying the little guy. The little guy was full now and no longer coveted the food on the table. He lay obediently in Suzian's arms. The chubby little face blinked with big eyes and kept staring at Suzian, which was so adorable. Suzian hasn't finished eating yet. Li Anlan walked out of the room wearing a tight leather jacket and leather pants. Just stay home and look after the kids. I'll be back after the first class. Before Suzian could speak, Li Anlan pointed at him again and said, Don't do those improper tricks in the dormitory anymore. Go to class obediently. Ha ha. Suzian smiled awkwardly. It's really embarrassing that we attracted 119 people on the first day of our business. But he immediately stood up and blocked the door. Li Anlan was startled, thinking that Suzian was going to launch another sneak attack, so he stood still and stared at him. Suzian thought about it, but after looking at the cycling boots on her feet, he realized that this was not a joke. If he were kicked down with one blow, he would be knocked unconscious. But she still spoke quietly. The weather is still so cold and it rained this morning. You want to ride a motorcycle again? It's too unsafe. None of your business. Li Anlan didn't give him a good look. Moreover, she had been used to being alone for so many years, and when someone suddenly showed up and cared about her like this, the only thought in her mind was rebellion. Why don't you put on a coat? It's really cold. Suzian still wanted to persevere. Li Anlan's graceful figure riding a motorcycle is the most beautiful scenery in the hearts of all the boys in the school. Now that his identity has changed, I always feel uncomfortable seeing Li Anlan going out dressed like this again. My woman cannot be looked at by those beasts. If Suzian said this, Li Anlan might really put on another layer of clothes. But right now, all she had in her heart was rebellion. It's none of your business, you bastard, to tell me what my sister wears when she goes out. After glaring at him fiercely, Li Anlan continued to walk out. Suzian pouted in frustration, knowing full well that his suggestion had failed. Changing the subject again, she picked up another cup of milk that had not been drunk yet and handed it to Li Anlan, saying coquettishly, Take a sip, it's still hot. Li Anlan was really thirsty. She hadn't drunk a sip of water since morning. But he still glared at Suzian, took the milk and took a big sip. Remember what I said. Li Anlan put down the cup, pushed the door open and left. Goodbye, Mom. Suzian raised his voice again, imitating the tone of a baby, grabbed his baby son's hand and waved at her. Goodbye, my dear son. Li Anlan also replied with a smile, but his eyes were on Suzian. With a bang, the entrance door was closed. Suzian finally reacted, You took advantage of me. After drinking the remaining half cup of milk from Li Anlan in one big gulp, Suzian held the little guy in front of him again. Call me daddy. Humph, why are you so proud? Sooner or later, I will make you call me daddy. Cleaned up the dishes in kitchen. Suzian couldn't wait to take out his toy soft bullet gun and hold the little guy to play with him. Bang! 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 Suzanne dubbed with his mouth and watched the bullet being sucked onto the TV, but he also felt it was boring. Thinking of the photo of Li Anlan above the bed in the bedroom, Suzanne smiled and rushed in holding the little guy. Call me daddy. Call me daddy. Ha ha ha. Looking at the photo of Li Anlan being shot by a bullet, it feels so damn cool. Even the little one joined in the laughter. But I didn't expect the smile. This made Suzanne turn his attention to the little guy again. He replaced the bullet and shot it at his forehead, and the bullet stuck directly to his forehead. I felt almost nothing, no pain at all. Suzanne chuckled, then turned around and walked towards the living room with the little guy in his arms. Chapter 40 Mom, I want to eat Grandma. Put the little one on the sofa and sandwich him with a pillow. Suzanne immediately stood behind the coffee table. But after thinking about it, he moved the toy gun that was pointed at the little guy's forehead away. This is not Suzanne's change of heart. But he was not confident in his shooting skills, and it would be terrible if he hurt his precious son's eyes. He rushed to the little guy, grabbed his crotch pants and gently pulled them up, revealing his round belly. Suzanne took another quick step back. Raise the gun. Aim. Emission. Bang. The bullet flew through the air 1 meter away and landed steadily on the little guy's white belly. Suzanne hurried over again. Boo. The bullet was pulled out of the belly. When the little guy heard the strange sound, he laughed again and looked very happy. Suzanne couldn't help but pat the little guy's belly gently. My dear son, this is definitely my child, and he looks exactly like Dad when he was a child. Then he took 2 steps back. He shot the little guy in the belly several times. It made the little guy laugh again. Suzanne pretended to blow at the muzzle of the gun, walked up to the little guy and patted his belly again. Causeway Bay? The leader? I have the final say at home from now on, okay? If Mom wants to bully me, you have to help her, okay? Call me Daddy. Before Suzanne could enjoy himself enough, the cell phone at the door rang. When I opened it, it was a message from Li Anlan. If you bully my son again, I will kill you when I get home. Oh no. Suzanne felt something was wrong and quickly looked up at the surveillance camera in the living room. How could he have forgotten about this? She quickly picked up her baby son, dressed him, and then looked at the camera provocatively and sang a nursery rhyme. Once upon a time there was a strange doll. The doll has a strange chin. There's a strange hole on the chin. Dong dong, who knows how big it is? It was clearly a serious nursery rhyme, but when it came out of Suzanne's mouth, it became strange. Fortunately, Li Anlan was already in class and could only look at the screen on his phone without hearing any sound. Otherwise, I don't know how to teach him a lesson. After playing with the little guy for a while, the little guy got tired and fell asleep on Suzanne's shoulder. After putting the little guy back into the crib, Suzanne rubbed his sore arms. It feels like the 3-month-old chubby baby is almost 20 kilograms. I held him in my arms for the entire morning yesterday and my shoulders still hurt. But when he thought of Li Anlan's little hands that had been touching his abdominal muscles, Suzanne instantly felt full of strength again. I took out the new sports shoes, vest, and shorts I bought yesterday, turned on the treadmill and had to run 10 kilometers. Thinking that the little guy would not wake up so quickly after just falling asleep, but also afraid of disturbing him, Suzanne put on Li Anlan's headphones and listened to music again. As for Li Anlan's request for him to go to class, he didn't take it seriously at all. What a joke! The leave note was issued for a week. It would be so embarrassing to go to class. 5 kilometers in less than half an hour, pace 5.1. Suzanne was quite satisfied with the result. After all, he hadn't exercised for almost 2 weeks. But then comes the real test of endurance. After another 10 minutes or so, my speed dropped significantly and my whole body was covered in sweat. But every time I thought of Li Anlan's restless little hands, my heart was filled with energy again, and I didn't even notice that Li Anlan had returned. Li Anlan found Suzanne jogging before the get out of class was over, and seeing that the little guy was sleeping soundly, he didn't disturb him. After returning home, I found Suzanne still running. I couldn't help feeling a little surprised. It was almost an hour. Is it really that powerful? Li Anlan was a little bit unconvinced. So he tiptoed over. He glanced at the display screen quietly. I have run 12 kilometers at a pace of 5.3. I was suddenly surprised. She can't even reach this pace for 5 kilometers. Stinky brother still has something. Li Anlan thought foolishly. She tiptoed to look at her baby son in the room, who was still sleeping soundly. She changed into home clothes and quietly came behind Suzanne again. I want to see how capable he is. But soon Li Anlan was attracted by the muscles in Suzanne's shoulders and arms. In the morning, I just lightly pinched my abdominal muscles. Now I am wearing a large vest. Although I can only see the side, my chest muscles look pretty impressive. Especially the muscles on the thighs. Although they don't look exaggerated, the lines are quite beautiful, and it is obvious that they have been guided by professionals. This is what it's like wearing a suit, tie, and gold-rimmed glasses. The little wolf dog instantly turned into a gentle beast, definitely the hero in a romance novel. Li Anlan unilaterally decided that he would buy him a few suits next time they went shopping. It seemed that Suzanne was going to be late for class. Li Anlan put his thoughts aside, walked directly to Suzanne, and stretched out his little hand that had long been unable to contain himself. But this time it wasn't a gas jam. Instead, he pressed the treadmill screen a few times with a sly smile. Just adjust the speed to the fastest. Li Anlan's sudden appearance startled Suzanne. The breathing rhythm was instantly disrupted. At this time, the speed increased rapidly again, and Suzanne was defeated after holding on for a while. He quickly stood up and jumped, with his feet firmly placed in the safe areas on both sides of the treadmill. That was a close call. I almost made a fool of myself, Suzanne said with confidence. He grabbed the vest and wiped the sweat off his face, then looked at Li Anlan depressedly. The eye-catching abdominal muscles appeared in front of him again, and Li Anlan took the opportunity to take a sneak peek. She turned around and sat on the sofa. Stop being so conceited and get back to class. It's too late. Attend class? How is that possible? Suzanne caught Li Anlan's gaze, and immediately tore off his vest, lying on the sofa with his bare chest, gasping for breath. It's like a flower that has just bloomed, waiting to be picked. You! Li Anlan clearly felt Suzanne's provocation and seduction. Just about to get up and leave. But she didn't expect Suzanne to grab her wrist and sit her down on the sofa again. Stay with me for a while. How can you go out when you are so sweaty? Suzanne said coquettishly. As she said this, she turned around and rested her head on Li Anlan's long legs. Just let me lie down for a while, good sister. Although Suzanne had been teased by the young nurses in his mother's hospital since he was a teenager, he was afraid of it, but he also accumulated a lot of experience. For a tall guy over 1.80 meters tall, it is quite effective to act coquettishly. Many times, it was by doing this that the young nurses were willing to help my mother work the night shift. At this moment, it was not known whether this trick worked again or Li Anlan was attracted by his muscles. Surprisingly, there was no resistance. Instead, she sat stiffly on the sofa, letting Suzanne rest his head on her legs. Her little face was flushed, and she didn't dare to look down at him. I don't know what's going on in my mind. The two of them spent a rare warm time without any quarrels. But it didn't last long. Suzanne couldn't help but let his mind wander again. I have the impression that the little guy was in this position when he was feeding. My brain started to twitch again, and I tried to imitate the voice of a child again. Mom, I want to eat milk. Chapter 41. Li Anlan misses a man. You're looking for death. Li Anlan, who was also enjoying the quiet time, was suddenly furious. Finally, she lowered her head to look at Suzanne, and grabbed his cheeks fiercely with both hands, wishing she could twist them into 18 bends. Although Suzanne felt pain, he couldn't help but raise his head and kiss her when he saw Li Anlan's red lips. Unfortunately, Li Anlan was prepared. She picked up the pillow and blew it on his face. Finally, she seized the opportunity and grabbed his waist hard a few more times. It feels really good. Li Anlan pushed his head away again, stood up and ran away. Hurry up and go back to class. Why? Suzanne continued to act coquettishly. Can you let me take a shower first? Li Anlan glared at him again, turned around and went back to the room. Then he picked up the bathrobe that Suzanne had worn once before and threw it out. It stinks. From now on, you are not allowed to touch my things. Hey. Suzanne took the bathrobe, put it to his nose and sniffed it fiercely, then laughed shamelessly. It smells so good. Bang. The sound of the door slamming shut was still the response to him. Be gentle, don't wake up our son. Suzanne muttered something and went straight into the guest bathroom. Apart from her best friend Hishosho and the nanny, no one else has ever visited Li Anlan's house. There were no toiletries in the guest bathroom. It didn't really matter if there was no shower gel. Suzanne basically washed himself from head to toe with a piece of sulfur soap. But after searching for a long time, he only found a bag of laundry detergent and a bottle of disinfectant in the cupboard. It would be uncomfortable not to wash my hair after sweating so much, but I can't use laundry detergent or disinfectant to wash my hair either. This is really hard to understand. Su Zian hesitated for a long time. Let's call him Teacher Li, he sounds a bit evil. Calling him by his name would seem strange. If I call her wife, I'm afraid I'll get beaten again. After thinking for a long time, Su Zian finally came up with a suitable name. Mother, can you give me some shampoo? Su Zian was afraid of waking up his baby son, so he didn't dare shout too loudly. Unfortunately, there was no response. Su Zian couldn't help but raise his voice a little. Sadly, no response yet. But Su Zian believed that Li Anlan must have heard it. After thinking for a while, he said with a sly smile, "If you don't say anything, I'll go get it myself. I'm not wearing any clothes." "You dare." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Anlan's voice came from outside the glass door. "I left it at the door. You can open the door and get it when I get back," Li Anlan warned. But before he could finish his words, the glass door was pushed open. Li Anlan screamed and raised his hands across his body. But she just covered her mouth, her eyes still staring straight at Su Zian. And Su Zian was not completely naked, he had a bath towel wrapped around his waist. But he raised his arms and tensed his muscles, pointed at his chest muscles and asked, "Do you want to touch it? You filthy rascal." Li Anlan picked up the shampoo in his hand and smashed it on his head. "Hey, I didn't hit it." Su Zian held the shampoo in his arms and provocatively pulled the bath towel under him. "Asshole." Li Anlan slammed the bathroom door shut again and rushed back to the room as if escaping. "Ha ha ha ha." Su Zian's smug and shameless laughter came from behind again. "Stinky brother." Li Anlan hid himself in the bed. It's only been a few days and the fox's tail can't be hidden anymore. He stole another glance at the door. She knew that Su Zian didn't dare to rush in, but she didn't dare to go out again either. "I was afraid that this stinky brother would do something special and I couldn't control myself. I had heard before that a woman's sexual desire will become particularly strong after giving birth due to the vigorous secretion of certain hormones in the body." Li Anlan didn't believe it at first, but he didn't expect it to be true. The body that had been cold for many years gradually became hot. She had to admit that she missed men. "This is the first time in my life." Of course, that drunken sex incident doesn't count. Li Anlan couldn't help but think of that vague night. It's a cliché story about a scumbag cheating on his wife. But in fact, it is not appropriate to describe it as cheating. Although the two have known each other for many years, the most intimate action they have taken is just holding hands and resting her head on the scumbag's shoulder while watching a movie. Li Anlan started skipping grades since elementary school, and on the day he graduated from college at the age of 19, he established a romantic relationship with a 24-year-old classmate. After that, she went abroad to study for a master's and doctoral degree. The two met no more than 10 times before returning home. After finally returning to China and getting a teaching position at Jiangnan University, Li Anlan wanted to completely entrust herself to him, but what she got was news of their breakup. The reason was that Li Anlan was such a good student and had such strong abilities that the scumbag felt inferior and told Li Anlan that his new girlfriend was pregnant. Even if there were 10,000 reasons, this scumbag chose the one that Li Anlan could not accept the most. So that night. That's a good deal for Su Zian. Now that I think about it, that scumbag is comparable to Su Zian outside the door. Apart from having a better family background and higher education, he is not comparable to Su Zian in any other way. Especially Su Zian's perfect muscles, which make people want to touch them and drool when they touch them. Su Zian took a quick shower and changed into the new clothes he bought yesterday. It is true that clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. After putting on these clothes worth tens of thousands of dollars, he suddenly became a different person. Walking on the campus, he easily charmed a lot of senior and junior students. However, Su Zian had no intention of listening to Li Anlan and going back to class obediently. He has important things to do. Although he knew that no matter how hard he tried, he could not compare to Li Anlan, who spent hundreds of thousands without even blinking an eye. But you also have to try your best. How can you justify living off someone without making some effort? "Mother, I'm leaving now. Send me a WeChat message about what you want to eat for lunch." Su Zian greeted through the door. "Study hard." Hearing Li Anlan's mother-like tone of advice, Su Zian ignored her, picked up the car keys on the entrance cabinet and hurried downstairs. It's not to save the 2 yuan money on the electric donkey. After all, I was wearing clothes that cost tens of thousands of dollars, and it would be painful to get covered in mud. And that was a 392 V8 big baby, Su Zian still hadn't had enough. It's a free meal, so you have to eat it. In order to better appreciate the roar of the V8 engine, Su Zian was reluctant to even sing a song. He killed everyone who stood in his way and headed straight for the market where he used to make sweet potato stoves. The car stopped near the previous hardware workshop. The old master recognized Su Zian at a glance. I couldn't help but wonder, when did roasting sweet potatoes become so profitable? How could I earn enough to buy a Wrangler in just a few days? The old master shook his head again. Even if you commit fraud, you can't make so much money at once. Could it be that you are being kept by someone? I looked at the license plate carefully and it was still Beijing A. The old master couldn't help but sigh, there are still many rich women in Beijing. Chapter 42 I am an experienced Chinese doctor. Su Zian's subsequent words also made the old master more determined in his thoughts. Master, can you please recycle the sweet potato stove I made before? I don't need it anymore. Li Anlan said this before going out in the morning. She asked someone to get the confiscated sweet potato stove back and asked Su Zian to get rid of it quickly, after all, she had bought it with money. Su Zian was so touched at that time. Normally, some prohibited small electrical appliances are confiscated in the dormitories, and before the winter and summer vacations, students will be asked to claim them and take them home. But this was a sweet potato stove, and even 119 was called. Su Zian thought it had been completely confiscated. I won't recycle it, but you can bring it back and I'll help you sell it. The price will definitely be greatly discounted. The old master said that it is true that he does not recycle, but he also wants to make some money. After all, Su Zian doesn't seem to be short of money now. Oh, let me think about it. Su Zian gave up the idea as soon as he heard it. The items only cost a few $100s in total, but after all the hassle, I still have to spend dozens or hundreds of dollars on shipping, and even after a discount there won't be much left. Anyway, it won't be lost if it's kept at school and there's no storage fee, so just keep it for now. After all, it was his first venture, so Su Zian felt a little reluctant to part with it. Farewell to the master. Su Zian went around again and bought 4 sets of gas stoves, 16 gas cylinders and a matching 9-grit Odin square pot. That's right, the previous sweet potato oven was too big to hide. Su Zian thought of a good hiding method and decided to sell Odin in the dormitory. Although the cost of using a gas stove is a little higher than that of a small shop outside, there is no rent and no miscellaneous expenses, so you can make more money. After asking around at the big market, Su Zian quickly found a store that specialized in wholesale Odin. As there was no refrigerator to store them, Su Zian didn't dare to buy too much. After calculating the cost, I found out that I spent more than 400 yuan on the stove and pots, and I bought 200 yuan worth of ingredients. I also specifically asked the boss for a large foam box. The weather is not hot yet, so I put some ice packs in it to use as a refrigerator, which can keep the food from going bad for a day or two. I went to the market and bought some bean curd skin, dried tofu, lettuce, coriander, vermicelli, bamboo skewers, etc., and only spent a few $dozen in total. Go back and try it yourself, the profits will be huge. Even if it really is another night of joy, these ingredients will be enough to make back the money spent. Of course, since he was already here, Su Zian bought some fresh vegetables and a piece of fresh mutton. Li Anlan's hands and feet are cold and her palms sweat easily in broad daylight. It is obvious that she did not take good care of herself during the confinement period, and her body is cold and yang deficient. Eating some mutton is just right for warming her up. Of course, Su Zian was not talking nonsense. He just passed by a Chinese medicine clinic and went in to ask. The doctor prescribed cinnamon twig, peony root, licorice, and astragalus, and added ginger, jujube, and mutton to make soup. After finishing the big purchase, Su Zian rushed back to school as there were not many people in the school during class time. With Li Anlan's big V8 as the storefront, the automatic door can be opened directly without having to look for a security guard. Su Zian drove all the way to the dormitory building. While the dormitory manager Feng Ma went to the bathroom, he went back and forth twice to put his things at the corner of the stairwell, and then went back to the dormitory in 2 more trips. He sent a message in the small group of 4 and quickly returned to Li Anlan's home. Although I asked Li Anlan what he wanted to eat before leaving. But Li Anlan did not respond either. Su Zian didn't care about all that and just prepared to make mutton and Chinese medicine soup according to his own ideas. But as soon as he entered the kitchen, Li Anlan rushed over angrily. Didn't I tell you to go back to class? Why are you back so soon? In her hand, she was still holding the diaper of the little one, and it seemed that if Suzian's answer made her even slightly dissatisfied, she would blow the diaper on Suzian's face. However, Suzian had already thought of a way to deal with it. She waved the Chinese medicine in her hand and said confidently, "Look at your hands and feet, they are so cold and your palms are sweating. I went to the pharmacy to buy medicine for you. Your body is cold and your yang is deficient, especially not long after giving birth. You need to replenish yourself." Suzian pointed at the mutton in the casserole again and said, "I know you can't swallow Chinese medicine, so I bought some mutton to make soup for you. Don't worry, I'm an old Chinese doctor. It's okay to miss a few days of class. Your health is important. You have to stick to the course of treatment for it to work." This series of words came out. Li Anlan felt dizzy but warm at heart, and he couldn't even feel angry. She knows her own body well. What Suzian said was right. I just didn't take good care of myself during the confinement period. I caught a cold in the middle of winter because I was anxious to get back in shape. After what happened in the morning, Suzian was still able to notice her abnormalities so attentively and immediately go buy medicine to make soup. With such execution and attitude, how could Li Anlan not be moved? As for Suzian's claim that he was an old Chinese doctor, Li Anlan didn't even believe the punctuation marks. The bag of Chinese medicine is printed with the sign of the Chinese medicine clinic at the entrance of the community. What an old Chinese doctor. Just listen to his bragging. But Li Anlan still nodded, and unconsciously pouted her sexy red lips. "I still want to eat sweet and sour pork." "Okay." Suzian quickly agreed with a smile. It was rare for Li Anlan to show such a little girl side. But then Suzian continued, "How about we eat tonight? I need to buy some fresh pork. For lunch, let's have snow pear pork belly. Although pears are cold in nature, they can neutralize the warmth of mutton, so you don't get too much nourishment all at once." Li Anlan hesitated for a moment, and then he felt that what Suzian said made sense. If the meat was not fresh, the taste of the sweet and sour pork would be affected. Then he nodded, "Okay. Eating some pears can also help you get rid of the anger you've been holding back this winter." Suzian laughed again. Snort. Li Anlan was a little unhappy when these words came out, thinking that Suzian said that she had a bad temper. "I'm angry because of you." "Oh, yes, yes." Suzian chuckled, knowing that she had misunderstood what he meant. He deliberately puffed out his chest, lifted his clothes and patted his abdominal muscles. "Hey, it's all because I'm too handsome. You bastard. I don't want to bother with you." Li Anlan gave a delicate cry and returned to the room with a clatter. Pointing at her slightly red face in the mirror, she said, "Why are you so disappointing? It's so embarrassing, it's so shameful. One serving of lion's head is definitely not enough." The lion's head also needed to be fried anyway, so Suzian made another portion of tiger skin green peppers and stuffed the middle with the meat filling for the lion's head, just enough to avoid waste. I baked 4 chicken wings in the air fryer and stir-fried some garlic chrysanthemum. Including the astragalus lamb soup, there are exactly 4 dishes in one soup. There are many varieties in small quantities, a mix of meat and vegetables, and with Suzian backing the table, there's bound to be no leftovers. It's time for the baby's mother to eat. The relationship between the two of them had made a big step forward today, and Suzian was getting more and more comfortable calling her mother. Seeing Li Anlan walking out alone, Suzian asked again, "Where's my son?" "You eat first and I'll go see the child. The mutton soup in the pot needs to be cooked for a while longer. Let's eat together." "The child just fell asleep," Li Anlan said softly. "Oh." Suzian nodded. "If I remember correctly, this should be the first time the two of them had a real meal together in the past few days. The kind without the little ones disturbing you." Chapter 43 Postpartum Anxiety. Without the little guy around, Suzian seemed to have lost his confidence. He had dared to tease Li Anlan just now, but now he is silent. After putting the rice in front of her, I didn't know what to say. I could only stuff the rice into my mouth without even taking a bite of the vegetables. Li Anlan picked up a piece of cut lion's head and put it in his mouth. Just now, when she saw Suzian cutting a large piece of fatty pork belly, she was worried whether it would be too greasy. But I didn't expect it to be not greasy at all, but full of meaty aroma with a hint of pear fragrance. The texture is crispy and juicy, with no hint of ginger. She also thought that Suzian had specially prepared this dish for her to neutralize the warming effect of the Chinese medicine, which made it taste fragrant in her mouth and sweet in her heart. Seeing Suzian's mouth filled with rice, he couldn't help but smile foolishly. "You should eat vegetables instead." He also picked up a piece of lion's head and put it in his bowl. Looking at the lion head that suddenly appeared in the bowl, he looked up at Li Anlan, who had a smile on his face. Su Zian's heart suddenly blossomed with joy. My wife actually picked up some food for me. Of course, Su Zian didn't dare to say this directly, so he could only thank him quickly and said vaguely, "Thank you, thank you." Is it delicious? It's delicious. Li Anlan picked up another piece of lion's head and stuffed it into his mouth, speaking in the same unclear manner. Eat more if you like. Su Zian hesitated for a moment, took out a tissue to wipe the chopsticks, then picked up a piece of tiger skin green pepper and gently placed it in Li Anlan's bowl. Try this again. Silly. Looking at Su Zian's timid look, Li Anlan couldn't help but laugh. Took a light bite. The fresh fragrance of green pepper fills your mouth, followed by the unique meaty aroma. But the taste is different from that of lion head, and it has richer layers. Tasty. Li Anlan nodded happily. With her family's financial situation, she has eaten all kinds of delicacies from land and sea, but there is always an indescribable feeling when it comes to the dishes cooked by Su Zian. If I have to describe it in words, it should be down to earth, making people feel particularly at ease after eating it. You should eat more vegetables, I can't finish all the food you make. Su Zian gave Li Anlan a very different feeling today. One moment he was a domineering president, the next moment he was an invincible little wolf dog, the next moment he was a silly husky, and finally he became a caring doctor and chef. Of course, there is also a father who takes good care of his children. Although I didn't easily make her angry, I felt a lot of warmth and touched. At this time, she spoke much more gently, with a hint of coquettishness. Su Zian couldn't help but scratch his head after hearing this. He was a little uncomfortable with Li Anlan's sudden change. But I felt very happy and joyful in my heart. I took a big sip of water to hide my excitement, and managed to taste the slightly tipsy feeling of mutai. If he said at this moment, "It's okay, as long as you like it," Li Anlan would definitely die of happiness. But at this moment, Su Zian's physique suddenly increased, and he said stupidly, "It's okay, if you can't finish it, I'm here, I will definitely not waste it." You still need to save some room for the mutton soup. Li Anlan frowned when he heard this. You straight guy really don't understand romance. My sister is so mad. Li Anlan was too lazy to talk to him anymore. If these dishes didn't taste really good and were really to her liking, she would have really wanted to throw down her chopsticks and leave. He just focused on eating his meal. The pouting little mouth can tie up a donkey. Su Zian obviously didn't realize this, and he picked up the lion's head plate and poured some broth into his own bowl. It tastes so delicious. Eat slowly, no one is going to snatch it from you. Seeing Su Zian eating like a pig, Li Anlan couldn't help but whisper. Aha! Su Zian nodded. But he turned a deaf ear to her words and continued eating voraciously in less than 3 seconds. He was anxious because there was a big box of meatballs in the dormitory. You have to string them together in advance, because time is limited at night, otherwise you will definitely be too busy. Any man who appears in Li Anlan's sight will always deliberately maintain his so-called gentlemanly demeanor in order to attract her attention. Only Su Zian was in chaos every day. Many times, Li Anlan wanted to pull his ears and ask him, "Is there no one in this world that you care about?" But Su Zian's genuine and unpretentious appearance made Li Anlan feel very relaxed most of the time. Perhaps it has something to do with the family environment Li Anlan grew up in. The more she can't do something, the more attractive it is. Just like her love for motorcycles, although she dared not tell her family, it was also a form of silent resistance. Looking at Su Zian's appearance, Li Anlan couldn't help but smile secretly. I really don't know what to say about this stinky little brother. But this also aroused her appetite, and she ate a large bowl of rice without realizing it. The key point was that there were 4 lion heads, and she ate 3 by herself, and also 2 whole tiger skin chili peppers stuffed with meat. There were quite a few chrysanthemums among the 3 chicken wings. Although there wasn't much left, Su Zian ate 3 bowls of rice while soaking in the vegetable soup. This still feels a little lacking. I regret that I didn't make enough food this time, otherwise I could have eaten another bowl or half a bowl. But unexpectedly, it caused Li Anlan's dissatisfaction. Seeing Su Zian standing up to clean up the dishes, she stretched out her finger and poked him on the waist. "It's all your fault, I ate too much again." She stared at him intently, blinking her big, aggrieved eyes, as if to say, "You're responsible to the end." Ah. Su Zian scratched his head and said in a nonchalant manner, "Why didn't you tell me earlier? I haven't even eaten enough." You pig head. Li Anlan was so angry that he turned around and walked towards the room. "You stinky little brother, I hate you so much." But Su Zian hadn't reacted yet, and asked loudly, "There's mutton soup. I'll serve you a bowl. Keep it for yourself." Li Anlan stomped his feet in anger and slammed the door shut. Su Zian was confused. What did I say wrong to make this little ancestor angry? Probably not. Is this the legendary postpartum anxiety? Yes, it's postpartum anxiety. Su Zian couldn't help but admire himself. He quickly took out his mobile phone and searched for how to treat postpartum anxiety. This inquiry was almost life-threatening, and he was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. A senior professor at a certain hospital said it was a hormone problem in the body and that it had to be regulated with medication. If it was serious, it would require hospitalization, otherwise it would be easy to suffer from depression. There are also some fairies who are pua, saying that it's all because of you bunch of stinky men who don't care about anything after throwing away the seeds. It would be strange if they are not anxious. There are also many fake friendly pua. She said that her husband took meticulous care of her during her pregnancy and postpartum period, spending a lot of time and money on her, so she didn't feel anxious. Then she changed the subject and said that some men are immature and cannot make money, so such men should not have the right to mate. It took Su Zian a lot of effort to find some serious answers. It is said that most women stay in their rooms during this period and should go out for a walk more often, even if it is just going downstairs for a walk after dinner or going to the park or playground on weekends. They can be happy the whole day. If conditions permit, raising some flowers, plants, small animals, etc. can also heal the soul. Su Zian immediately felt that it made sense. He did what he said. After tidying up the kitchen, he knocked on Li Anlan's door with mutton soup. Chapter 44 Supermarket Storm. Well, the weather is nice today. Is our son awake? Let's take him downstairs to get some sun. Su Zian asked softly through the door. No. I have to lose weight and prepare for class. Don't think about skipping class again. Go back to school. Li Anlan guessed Su Zian's little thoughts as soon as he heard it. There's still time. Don't you want to eat sweet and sour pork tonight? We can go shopping together. It would have been fine if food wasn't mentioned, but as soon as food was mentioned, Li Anlan became even more unhappy. No. Leave me alone. But Su Zian still refused to give up. The more Li Anlan did this, the more serious his postpartum anxiety became. Why don't we take our son to the park this weekend? He hasn't been to a park before. No time. Li Anlan refused again. But after thinking about it, he whispered, I'm going to take a 100-day photo of my son this weekend. Really? That's settled then. We'll go together this weekend. What does it have to do with you? Hey, it doesn't matter. I'll carry your bag for you. Is carrying a bag okay? Su Zian was overjoyed. He is not really stupid. If Li Anlan really didn't want him to go, he wouldn't have said it. I'm going back to school. Remember to drink the soup later. Su Zian knew when to quit and walked happily to school humming a little tune. The reason why I didn't drive the big baby V8 this time was not because the journey was not far, but because I was afraid that Li Anlan would need the car if he had to go out for something. It's almost time for class. Su Zian, however, quickly ran into the dormitory building. Attend class? Does not exist. After all, this is my second venture, so I still need to prepare well. The dormitory has been cleaned, and the floor that used to be covered with cigarette butts is now so clean that not even a hair can be seen. Apparently these three friends still have some conscience. In addition to the ingredients and gas stove that Su Zian brought back, there was also a large bag on the ground, which contained disposable plastic bags and paper boxes. After all, if he wanted to sell Odin, there was no need to steal A4 paper from Feng Ma. After locking the door, Su Zian put on a collection of children's songs and started working. Soak the bean curd skin first, and then start threading the beans. There were more than a dozen kinds of meatballs with different chicken, fish, meat, and shrimp flavors. It took more than an hour and I had to string nearly 250 of them together. Although my neck was sore from exhaustion and my fingers were pierced with several holes, this was all money. Su Zian still enjoys it. After putting the meatballs into the foam box again and sealing it, the tofu skin is also soaked. Cut into 2 cm wide strips together with dried tofu and wrap with coriander or lettuce. Including the fans, I only spent 40 yuan in total, but I got nearly 100 skewers. Selling for $2 a string, the profit is much higher than that of various meatballs. I looked at the time and it was not yet 3 p.m. Suzian set the alarm clock and took a nap to recharge his energy so that he could do a great job in the evening. Get up at 4:30 on time. Suzian didn't forget that Li Anlan also wanted to eat sweet and sour pork, so he went to the supermarket again. The lady selling meat in the supermarket already knows Suzian. Before he even opened his mouth, he greeted him warmly. Young man, you don't have classes this afternoon, and you're cooking for your girlfriend again? See if you need anything. The young people who come to the supermarket to buy groceries are basically college students who rent a house with their girlfriends. The aunt is no longer surprised. Hey, just give me 1 pound of tenderloin. My wife wants to eat sweet and sour pork again, Suzian said proudly. He didn't dare to shout like that in front of Li Anlan, but there was nothing to be afraid of at this moment since she couldn't hear him. Okay, Auntie will cut it into pieces for you. The aunt also looked at Suzian with envy, as if she was thinking of how she was in love when she was young. It's so lucky to be your girlfriend. She must be very beautiful since you are so handsome. Hi, it's just so, mainly because she can't leave me, Suzian said arrogantly. You are such a modest young man. I guess you must be very pretty, otherwise how could you skip classes every day and come out to buy groceries? The aunt saw through Suzian's little thoughts at a glance and joked with a smile. Suzian took the tenderloin from the aunt and was about to say thank you. But before he could finish his words, he saw Li Anlan standing beside him at some point. His eyes were wide open as if he was about to burst into flames. Suzian was stunned. Being caught for not attending class is the least of my worries. I'm afraid that the boasting I just made might have been heard by her. The last word that was stuck in his throat was slowly uttered out. Mom. The aunt thought she was being called, so she quickly smiled and waved her hands. What are you calling me, kid? Call me sister. But what happened next left the butcher dumbfounded. Li Anlan, who was pushing the stroller, grabbed Suzian's ear and said, How many times have I told you, little brat? Why don't you learn your lesson? You must call me sister when you go out from now on. Remember. It hurts, sister. I was wrong. Suzian begged for mercy quickly, not feeling embarrassed in front of so many people. I'm going to tear this side off. Then I'll switch to the other side next time. Li Anlan was furious. He quickly looked around and found that there were still many students from Jiangda University. Then he let go and whispered, I'll deal with you when we get home. The butcher lady was still in a mess as she watched Suzian happily take the stroller and leave. He stared at Li Anlan's back with an incredible look on his face. How did this guy stay so young? He looks even younger than my daughter. Fortunately, Li Anlan didn't hear these words, otherwise he would have vented his anger on Suzian. Li Anlan came to the supermarket at this time. It's also for the pot-wrapped pork dinner in the evening. Thinking about how Suzian had spent a lot of money on buying vegetables and fruits these days, she calculated that this brat probably didn't have much living expenses left. I was afraid of hurting his self-esteem if I gave him money directly, so I took the little guy out for a walk and got him a stored value card. I can just let him use the card when buying groceries in the future. Unexpectedly, as soon as I arrived at the meat section, I saw Suzian, who was supposed to be in class, bragging to the butcher. It's just average, mainly because she can't leave me. Especially after hearing these words, how could Li Anlan suppress the anger in his heart? Just settle all the new and old accounts together. At this time, Suzian was like an eggplant hit by frost, pushing the stroller obediently and following Li Anlan. Li Anlan became angrier the more he thought about it, and when he was angry he couldn't help but buy. I pushed a shopping cart and threw things into it like crazy, not caring whether I could use it or not, whether I liked to eat it or not. After the shopping cart was piled up into a small mountain, Li Anlan finally walked towards the checkout counter. Suzian was still frightened. Fortunately, he confiscated the money that was given to the second brother yesterday. It would have been terrible if Li Anlan had just left without paying. But the second brother's money also had to be repaid, so Suzian could only put his hope on a box of Odin in the dormitory. You must give some support, otherwise you will become a gigolo. Chapter 45 Strange Things. Sure enough, Li Anlan was really angry. Park the shopping cart next to the checkout counter and walk straight out of the supermarket. At this time, the second brother was also walking into the supermarket with a junior high school girl, and happened to bump into Li Anlan. The second brother was sharp-eyed and noticed that Li Anlan's expression was not right. He didn't dare to go up and say hello. He held his junior's hand and quietly moved to Suzian's side like a mouse seeing a cat. The last class today was an unimportant secondary subject. Because the second oldest child lost a bet, he skipped class and called a new junior schoolmate to go shopping in the supermarket together to buy ropes and storage boxes, 2 key supplies for starting a business. Old Sue. How did you make the goddess angry again? Hey, don't mention it. My sister is like that. She's beautiful but has a bad temper. Seeing that there were outsiders around the second brother, Suzian was afraid that if he let something slip it would have a bad influence, so he called Li Anlan's sister. He quickly changed the subject. Hey, this is your new sister-in-law, not bad, you two should get along well, she's much prettier than the previous one. Don't talk nonsense. The second brother suddenly became anxious and winked at him. This is the sister I just recognized. You know I have been single all my life. The junior school girl next to them didn't care what the two said. She knew what the second one was like. He called her sister first, then sister, and finally baby. These are all leftovers from her playing in elementary school. She was too lazy to expose him and was instead very interested in the little guy in the stroller. It seems that the rumors are true, Goddess Li really has a child. I just wanted to take out my phone to take a picture and post it on the campus website. It would become famous. Seeing the younger sister took out her phone, the second brother quickly grabbed her and said, let's go quickly. When school is over, there will be a lot of people paying the bills and we will have to queue up. In order to repay Suzian for exposing his true identity in front of his junior high school sister, he picked up a large box of Durex from the shelf and secretly threw it on the checkout counter. Suzian didn't know what to do, but instead cast a grateful look at the second brother. Then she looked at the long string of receipts that was longer than her belt, took out her phone and asked tearfully, how much is it? Unexpectedly, the cashier handed over a supermarket stored value card with both hands. The total is 1,398.20 yuan. This is your stored value card. Please keep it. Suzian was stunned for a moment, pointed at his nose and asked, mine? Yes, it was left by the beautiful lady you were with just now. Oh. Suzian nodded but didn't take the card. Can you help me see how much money I have left? I still have 20,601.8 yuan. I just applied for the card. If you top up 20,000 yuan without an invoice, you can get 2,000 yuan free. Sir, do you want to continue to top up? The cashier lady said with a smile. This is a big customer. Maybe he will pay another 20,000 yuan. She can earn a lot of commission. What? Suzian was startled again. No need. He quickly stuffed the stored value card into his pocket, then turned around and called the nearby security guard. Please help me open the back door. There are too many things to take out. After getting instructions from the manager, the security guard helped push the shopping cart into the elevator of Li Anlan's house. Suzian looked at his baby son in the stroller and couldn't help but sigh. My dear son, you are so lucky to have such a rich mother. You must be filial to me in the future. Push open the front door. Li Anlan was sitting at the dining table at the door waiting for him, his eyes still wide open, watching Suzian take great pains to carry several oversized shopping bags into the house without helping. There was also a pair of scissors on the dining table, which was quite scary. Suzian thought that what was coming would eventually come, and quickly put the stored value card in his pocket on the dining table, and then hurriedly took a step back. He raised his hands, covered his ears, shrunk his neck, and obediently listened to the punishment. Well, I was wrong. I want to discuss it. Can you please stop hitting my face and pulling my ears? Li Anlan almost laughed at Suzian's appearance. But when I thought about what he said to the butcher, I got so angry. After taking a sip of water to hide the slightly upturned corners of his mouth, Li Anlan decided to teach him a lesson no matter what he said today. Tell me. What did you do wrong? I shouldn't have skipped class to buy groceries and make sweet and sour pork for you, but if I waited until after class, dinner would have to be delayed for a long time. After all, eating too late is unhealthy. I'm just thinking about you. When it comes to the ability to quibble, Suzian considers himself to be first-rate. The dead can be said to be alive. So you're right, right? Li Anlan didn't expect that she had only said a few words, but Suzian started talking so much that he smashed the water cup on the dining table with a bang. So angry. How can the stinky husky be so shameless? It was obviously him who skipped class first, but he could still find such a reason. Wow. The little guy who had been lying obediently in the stroller might have been frightened, or might have understood what Suzian had just said to him in the elevator, and he suddenly burst into tears. Suzian thought to himself that God was helping him, he was indeed his biological son. He took the first step to pick up his baby son and ran to the living room. "Grandfather, please calm down. I was really wrong. I promise I will never skip classes again. Our son is probably hungry. I will listen to your instructions later." Looking at Suzian, he looked like a smug villain. Li Anlan couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth again. Although she knew that Suzian was just making excuses, she felt warm inside and couldn't get angry even if she wanted to. She was even more surprised when the little guy stopped crying as soon as he got into Suzian's arms. "I didn't say anything else. But this does not mean that Li Anlan really calmed down and spared his life. I thought I would have a good chat with him after dinner. We can't keep delaying classes and let him act recklessly." Moreover, Hishosho also called before and said that she had found a highly skilled confinement nanny who would be here in 2 days, allowing her and Suzian to enjoy a few more days of their own world. Watching Suzian carefully heating up the milk for his son, Li Anlan had no choice but to pick up a pair of scissors and vent his anger on the express box he had just retrieved. Then he opened several large bags of things he had just frantically swept away. He packed 2 large bags of fruit snacks, bought 3 bottles of soy sauce without realizing it, and also bought toothbrushes, toothpaste, shampoo, and shower gel. Li Anlan actually didn't even look at these popular brands. "I bought them all for Suzian subconsciously." Especially when she saw that there were several pairs of men's underwear and socks, she couldn't help but blush. Thinking about the time when Suzian took a shower without changing his underwear, she couldn't help but smile. He quickly hid himself secretly. Afraid of being seen by Suzian, he would do something inappropriate again. The last 2 bags contain wet wipes and diapers she bought for her son. In fact, she bought quite a lot last time, enough for the little guy to use for another 2 months. Today she wanted to deliberately trick Suzian and make the stinky brother tired to death. But suddenly I found a box of strange things in the bag. Li Anlan picked it up and looked at it carefully, only to find that it was a large box of Durex. She was sure that this thing was definitely not bought by her. He turned to look at Suzian and instantly exploded. Chapter 46, Women's minds are hard to understand. The little guy was breastfeeding at this time, but Li Anlan couldn't care less. This stinky brother should not be treated kindly. He is getting bolder and bolder and even dares to buy this kind of thing. Could it be a balloon game? She wouldn't believe it even if Li Anlan was beaten to death. Li Anlan immediately roared, "Su! Z! Un!" The delicate hands holding the scissors were clenching so tightly that they made a squeaking sound. "What's wrong, ancestor?" Suzian was startled by Li Anlan's roar and hurriedly came over with the little guy in his arms. Seeing the scissors in Li Anlan's hand, he was so scared that he took 2 steps back. "Suzian, you really disappoint me. Look at what you bought." Li Anlan pointed at the box on the dining table and roared again. "What? You bought all of them. I only bought the meat." Suzian approached with an indifferent look on his face. After seeing the big words on it, he was shocked. This, I am innocent. I really didn't buy it. I know nothing. How dare you quibble?" Li Anlan didn't even give Suzian a chance to continue speaking. "Now. Put the child down. Get out of my house right now. Don't come here anymore." Having said that, Li Anlan pushed open the door. Ah! Beads of sweat appeared on Suzian's head. He felt really wronged. "I really didn't buy it. Let me explain. How could I have the guts to do that?" Seeing Li Anlan getting so angry, Suzian also realized the seriousness of the problem and said aggrievedly, "My head was foggy and I just knew that I couldn't leave no matter what, otherwise I wouldn't even have the chance to explain myself in the future." He quickly picked up the little kid who was frightened and crying and ran to the innermost part of the living room. He sat down on the sofa and said, "Little ancestor, I beg you, I really didn't buy it. Please calm down first. Look, you scared your son again. If it wasn't bought by you, how could it be bought by me?" Li Anlan was obviously really angry, extremely angry. He pointed at the door again and shouted, "You idiot, I'll give you 10 minutes to take all your stuff and get out of my house." Oh dear baby, don't cry, mommy is talking to daddy, don't be afraid, come and have some milk." Suzian knew that it was useless for him to say anything now, so he could only quickly comfort the little guy. He clearly remembered that he didn't buy it at all, and his mind began to recall how this thing appeared in his home. "Starting from when I entered the supermarket, bought meat, met Li Anlan, and followed her all the way to the checkout, I also met Lao Er. Damn it! Su Zian understood instantly. Li Anlan was so angry, it was obvious that this thing was not bought by her. Then it must be the second one. I have the impression that this thing is always placed within easy reach at the checkout counter. This bastard. This is such a bummer. The culprit has been found, but Li Anlan definitely won't believe it. Su Zian's IQ suddenly exploded, and without paying any attention to Li Anlan, who was still furious, he took out his cell phone and sent a WeChat message to the second brother. Thank you so much, brother. I would rather die than let my friend die. This is all Su Zian could say in order to clear his name. After all, brothers are meant to be betrayed. Sure enough, the second brother was fooled. She immediately replied to Su Zian, "Don't worry, old Su, I will tell my junior sister not to say anything nonsense. By the way, did you see the little gift I bought for you?" Ha ha. Damn it. Looking at the message from Lauer, Su Zian was both angry and amused. He put down his phone and didn't bother to reply. Fuck you. After muttering something, he quickly looked at Li Anlan and tiptoed over with the little guy who had stopped crying in his arms. Let's close the door first, so our son doesn't get frozen. It wouldn't be bad if the neighbors heard it, right? Seeing that Li Anlan didn't say anything, Su Zian walked forward and closed the door before handing over the phone. I really didn't buy it. It's all my roommate's fault. His name is Wang Pengfei. He was the one who did it. If you don't believe me, we can go to the supermarket and check the surveillance. As he spoke, Su Zian picked up the Durex on the dining table and threw it directly into the trash can. You know how timid I am, how dare I do that? She looked so aggrieved that she almost cried. You are the only one who is timid? Li Anlan glanced at his phone angrily, although he was basically certain that Su Zian had been wronged. Moreover, she has been paying close attention to the three people in Su Zian's dormitory these days, and this seems like something that the second in command could do. But I still don't quite believe his lies. Maybe the two of them had conspired together. I can't really go to the supermarket to check the surveillance cameras because of this. It would be so embarrassing. Especially, the previous scene instantly came to his mind. He kissed and hugged her, but she took advantage of him a lot. The truth has been revealed, but I'm still angry. But when she thought about how her baby son had just been scared to tears twice in a row by her, Li Anlan felt extremely regretful. Even if you are angry, you should not do it in front of the children. Seeing Su Zian smiling foolishly and not saying anything, he obviously guessed what was in his mind. Li Anlan was so angry that he gritted his teeth again, but for the sake of his precious son in his arms. He just put the scissors on the dining table. She returned to the bedroom angrily, carrying a small bag containing men's underwear. She was in a complicated mood right now. She hugged the big teddy bear on the bed and murmured, "Asshole, annoying guy." Su Zian had no idea what a woman was thinking. If he had been more tough just now and directly admitted that he bought it, and then said a few sweet words to coax her, Li Anlan would be angry but would not have lost her temper so much. Call. At this time Su Zian breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that he had finally escaped a disaster. At this moment, sweat was almost pouring out of my whole body. After feeding and burping the little guy, Su Zian played another nursery rhyme. Seeing that he was listening attentively with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, he thought that he was not scared, so he gently put him in the stroller. He quickly cleaned up the things on the floor and went straight into the kitchen. He glanced at the mutton and Chinese medicine soup in the casserole, confirmed that Li Anlan had drunk it, and nodded happily. After all, Li Anlan was angered. Su Zian prepared a very sumptuous dinner. In addition to the sweet and sour pork she ordered, there were also stir-fried pork slices, 3 fresh vegetables, candied sweet potato, celery with nuts, and broccoli mixed with soaked black fungus as a cold dish. Of course, desserts are also indispensable. I bought red beans before just to make snow-coated bean paste. This is his trump card, and he has tried it secretly at home many times before, thinking that if he makes his girlfriend angry in the future, he can use it to apologize. Doesn't this come in handy today? He also made a small portion of blueberry yams. Including the leftover mutton and Chinese medicine soup from lunch, there were exactly 8 dishes in one soup, which was quite sumptuous. All the dishes were served on the table, and Su Zian's clothes were already soaked with sweat. Especially since the t-shirt sticks tightly to his body, the muscles underneath are clearly highlighted. But Su Zian stood at the door of Li Anlan's room, hesitating for a long time and not daring to knock. The scene just now is still vivid in my mind. I'm really afraid that she's still angry now, and if she picks up the scissors and cuts him, he'll be ruined. Chapter 47 Wife, you are so beautiful. In the end, Suzanne still planned to bring the little guy over. With his son as a shield, he thought Li Anlan would give him some face. But just as Suzanne lifted up the little guy, Li Anlan pushed the door and walked out. Put it down. You stink like a sweaty bastard, don't touch my son. Suzanne turned around quickly. When I saw the image on Li Anlan's mobile phone screen, I realized that she had been monitoring me. Oh. Suzanne quickly agreed and put the little guy down. Little ancestor, I was wrong, please be magnanimous and forgive me this time, let's eat, haba. Snort. Li Anlan snorted coldly and sat down at the dining table. She has been reflecting on this during this period. It's not that he really forgave Suzanne, but he looked down on him a little, and still had a sense of being disappointed in him. If Suzanne had admitted it generously just now, he would have looked up to him. As a man, it would be abnormal if you didn't have such thoughts. Women's thoughts are always confusing, let alone a little fool like Suzanne. Just like now. Li Anlan actually wore a black suspender pajamas for the first time. Swan neck, right-angled shoulders, butterfly back, long legs, and bare feet. Just exposed in the air. Suzanne's eyes were wide open, but he still didn't dare to have any improper thoughts. He was regretting why he forgot to hide the scissors. Li Anlan must have dressed like this on purpose so that he could kill him. He couldn't help but shudder, staring blankly at Li Anlan's back. His mind twitched again. Why don't you eat first? I'll go take a shower. As he said this, he tore off his wet t-shirt, revealing his muscular body with his bare chest. But Suzanne immediately regretted it. What's the point of saying goodbye to your second brother? How can a pig clamor for a bath when it's New Year's Day? Isn't this courting death? I slapped my forehead hard. What a pig's brain. Have a meal. Li Anlan had no idea that Suzanne had so many psychological activities, and said coldly without even turning his head. She dressed like that on purpose. I want to see how this bastard husky will react. Of course, Li Anlan had no intention of handing himself over to him, and this was also one of the tests during the probation period. It would be best to warm up Suzanne, then pour cold water on him and let him vent his anger. Suzanne never thought that Li Anlan would be so vicious. When he saw her pick up a piece of sweet and sour pork and put it in her mouth, he mustered up the courage to ask softly. How does it taste? It's just so-so. Li Anlan answered without even raising his head. Suzanne's face instantly felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly, but she still heard what he said casually. He was still so vindictive that he actually used this sentence to attack him. No way, it must be delicious. It's okay to say that he is dark, it's okay to say that he is a bad student, it's okay to say that he is stupid. But the only thing you can't say is that he is a bad cook. Suzanne shamelessly picked up the bowl in front of Li Anlan to help her serve her rice, and also picked up a piece and put it in his mouth to taste it. I said it's impossible, it's so delicious. Humph, what are you so proud of? Li Anlan, contrary to his usual behavior, picked up another piece of sweet potato and put it into his mouth, and once again attacked Suzanne with a cold tone. I thought you only knew how to roast sweet potatoes. This is simply murderous and heartbreaking. Suzanne was speechless for a moment. He sat down opposite Li Anlan and stuffed rice into his mouth in frustration. Seeing Suzanne being humiliated, Li Anlan was extremely proud. Then I saw that he was shirtless, and I couldn't help but secretly glance over with my big eyes. Which woman can resist a 20-year-old boy with 8-pack abs? And the cooking is so delicious. She originally wanted to seduce and tease Suzanne, but her face turned red first. Li Anlan couldn't help but get angry again. But this time, I was angry with myself. Why was I so disappointing? His eyes glanced at Suzanne intentionally or unintentionally, and the base of his neck turned red. I could only bury my head in eating to cover myself up. Suzanne finally noticed something was wrong with Li Anlan. IQ finally took over the high ground. We had such a fierce argument just now, but love is just a paper tiger, and it still succumbs to my masculine charm. Suzanne deliberately stood up and, following the method that the second oldest had taught the third oldest, moved his body closer to Li Anlan across the dining table. Seeing that Li Anlan wanted to dodge, Suzanne quickly reached out and gently touched her hair. Don't move, your head seems to be stuck with something. Seeing Suzanne frowning slightly, Li Anlan hurriedly wanted to get up and look in the mirror. Hair is one of the most important parts of her body, and if she hadn't been pregnant, she wouldn't have been willing to cut her hair short and wear a blonde wig. Unexpectedly, Suzanne walked around the dining table and came to her side in an instant, and put his big hand directly on her shoulder. He leaned over and took a closer look. Oh, I was mistaken. Having said that, he sat down on the chair next to her. The two men were leaning against each other's shoulders, and the stinky smell of sweat on their bodies instantly penetrated Li Anlan's nose. Only then did Li Anlan realize that she had been fooled. Asshole, you lied to me. He immediately reached out and fiercely grabbed the soft flesh on Su Zian's waist. It stinks, get out of here, stay away from me. Hey, this is called manliness, don't you understand? Su Zian endured the severe pain and pulled the chair closer again. He then reached out and held Li Anlan's shoulders tightly, and leaned his head on her shoulder. She gently rubbed his sweaty hair and cheeks a few times and said coquettishly, Mother, I know I was wrong. Please don't be angry, okay? This series of operations seemed to cause an 8-magnitude earthquake in Li Anlan's heart. He held her tightly in his grasp in an instant. He finally let go of the soft flesh on Su Zian's waist and rubbed it with heartache. But she said coquettishly with a look of disgust, You've sweated so much that you stink. Go take a shower right after dinner, or you'll catch a cold. Hey, hey. Hearing that Li Anlan cared about him, Su Zian was so happy that he kissed her on the face. He quickly picked up several pieces of food and put them into her bowl. The hand that was originally on her shoulder unknowingly slid to her slender waist. TSK, TSK, TSK. It's just a thin layer of silk nightgown, but the touch is really good. Su Zian was drunk. Little brother, be quiet. Li Anlan was extremely embarrassed, as if he was drunk, and all visible skin was red. Su Zian was stunned and said infatuatedly, Wife, you are so beautiful. He lowered his head and kissed Li Anlan's little mouth. If Su Zian doesn't take advantage of this opportunity, he would be a real idiot. Li Anlan panicked instantly, his heart was beating like a deer and was about to jump out of his throat. But she didn't give him any chance and hurriedly grabbed a piece of sweet potato and stuffed it into his mouth. She said shyly, Let's eat. Li Anlan was scared. She was afraid that she would not be able to control herself and let the stinky brother in front of her succeed. Chapter 48, Stinky Brother, So Corny. Su Zian swallowed the candied sweet potato without even chewing it. Although he was choked, he immediately said coquettishly, Wife, let me kiss you. No. Li Anlan wanted to escape, but his legs were a little out of control. Who is your wife? Don't scream. You, who else could it be? Su Zian increased the strength of his palms, holding Li Anlan's waist tightly against his chest. Then kiss me, okay, just once. Hate. Li Anlan said this, but still held Su Zian's chest and kissed him lightly on the cheek. Like a little rabbit, he shyly buried his head in his chest and said, Eat quickly, or it will get cold soon. I don't know what happened to the little guy next to me. He was playing happily in the stroller, but suddenly he laughed out loud. Li Anlan became even more shy. But Su Zian was obviously not satisfied with this light kiss. He turned around and gently pushed the stroller, then changed direction. Not suitable for children. She then pressed the small hand that was resting on his chest tightly. No, I'm at a disadvantage, you took advantage of me, I have to take it back. You wish. Li Anlan slapped Su Zian's claws away and grabbed the soft flesh on his waist with her small hands again. Ouch. This time he was killed with a fatal blow, causing Su Zian to scream and beg for mercy in pain. Can you eat properly? Li Anlan raised her little head and threatened shyly. Yes, honey, I was wrong, please let me go. Su Zian begged for mercy again, and took the opportunity to lower his head and kiss Li Anlan's raised sexy red lips. Hee, I kissed you. This greasy meal took a full hour to finish. As soon as Su Zian finished cleaning up the dishes, Li Anlan pushed him into the bathroom. She also handed him a newly bought toothbrush and other toiletries, and said, Take a hot bath quickly, don't catch a cold. Yes, my wife. Looking at Su Zian's fiery eyes, Li Anlan fled back to his room. But then she walked barefoot to the second bedroom, took out a new set of clothes from the closet and placed them at the bathroom door. After thinking about it and blushing, she went back to her room, found the men's underwear that she had just hidden not long ago, and put it on the bed. The clothes are at your door. After saying that, he quickly closed the door and got into bed. She put her long, white legs on the big teddy bear, held the little guy against her chest, and looked at him carefully for a long time. No matter how you look at him, he looks like he was cast from the same mold as Su Zian. I couldn't help but whisper to the little guy, You stinky little brother, you can't pretend anymore, your foxtail is showing again, you were so bad. She shyly hid her head in the quilt. He was worried that Su Zian would suddenly rush in, but he also seemed to be expecting something. I felt so conflicted. But after gradually calming down, she thought that the two of them had only been together for a few days. Although she was quite satisfied with Su Zian's performance, she still felt that the time was too short. Su Zian was still not mature enough, and she was not ready yet, so she thought she should observe him carefully. He quietly got up, locked the door, and took out his cell phone to ask He Xiuxiu's opinion. She is an old hand in love. Su Zian didn't dare to think so much. I feel like I've already made a lot of money today, so there's no need to rush this. Although he usually acts silly, when he really faces Li Anlan, he still feels a little inferior. After all, there is a huge gap between their family backgrounds. Even though they had a child, even if Li Anlan completely accepted him, she didn't know how to face her parents. After taking a shower, gently opened the bathroom door. He saw that there was a new pair of underwear on top of the clothes Li Anlan had prepared for him. How could Su Zian not have wild thoughts in his mind? He glanced at the closed door and thought about his big event in the evening. I can only force myself to give up that thought. Come on. Su Zian silently encouraged himself, hoping that his big business in the evening would have a good start. Seeing that there was still time, Su Zian stuffed all his clothes into the washing machine and carefully tidied up the living room, dining room, and kitchen. I also soaked some millet in advance to prepare porridge tomorrow morning. Gently approached Li Anlan's door and whispered, "Are you asleep? I'm going back. You should get some rest early. If you have anything, call me. I'm on call 24 hours a day." After hearing Li Anlan's answer, Su Zian activated the floor cleaning robot, gently pushed the door and left. Li Anlan heard the sound of the security door opening and closing, and hurriedly picked up his mobile phone to check the surveillance video to confirm that Su Zian had really left. A sense of loss inexplicably arose in my heart. He waved his little fist and hit the big teddy bear beside him. "You stinky brother, you stinky bastard, I hate you. I hate you." After struggling for a while, he hugged the teddy bear tightly in his arms again. After looking at his sleeping baby son, he picked up his phone again and sent a WeChat message to He Xiuxiu. He left, and before he left he washed clothes, cleaned the house, and soaked rice. There is a sense of loss between the lines. You deserve it. If I had just jumped in, it would have been so comfortable to take a bath together. Go to hell. Li Anlan said coquettishly. But then He Xiuxiu sent another message. Seriously, your little Shuzi's behavior really impressed me. Come on. Seize the opportunity, and you will be excited for the rest of your life. That's what a best friend would say. Li Anlan didn't reply either. He just muttered to himself, then stuffed his phone under his pillow and prepared to go to bed early. She ate so much today that she didn't even have the energy to lose weight. After a while, there was another vibrating sound from under the pillow. Is it ever going to end? Li Anlan thought He Xiuxiu had sent another message. After hesitating for a while, I couldn't help but take out my cell phone. Unexpectedly, it was a message from Su Zian. "Good night, my dear. I love you. Have you decided what you want to eat tomorrow? Remember to tell your husband in advance, heart 520-1314. Then he sent a shirtless selfie of Su Zian in the bathroom. "Look at the photo if you miss me at night, kiss." Stinky brother, so corny. Li Anlan's face suddenly turned red again. After looking at the photos carefully for a while, she shyly stuffed the phone under the pillow and hid in the bed with the quilt covering her face. But then the phone rang again. Li Anlan quickly clicked to check. "You took advantage of me again and didn't even bother to send a photo to your husband. But don't worry, your husband has beautiful photos of you taking a bath." Then, a photo of a little pig taking a bath with a headscarf was sent. "You stinky little brother, you're looking for death. Wait till I teach you a lesson tomorrow." Li Anlan still didn't reply. He muttered something and dropped the phone at his feet. At this time, Su Zian had returned to the dormitory. Seeing that Li Anlan had not replied, he thought she had fallen asleep and did not disturb her. Chapter 49, Another Victory. No more sweet harassment from Su Zian. After a while, Li Anlan fell into a deep sleep with a smile on his face. Su Zian also started a new round of battle with the three brothers in the dormitory. Now their dormitory has become the focus of Feng Ma's attention. As soon as I got to the third floor, I ran straight over. However, the four men had received the news long ago. They placed all the tools used in the crime in a storage box and used ropes to bring them down to the brothers' dormitory on the second floor. But Feng Ma has been a dormitory teacher for many years and has been fighting wits and courage with these bad boys, so she is quite experienced. As soon as he entered the room, he was not surprised to see the dormitory was clean and tidy. He did not rush to ask them to open all the cabinets, but sniffed hard. But I unexpectedly discovered that apart from a faint smell of smoke, there was no other smell at all. Aunt Fong remained silent, staring at them intently, and then rummaged through the cabinets herself. There is still no contraband at all. You little brats, I think you've learned your lesson. Keep it in mind. Mother Fong said this with a smile, then turned and left. Go slowly, Aunt Fong. Several people suppressed their laughter and greeted each other quickly. Seeing that Fong Ma went to check other dormitories again, the third brother was so scared that he wanted to close the door immediately. The fourth brother impatiently urged the second brother to contact the brother's dormitory downstairs, and was about to untie the rope from his waist and prepare to start. Don't worry. Suzian quickly stopped the two of them. Be careful of a surprise attack. What should I do? I can't just keep waiting for her forever. Time is money, my friend. It's okay, it shouldn't be long. Suzian was also unsure, mainly because he felt that there was something wrong with Fong Ma's smile before she left. It feels like an eagle catching chickens. He had seen this kind of smile on Li Anlan's face quite often in the past few days. I have nothing to do anyway, why not play a game? It will make time pass faster. Let's do it. Whoever cheats his grandson. The four people who had been abused for several days finally met a great player this time, who was about to lead them to the final victory, but at this time Fong Ma really made a comeback. Stand at the door, all of you. This time, Fong Ma came with great vigor and confidence, and she shouted as soon as she entered the door. The three of them secretly glanced at Suzian and thought to themselves that the boss was really awesome. As expected, he had succeeded in pretending. They quickly dropped the mouse and stood at the door with a smile on their faces. This time, Feng's mother did it herself again. She searched through all the boxes and cabinets carefully, but still found no contraband. I couldn't help but feel even more suspicious. This isn't right. These brats shouldn't be so honest. After leaving angrily, he immediately rushed to several nearby dormitories, thinking that he might hide all the contraband there. Fortunately, this time they had made full preparations and had contacted their classmates' dormitories in advance. All the small appliances such as electric hot pots and hairdryers have been placed in place. As expected, all Fong Ma's efforts were in vain. Otherwise, if something is really found, those guys will put the blame on these four people. After watching Fong Ma leave again, several people cheered. Boss is awesome. This bastard got it right again, huh? I rushed to the computer again and said, oh shit. My hometown exploded. Soon, the second brother waved his cell phone and received a report from his brother in the dormitory on the first floor that Feng's mother had already gone back. The eagle has returned to its nest, let's do it. Before he could finish his words, the three of them pounced directly on the fourth one. Help. Be gentle. Don't stop. He pulled out the rope that was wrapped around the fourth brother's waist and carried it down to the second floor, where the brothers downstairs immediately tied the storage box up. After getting the things, the four of them didn't waste time on any groundbreaking ceremony, but immediately went to work on their respective duties. Chef Suzian lit the fire to boil water and started 4 gas stoves at the same time. The second and fourth brothers picked up their phones and shouted about selling in the group. The third brother took a pen and paper and kept record of sales. 231 chicken balls 5 skewers, bean curd and coriander 5 skewers, charged 20. 410 fish balls, for skewers of pork, and 2 servings of vermicelli for 28. 618 4 skewers of sweet scented osmanthus sausage, for skewers of crab sticks, and 2 lucky bags, pay 26. Fuck you too, can you please stop yelling at the same time? I can't write anymore. The third child took a note and stuck one on the balcony glass each time he wrote one. The second and fourth children gathered around the broken phone box, sorting the food according to the order and handing it to Suzian, while also keeping an eye on the amount of remaining ingredients. Suzian was the most relaxed one. He cooked whatever the two handed him without wasting any brain cells. I was sitting on the balcony, smoking a stove, my upper body was sweating from the heat, and my lower body was so cold that I was shivering. After the first 4 pots were cooked, the 3 of them packaged them according to the designated floors and delivered them to the strongholds on each floor, allowing those greedy animals to take them themselves. The whole process took only about 20 minutes, but most of the ingredients in the box were gone. After the 3 of them came back, they didn't even have time to drink a sip of water as their phones were flooded with orders again. The second and fourth brothers could only coordinate and communicate based on the few remaining ingredients, and continued to yell at Su Zian, who had just been lazy for a while, to hurry up and cook. They treated him like a furnace in the production team. This time the water in the pot is hot and boiling. In about 10 minutes, the remaining skewers are cooked. Su Zian stayed behind to settle the accounts, while the other three ran happily upstairs and downstairs to distribute food. But there were also a large group of starving animals in the group, complaining that they had prepared too few ingredients, and many people had placed orders but had not been able to get a number. As for the taste, I can't say it's delicious nor bad. We buy ready-made base ingredients for the sake of economy. The small package of garlic sauce I bought before also came in handy. If you think it's too bland, just apply some. If you like it too light, don't use it. It's good enough to have a hot meal after locking the dormitory door. I don't have high requirements. The three of them returned to the dormitory panting, and Su Zian had already finished settling the accounts. After deducting the cost of the gas stove and ingredients, I actually made 210 yuan, and it took less than an hour in total. It makes more money than roasting sweet potatoes before, and it's also a lot easier and safer. Cheers! The four of them picked up the last 4 cans of beer and excitedly raised their glasses to celebrate together. Then he hurriedly cleaned up the battlefield, opened the windows and doors to let the smell out, and used a rope to lower the gas stove to the brothers' dormitory downstairs. Even if Feng Ma strikes back again, she can deny it to death if she can't find the murder weapon. As long as Feng's mother doesn't move into their dormitory, she will cook a pot whenever she gets the chance. The main focus is a quick victory. Now that he had the money, Su Zian returned the 4,000 yuan he had borrowed from Lao Er. Is that enough for you? Don't worry. The fourth brother smiled and said, there seem to be a lot of these things today, but I didn't expect that there are not enough to sell. You have to buy more tomorrow. Yes, we can buy 1 more box, and we can get a folding table and 2 more gas stoves. The fourth brother patted the chair under his but again, looking aggrieved, I wanted to try 2 skewers but I didn't get to eat them. The only 4 chairs in the dormitory were used as a table to place the gas stove, and now they are burning my butt. Chapter 50, Sloppy Uncle and Pretty Lowly. You fat pig, you're the only one who has so much trouble. The second brother scolded with a smile, then turned to look at Su Zian. I'm thinking that the taste of these loose meatballs is average, far inferior to those sold in the snack street outside. Should we buy some better ones? The price can be increased a bit. It's not impossible. Su Zian nodded. He had considered this before. But there is a difficult condition that we cannot solve. We can buy high-quality ones, and buying more can also reduce the cost, but we can't store them in a refrigerator. If it's left overnight, it will go bad. 2. The fourth brother nodded. His family was a small business owner. We can't give away the leftovers for free. Otherwise, we won't be able to do business. Let's try this first. I won't share the 210 yuan with you today. I'll keep it for buying goods tomorrow. Seeing that everyone was also very tired, Su Zian climbed into bed first. It was almost 12 o'clock and they had to get up early tomorrow. Don't worry, we didn't spend any money in the first place. Yeah, boss, don't worry too much about the money. The important thing is to give us a goddaughter as soon as possible. The second one started to make trouble again. Grass. Whenever he thought of Su Zian, he got furious. That bastard really screwed him over today. But after all, I have boasted before, and if I say this out loud, I will be slapped in the face. I can only swallow my anger. The third brother also yawned, took out a super long shoehorn, lay on the bed and turned off the light with his hand. After a while, snoring sounds were heard everywhere. The next 2 days continued the same way. During the day, he stays at Li Anlan's house, doing laundry, cooking, and taking care of the children, acting like a housewife. Also because she had found a confinement nanny, Li Anlan didn't urge him to go back to class. She also figured it out. Su Zian's grades wouldn't get any better even if he attended classes every day, and they wouldn't get any worse if he didn't attend classes for a few days. He was just like the students in their dormitory, at the bottom of the class. I can only cram before the exam and be thankful if I can just pass it. Let him show off for the next 2 days and wait until the confinement nanny arrives. Su Zian didn't dare to do anything more excessive, but he would kiss, hug and call her wife whenever he had the chance. Although Li Anlan refused verbally, his body was very honest and his face was blushing all day long. As soon as night fell, Su Zian's small workshop in the dormitory continued to work. In 2 days, after deducting all costs, the company made nearly 3,000 yuan, and Su Zian himself received 2,000 yuan. With money in pocket, I feel more confident. Now that it's the weekend, in addition to taking a 100-day photo for his baby son, Suzanne also plans to take Li Anlan to the park and amusement park. I also wanted to help her relieve postpartum anxiety. After they had breakfast, the little one was full of milk. Li Anlan watched him holding the little one and playing wildly in the living room, making the little one laugh out loud, so he went to the second bedroom and prepared to personally match a set of more mature clothes for Suzanne. To avoid something like last time, where people would mistake him for their son's uncle wherever he went. The lower body is simple, a pair of white German training-style retro sneakers, a pair of khaki 9-point casual trousers, and a retro brass buckle belt. But the upper body is much more complicated. The base is a heavy cotton shirt with black and white pinstripes, paired with a khaki American retro coral fleece vest, and a military green cotton tank suit on the outside. This set combines 5 or 6 styles. I have to admire how unique Li Anlan's aesthetic is. Suzanne didn't care. He put the little guy aside and took off his clothes and pants and put them on in front of Li Anlan. Li Anlan was used to it, so he just stood aside and watched quietly. I've seen naked bodies before, so why should I be shy? After seeing Suzanne finish changing, Li Anlan felt that something was not quite right. Judging from his face alone, he still looks like a 20-year-old young man, but looking at his overall appearance, he looks more than 10 years older. She hurried back to the house to find her own khaki baseball cap, but saw Suzanne following her to the bathroom and the master bedroom, and found a razor blade to shave off the stubble that he hadn't had time to clean in the morning. You are not allowed to use it. Li Anlan's face turned red immediately. He pulled Suzanne and put the hat on his head. With his stubble on his face and dark circles under his eyes from lack of sleep, he instantly looked much older. Standing next to him, Li Anlan looked like a junior high school girl who had just entered college. But Suzanne obviously didn't understand Li Anlan's little thoughts. He always felt that the clothes were not very comfortable and made him look exactly like his father. He turned his head and looked at Li Anlan in confusion. Why can't I use it? I just want to shave. Oops. Li Anlan said shyly, if you are not allowed to use it, then don't use it. Why are there so many questions? Go out and look after the children. I need to change my clothes. Suzanne was still puzzled. He took a half step back and stood at the door, unwilling to leave. Aren't razor blades used for shaving? You're annoying. Get out now. Li Anlan, with a red face, forcibly pushed Suzanne out and pressed him on the sofa, then slammed the door shut. Don't peek. Hey. Suzanne smiled innocently, but still couldn't understand why Li Anlan didn't let him shave with a razor blade. Half an hour passed. Suzanne helped the little guy dress up and pack his things early. The father and son also came to the door. As long as Li Anlan gave the order, they could push the door and set off. Are you ready? Suzanne was sweating all over, and the little guy was also covered tightly, so he couldn't help but urge him. Immediately. Although Li Anlan answered like this, he was actually still standing in the cloakroom in his pajamas, looking at the whole wall of clothes, not knowing what to wear. Another half hour passed. Suzanne was so hot that he took off his coat. He held the naked little kid on the sofa, listening to nursery rhymes and dancing with his arms. Li Anlan still didn't come out. We agreed to meet at 9 o'clock. There are still 10 minutes left. Why are you rushing us? We're leaving soon. Hurry up and help your son get dressed and pack his things. Good. Suzanne agreed reluctantly. But she was not in a hurry to put on her clothes and continued to play with her baby son. The fair and tender little face was full of flesh, which was pinched into a circle and then into a triangle in Suzanne's big hands. The little guy didn't cry or make a fuss, and even had a smile on his face, allowing him to play with him. At least another half an hour passed. Li Anlan finally walked out of the room. She was wearing a light pink round neck tweed jacket with a white sweetheart neck-long sleeve t-shirt underneath. The lace edge of the white shirt was visible at the collar, and it was tied with a big black bow. The lower body is a light gray pleated skirt. Although she is wearing a leg-revealing artifact to keep warm, she still wears a pair of white socks with lace on her feet. What's more, Li Anlan was not wearing a wig. Instead, she wore a light pink round hat with a big bow on it over her shoulder-length hair. Her sexy lips were also painted light pink, which was unusual for her. Compared with the cold style in the past, it is particularly playful and cute. How can this be called a junior high school girl who just entered college? She is clearly an underage girl who has not graduated from high school. Especially compared with the current Suzanne, they are simply a sloppy uncle and a pretty lowly. But when I saw Suzanne and the little guy in open crotch pants, the little girl turned into a housewife in a second. What time is it? It's been so long and my son hasn't even gotten dressed yet. It's all your fault that he's late. Chapter 51, 100-Day Photo Shoot. Suzanne was speechless for a while. I looked at the time. Li Anlan said she was getting ready to go out at 8 o'clock. It was already 9:30 when she came out of the room. I guess he shouldn't be blamed for being late. Suzanne didn't dare to refute. He just smiled and quickly helped the little guy put his clothes back on. When the father and son were ready again, Li Anlan went back into the cloakroom and didn't come out. Looking at the wall of bags, I hesitated and didn't know which one to carry. Suzanne sighed helplessly. He put the little one in the stroller, moved closer to Li Anlan and looked at her carefully again. My wife looks especially beautiful today. She nodded again, reached out from the top compartment, and took out a small white backpack with a bow on it. This is nice. It goes well with your outfit today. If someone outside of you saw you, you would definitely think you were the child's sister. In order to get Li Anlan out of the house earlier, Suzanne's IQ once again took the upper hand and he said something that he himself couldn't believe could come out of his own mouth. Poof. Li Anlan was very pleased to hear this. He took the small bag that Suzanne had chosen and looked at it in the mirror for a long time before saying with satisfaction, "You have good taste." But then Suzanne's brain suddenly twitched again. "Come on, my dear daughter, Daddy will take you and your little brother to the playground." Shame on you. Li Anlan fiercely grabbed the soft flesh around Suzanne's waist again. "Call me sister." "Oh, it hurts, I was wrong." Seeing Li Anlan's shy look, Suzanne gained more confidence and kissed her little mouth. An evil feeling unconsciously came from the bottom of my heart. Until both of them were out of breath. Li Anlan shyly pushed Suzanne away, looked at his lips which were covered with her lipstick, and punched his chest with her little fist. "You naughty brother, you ruined my makeup." Several more minutes passed. Li Anlan finally finished her makeup. I saw her find a pair of white sneakers and put them on. Suzanne then grabbed her delicate hand and pushed the little one in the stroller out the door. Without the blessing of high heels, the height difference between the two is just right. At first glance, it really looks like a father and daughter with their little brother. Come to the basement. In order to still be able to drive the big V8 baby, Suzanne shamelessly opened the back door and took the little baby. "Little fairy, please get in the car." Rhetoric. Li Anlan gave Suzanne a very satisfying look and said, "Tell me, did you do something wrong? How can that be? I've always been like this." Suzanne gently closed the car door before walking around to the other end and putting the little one in the baby seat. He put the stroller in the trunk again and finally sat in the driver's seat. Seeing that Li Anlan had fastened her seatbelt, Suzanne said in a sly tone, "Wife, shall we set off? Drive quickly, it's all your fault that you're late." "Yeah, blame me, blame me." Suzanne smiled and nodded, looked at the location sent by Li Anlan, and finally started the car. But we haven't reached our destination yet. Halfway through the journey, Li Anlan pointed to a shopping mall and asked Suzanne to stop the car. "What's wrong, wife?" "Nothing, I'm going to go buy some things, just wait in the car, I'll be out soon." Li Anlan pushed open the car door and ran into the mall. Not long after, Li Anlan came back with a box in his hand. Just as Suzanne was about to get out of the car to open the door for her, Li Anlan sat down in the passenger seat. "You're lucky, little brother. You're so sweet today. I'm giving you a reward." As he spoke, he opened the box and took out a watch, then he grabbed Suzanne's hand and helped him put it on. "It looks much better now." Before, when Suzanne helped her carry her bag at home, she noticed that something was missing from Suzanne's wrist. Now I saw a shopping mall and decided to buy him a watch. Suzanne was familiar with the famous Panda D watch. Before, the second brother always looked at various famous watches on the internet, and he also took a few glances at it. The public price is only about 110,000 or 120,000 yuan, but if the market price is less than 200,000 yuan, it may be impossible to get it. "Thank you, wife. I love you." Suzanne held the back of Li Anlan's hand and kissed it. 200,000 is a small amount of money for Li Anlan. He was surprised, but he had already bought it, so why was he hesitating? "Hurry up and drive, hee hee." Li Anlan smiled sweetly and let her little hand be held by Suzanne's big hand. We finally arrived at the photo studio. It was already past 10 in the morning. However, it is common for them to be late for cases like the baby's 100-day photo shoot. Children always have all kinds of problems. What's more, for big customers like Li Anlan who chose the top-end package, they are willing to wait no matter how long it takes. The little guy has fallen asleep by now, but that's just right. The photographer and the photography assistant rolled it into a rice dumpling, then a little tiger, and then a giant panda. So cute. Li Anlan also kept holding his mobile phone and taking pictures of the little guy. The photographer was so angry that he was scratching his head. Li Anlan kept swaying in front of the camera and he couldn't take any pictures at all. A photography assistant nearby hurried over. She looked to be in her early 20s, not even older than Li Anlan. But she smiled and said, "Don't worry, little sister. I'll give you some time to take pictures for your brother later. You can be the light here." Oh. Li Anlan smiled awkwardly, turned around, and looked at Su Zian, who was heating up milk for the little guy. His heart was filled with joy. Dad Ada walked over and shared the photo she had just taken. "Look how cute the little brother is." "That's not as cute as my good daughter." Su Zian couldn't help laughing and gently pinched Li Anlan's cheek. "Looking for death." Li Anlan was shy and pinched the soft flesh on Su Zian's waist hard. "Oh, honey, I was wrong. So many people are watching." Su Zian begged for mercy in a low voice. "Oof." Li Anlan blushed and glanced at the two photography assistants beside him awkwardly. Although they were not surprised by this, they still found this combination of talented man and beautiful woman rare. They couldn't help but look at each other a few more times and chuckled with their hands covering their mouths. Li Anlan felt even more embarrassed and pulled Su Zian in dissatisfaction. Su Zian had no choice but to hug Li Anlan tightly and pulled her to sit on the sofa nearby. She even thoughtfully took out a thermos from the kid's school bag and said, "Drink some water. You haven't had any water this early in the morning." Li Anlan took the water bottle and took a sip. The temperature was just right. She held Su Zian's big hand again, feeling warm in her stomach and sweet in her heart. After a while, the little guy woke up. "I found myself in an unfamiliar place with several strangers around me, and I burst into tears." Li Anlan was about to stand up nervously when Su Zian pulled her back. "Don't worry, your husband is here." Su Zian hurried over and picked up the little guy. "Don't cry, baby, Daddy is here." I gently patted the little guy's shoulders twice, and in less than 10 seconds, the little guy stopped crying. She stretched out her chubby little hand, grasped one of Su Zian's fingers, shook it twice, and then burst into laughter. Chapter 52, Enviable Shooting Scene. Li Anlan's beautiful eyes widened when seeing this scene. Even the two female photography assistants nearby were stunned. In their line of work, it happens all the time that little kids suddenly start crying. But this was the first time I saw a father coaxing a child, and he made the child laugh so quickly. His eyes couldn't help but look between Su Zian and Li Anlan again and again, feeling envious for a while. The photographer was also very professional and didn't panic at all. From the moment the little guy woke up and started crying, to when Su Zian came over and made the little guy laugh, it was all recorded on camera. He called Su Zian and asked him to take off his hat so that he could take a photo of the father and son. Although Li Anlan was a little depressed as to why Su Zian was called but not her, she couldn't help but transform herself into a photographer when she saw the heartwarming and loving scene between the father and son, and followed behind them to take pictures of the two. A set of photos was taken. The photographer changed the little guy's outfit into a small shirt and casual pants according to Su Zian's style, and took several photos before calling Li Anlan. Li Anlan excitedly put away her phone in a hurry, quietly touched up her makeup in front of the mirror, and then trotted over. As soon as the little guy saw his mother, he stretched out his little hands as if asking for a hug. "This picture is really good. Awesome." As the photographer pressed the shutter, the first photo of the family of 3 appeared. Over the next period of time, the family of 3 changed several sets of clothes. It was clearly a photo of his son as 100 days old, but the little guy became a foil, while Su Zian and Li Anlan became the protagonists. Under the guidance of the photographer, several sets of photos were taken in various intimate poses. Finally, the little guy started crying again. Su Zian glanced at the time. It was already past dinner time. The little guy must be starving. She immediately stopped the conversation, held the little guy and fed him. Li Anlan couldn't wait to look at the photos he had just taken. Although it has not been edited yet, the picture looks particularly good, real and warm. Even when she was feeding the little one, she held Su Zian's arm and was reluctant to let go. Pointing at the screen, he told Su Zian that every picture was very beautiful. A face full of happiness. To be honest, Su Zian has never taken a serious photo, of course, not counting the ID photos. The only experience was several years ago when her mother was taking photos and she forced him to go over and take a few photos. At that time, Suzanne didn't even know where to put his hands, and his body was as stiff as a piece of wood. But today, she was expressing her true feelings. She basically ignored the photographer and only had eyes for her precious son and Li Anlan. The two photography assistants couldn't help but admire and envy the two of them, saying they were a match made in heaven and they were so happy. Even the photographer lamented that this was the smoothest experience in all his years in the industry, and asked Li Anlan if he could keep the copyright so that he could display it in the store. Li Anlan had gradually lost himself in the praises. His big watery eyes were reluctant to leave Suzanne. He nodded repeatedly without even hearing what the photographer said. While the little one was feeding, the photographers and photography assistants also took time to have lunch. 2 copies were also specially prepared for Suzanne and Li Anlan. It looked like a hearty Chinese meal, but Li Anlan's taste had been spoiled by Suzanne, and he would rather go hungry than muster up the slightest interest in it. Suzanne had actually been hungry for a long time, but since Li Anlan didn't want to eat, he had no choice but to go hungry along with him. Hearing Suzanne's stomach growling, Li Anlan rubbed his belly with a silly smile. Thank you for your hard work, Dad. I'll take you to eat something delicious later. Suzanne suddenly had a bad feeling. Would he eat snail rice noodle again? But he still stretched out his big hand, and 2 white rabbit milk candies appeared in his palm from somewhere. Li Anlan's eyes lit up immediately. Where did you steal it from? Hey. Suzanne picked one and gently put it to her lips. Li Anlan lowered his head slightly and put it directly into his mouth, his lips touching Suzanne's fingertips intentionally or unintentionally. Suddenly, I felt an electric shock. Suzanne smiled foolishly and patted the little girl's stuffed backpack, then proudly unzipped it like a bad uncle who was cheating on a little girl. Potato chips, chocolate, small cookies, QQ candies, there was even a lollipop bigger than my face. Although Li Anlan knew that these snacks were bought by her when she was angry yesterday, she was surprised that Suzanne brought them out considerately. Her eyes immediately narrowed into a pair of crescent moons. She also held Suzanne's 2 fingers with her little hands like a little kid and shook them in front of her, which made her very happy. Soon the little guy was full and satisfied. Although the photographer had not finished his meal, he quickly put down his chopsticks and started working again. However, this time Suzanne and Li Anlan didn't need to appear in the camera, they just focused on taking pictures of the little guy. Li Anlan also sat on Suzanne's legs like a little rabbit, rocking back and forth, holding a box of potato chips and eating happily. Occasionally, he would stuff 2 pieces into Suzanne's mouth, making Suzanne's face a little red. Until 2 p.m. The little guy fell asleep again, and the 100-day photo session was successfully completed. After agreeing on a time to select the film, Suzanne was so hungry that he could hardly walk. Come on, little brother. I'll take you to eat something delicious. Li Anlan was still full of energy. He sat directly in the co-pilot seat without Suzanne's greeting. Not only can she look back at her baby son at any time, but she can also be closer to Suzanne, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Suzanne also took Li Anlan's hand without hesitation and drove the V8 big baby with 1 hand. It felt so cool. On the way, Li Anlan kept looking around, as if he was looking for someone. Finally, under her command, Suzanne drove the car to stop at the intersection of a pedestrian street. Li Anlan got out of the car excitedly and walked straight to a pancake stall. Good job. Suzanne thought it was something delicious, but it turned out to be a pancake. But it's not bad, it's better than eating snail noodles. Suzanne didn't get out of the car either. He watched Li Anlan skipping back to the car with 2 servings of pancakes. Each of them had a pancake in their hands and ate it with relish. They couldn't bear to take their eyes off each other. A pancake that costs only 20 yuan can give you the romantic feeling of a candlelight dinner. Suzanne didn't care about his image at all and finished the whole pancake in a few big mouthfuls. He then opened the thermos and handed it to Li Anlan, and gently wiped the residue from the corners of her mouth with a tissue. Li Anlan's beautiful eyes suddenly widened. She realized that Suzanne might not be full, so she gently put the pancake, which she had only eaten less than 1/3 of, to Suzanne's mouth. Suzanne was not polite either. With 1 big bite, AM bit off most of the pancake in Li Anlan's hand. You're annoying. Li Anlan pouted unhappily. Stinky brother, you are a big stinky pig. Chapter 53. A family of 3 visits the amusement park. Hey. Suzanne picked up the thermos and took a big sip. He also wiped his mouth vigorously with the tissue he had just used to wipe Li Anlan's mouth. It's still early. I'll take you and your son to the playground to play for a while. Hurrah! Li Anlan nodded instantly like a chick pecking at rice, and little stars suddenly appeared in his eyes. Sit tight. Suzanne thoughtfully helped Li Anlan fasten his seatbelt, then looked back at the little guy who was still sleeping. Let's go to the amusement park. Li Anlan tilted his head excitedly and raised his hands. Let's go to the amusement park. A super academic master like Li Anlan. I remember going to the amusement park with her father only once, when she was 6 or 7 years old and before she went to primary school. Since she started school, the only things that kept her company all day were endless books to read and endless piano practice. In addition, she kept skipping grades and didn't have any particularly good classmates or friends. Her parents were getting busier and busier at work, so she can only hear about going to the amusement park from her classmates. It has nothing to do with her. Suzanne brought it up again today, and Li Anlan was of course very excited. Because it was the weekend and the weather was rare good in early spring. There are quite a lot of people in the amusement park. As soon as you enter the door. Then, the screams of countless boys and girls were heard coming from the pirate ship not far away. Li Anlan immediately grabbed Suzanne's hand and jumped up. I want to ride on a pirate ship. I want to ride on a pirate ship. Will you accompany me on the pirate ship? Ah. When Suzanne heard the sound and looked over, his legs went weak at the sight of the rapidly swinging pirate ship. This is not quite what I expected. Suzanne originally thought that at most he would just ride the carousel, see the tigers and monkeys, eat some snacks and take some nice photos at the amusement park. But I didn't expect that Li Anlan would be interested in such an exciting project. But seeing her face full of anticipation, Suzanne couldn't bear to spoil her fun, so he gritted his teeth and agreed, okay, your husband will accompany you. Having said that, he handed the stroller to Li Anlan, trotted back to the entrance of the amusement park, scanned the code and bought 2 all-encompassing tickets. I've risked my life. Seeing the safety warning of the pirate ship that children under 1 meter in height are prohibited from experiencing it, Suzanne secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She even said to Li Anlan deliberately in a wrong tone, look, honey, our son is too young to play. Why don't you go up there by yourself? Your husband will play with you later. Oh. Li Anlan couldn't help but pout, glanced at Suzanne's sincere eyes and then at the little guy in the stroller. She was so excited just now that she even forgot about her baby son. I had to say reluctantly, okay, you have to wait for me downstairs. Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. I'll be down there with my son to cheer you on. Suzanne secretly breathed a sigh of relief again and quickly nodded in agreement. Then he carefully helped Li Anlan take off the small backpack behind her. Go quickly, it's time to start. Li Anlan smiled sweetly and lined up with a group of boys and girls. Judging from Li Anlan's appearance and the outfit she's wearing today, except that she's a little tall, she doesn't look out of place standing with a group of junior high school and high school students. Even the little boys and girls around her started chatting with her, asking her which class she was from and why they had never seen her before. Li Anlan smiled slightly without answering, and waved proudly at Suzanne below. Fasten your seatbelts. Suzanne hurriedly shouted to remind him. He took out his cell phone again, ready to record this beautiful scene. Li Anlan was seen sitting in the most exciting position at both ends of the pirate ship, holding down the small hat on his head with one hand and tidying up his clothes that were messed up by the seatbelt with the other hand. He didn't forget to raise his hand and make a yeah gesture to Suzanne. As the music sounded, the pirate ship slowly started moving. At the beginning, Li Anlan had an excited smile on his face and looked at Suzanne from time to time. But as the rhythm of the music quickened, the pirate ship's swinging frequency became more and more intense. There was an obvious hint of nervousness on Li Anlan's pretty face, and her little hands unconsciously grasped the railing, not daring to even look at Suzanne anymore. As the music reached its climax, the pirate ship swung more than 180 degrees, and suddenly screams of young boys and girls were heard. Even Li Anlan couldn't help but scream loudly and closed his eyes in fear. Suzanne also took the opportunity to take a lot of beautiful photos. He was so excited looking at them that he didn't even notice Li Anlan approaching him. You're annoying, don't read it. Delete it now. A small hand suddenly stretched out and tried to snatch the phone, and then Suzanne saw Li Anlan pouting again. Ha ha ha. Suzanne couldn't help laughing and quickly raised the phone above his head. I'm not showing it to anyone else, so why not just keep it to myself? No. It must be deleted. Seeing Li Anlan actually jumped up to grab the phone, Suzanne directly hugged her slender waist and hurriedly took out the huge marshmallow bouquet hidden behind him and begged for mercy. Wow. So beautiful. Li Anlan's eyes lit up immediately. It looks delicious. She stuck out her little tongue and took a big lick with joy. Su Zian took the opportunity to raise his phone and took several photos of the cute Li Anlan. But unexpectedly, Li Anlan still refused to let her go. He raised the corner of his mouth and smiled evilly. Go ahead, it's your turn. I'll be cheering you on with my son down below. Ah. Su Zian was stunned and held on to the stroller tightly. Seeing a booth not far away where you could win a doll by shooting a gun, she quickly changed the subject. Forget it, let's go and see your husband win a big doll for you. Li Anlan followed Su Zian's gaze and nodded, but still refused to let him go. Okay. In a moment. Seeing Su Zian trying to escape, Li Anlan grabbed his arm tightly and pulled him back. Don't try to cheat me. You just promised me to build a pirate ship, and I want to take ugly photos of you to keep as a treasure. No, I mean when my son grows up, we can sit together as a family of 3. Seeing that Su Zian was determined not to admit it, Li Anlan was not as strong as him, so he simply squatted on the ground and hugged his thighs and started to act like a spoiled child. Don't play dirty, don't play dirty. Okay, I won't cheat. Hurry up and get up. There are so many people watching us. Su Zian knew that he was doomed, so he pointed at the group of boys and girls watching the fun and said, Can you help me take care of the child? As she said that, she pulled Li Anlan up and held her in her arms like a princess, and said firmly, Don't even think about escaping. Sit with your husband again. Li Anlan exclaimed, and heard a group of boys and girls around him also shouting, Don't worry, brothers and sisters, we are from number 9 middle school next door, and we will take care of the little brother. Li Anlan's face immediately turned red, and he buried his little head in Su Zian's arms, allowing himself to be carried to the pirate ship. There was another round of cheers from below. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. More than a dozen mobile phones were also pointed at the two of them at the same time. Chapter 54 The Strange Su Zian. Su Zian chuckled. How could he miss such a good opportunity? He gently put his arm around Li Anlan's shoulders and kissed her little mouth. Oh. It's too short to have another one. The boys and girls below were still making a fuss. Li Anlan was so embarrassed that her red face seemed to be dripping with blood. She gently pinched Su Zian's waist and said, You naughty brother, you are so bad. But as the music started, Su Zian couldn't help but become nervous, holding onto the railing tightly and not daring to look up. The pirate ship had just started when he screamed in fright. He looked even more miserable than a pig in a slaughterhouse, with beads of sweat the size of beans dripping down his forehead, which made Li Anlan and the boys and girls below burst into laughter. Finally, we have passed the difficult half-century. As soon as Su Zian came down, he sat on the ground holding the stroller, his legs no longer under his control. However, Li Anlan waved her hand proudly, looked at the group of boys and girls, pointed at the milk tea stand next to them and said proudly, Order whatever you like to drink, I'll treat you. Oh. Beautiful sister is generous. Although Li Anlan only taught for half a semester, he was still a teacher after all, and he quickly became friends with this group of students. However, Su Zian deeply regretted provoking this group of lovely classmates. Because for the next period of time, these boys and girls were automatically divided into 2 teams. One team helped to watch over the little ones below, while the other team took Su Zian and Li Anlan to challenge more exciting rides. Roller coaster, pendulum, bungee jumping machine, high-speed rotating swing. Fortunately, Su Zian ate little at noon, so he managed not to vomit, but it seemed as if his heart would jump out of his throat as soon as he opened his mouth. I started to stagger when I walked, and my whole body was already soaked. The little guy was also very supportive. He didn't cry after waking up, and was even made to laugh by the group of boys and girls. They also bought a bunch of cute balloons and tied them to the little one's stroller. Especially when the little one was feeding, a dozen little heads surrounded the stroller, watching intently, and took turns to help the little one hold the bottle. The scene was quite heartwarming. Finally, it was getting dark and this group of lovely boys and girls waved goodbye reluctantly. Su Zian finally let out a long sigh. Before leaving, Li Anlan's small school bag was stuffed full of snacks shared with her by her classmates. The colorful lights in the amusement park were lit up, and without the company of young boys and girls, the atmosphere became warm and romantic. Su Zian pushed the stroller with one hand and hugged Li Anlan tightly with the other. He pointed at the carousel not far away and looked at the little guy. Come on, son, this is the only event you can play with. Putting down the stroller, Su Zian held another kid in one hand and Li Anlan in the other, and sat on a large white unicorn. He also produced a glowing rabbit ear hairpin from somewhere. But Li Anlan was wearing a small hat on her head, and Su Zian tried several times to help her put it on with one hand but failed. However, Li Anlan turned around slightly, took the glowing rabbit ear hairpin and put it directly on Su Zian's head. Hee hee, what an ugly little rabbit. How dare you say your husband is ugly? Let me show you how he will deal with you. Su Zian lowered his head slightly and kissed Li Anlan's little mouth. It was not until the carousel stopped that Li Anlan panted and gently pushed Su Zian away, then sat in his arms lovingly. His weak body had no strength left. Brother, I'm tired. Let's go home. Su Zian nodded gently, put the little guy back into the stroller, and leaned over slightly with his back to Li Anlan. It's going to take a long time to go out, let me carry you. Li Anlan glanced at the shuttle bus not far away and said to himself, little fool, but still nodded sweetly and lay on Su Zian's back. Feeling the warmth and pressure on his back, Su Zian felt like he was given an injection of chicken blood, and the painful experiences just now were immediately forgotten. I hummed the little song of Zhu Beiji carrying his wife all the way back to the car, and I still had plenty of energy left in me. Get in the car. Li Anlan still looked at Su Zian with her beautiful eyes full of affection, and was reluctant to move her eyes away from him even for a minute or a second. My mind is full of the beautiful scenes of the two of us experiencing together today. They took photos with the little one, ate at roadside stalls together, and went to the amusement park that she had longed for more than 10 years. Especially the scene where Su Zian forcibly carried her onto the pirate ship was deeply engraved in her heart. She also remembered that Su Zian had taken the initiative to carry her on his back for a long distance just now, and he was so tired that he was still sweating profusely. Li Anlan suddenly felt that this naughty brother in front of him might really be worthy of being entrusted with a lifetime of hardship. I saw Su Zian secretly looking at his phone while driving. Li Anlan couldn't help but ask softly, what's wrong? Is there something wrong? Su Zian panicked when his little trick was discovered, and stammered, nothing happened. It's those guys in the dormitory who were chatting in the group chat, saying that I forgot about my brothers after I got a wife, and they couldn't even play games with me on the weekends. Su Zian is talking nonsense. Oof. Li Anlan was very pleased with Su Zian's impromptu nonsense, and did not think much about it, but still said stubbornly, I don't believe it. He. Su Zian smiled awkwardly, really, I'm not lying to you. If you don't believe me, just check it out for yourself. Although he said that, he refused to take out his phone and focused on driving. If Su Zian hadn't said the following, Li Anlan would have really believed it. Now she rolled her eyes at him, but did not intend to expose him. She tilted her head and gently leaned on Su Zian's shoulder, enjoying the warm moment. The car parked in the basement, and Li Anlan, who was half asleep, slowly opened his eyes. She yawned, pouted her lips and complained, stinky brother, I'm finally home. I'm exhausted today. I want to eat the braised pork you made, but I also want to eat hot pot. His expression suddenly darkened, and he murmured, after dinner, my son's 100-day anniversary will be over. Just like the day the little one was born and the day of his full moon, without the witness and blessings of his family and friends, Li Anlan suddenly felt a little lost. Su Zian nodded, and yawned like Li Anlan, and said deliberately, I'm exhausted too, let's order takeout tonight. Good job Su Zian. Li Anlan got anxious when he heard this. How dare he talk to his sister like that? You're looking for death, aren't you? He. Let's go home quickly. Seeing that Li Anlan was about to stretch out his hand to teach him a lesson again, Su Zian hurriedly pushed the door and got out of the car, then went to the back to pick up the little guy and put him in the stroller, and walked towards the elevator without looking back. Li Anlan, who was still sitting in the car waiting for Su Zian to open the door for her, was stunned. How come this stinky little brother suddenly becomes a different person? He actually dares to treat me like this. He simply doesn't want to live anymore. He got out of the car angrily and slammed the door shut. Su Zian. Stop right there, you little brat. Chapter 55, Surprise of the 100 Days Anniversary. Su Zian walked into the elevator without looking back, then turned around and stretched out his hand to stop the elevator door that was about to close, but still kept his head down and said nothing. The meaning is very clear. If you don't come in, I will go up myself. Li Anlan was so angry that he stomped his feet and stormed into the elevator, clenching his hands into fists and staring at Su Zian. I don't know what is wrong with this stinky little brother all of a sudden. Su Zian still didn't speak. The elevator door opened again, and he took a big step out. Without opening the door, he stood at the entrance, holding the little one in his arms. Looking at Li Anlan, who was still very angry, she bit her lips tightly to prevent him from laughing out loud. How smart Li Anlan is. If I had seen him like this in the past, I would have guessed that he was doing it on purpose and was up to something. But after all, the two of them were so happy today, and I was just wondering whether Suzian's probation period could be ended early. But at this moment, Suzian suddenly changed so much. Li Anlan's mind was in a mess and he was angry, so he didn't think too much about it. I walked out of the elevator and scanned the camera, and the door opened. But there was a lot of noise in the room. Li Anlan was almost frightened and took a half step back unconsciously. The power is out? Li Anlan turned his head and subconsciously looked at Suzian. If you have a smart lighting system at home, all the lights in the house should light up automatically when you open the door. I think so. Suzian finally couldn't help laughing. He took a step forward and stood at the door. He touched the remote control on the cabinet in the entrance and pressed it lightly. The whole house was lit up. What are you doing, little brat? Standing behind Suzian, Li Anlan saw a ray of light and pushed her in confusion. Then I noticed that the wall opposite the door was covered with colorful lights, streamers, and balloons. The hot pot on the dining table was steaming slightly, and on the plate, various meatballs and vegetables were arranged in the shape of a heart and dotted with red rose petals. Even the ground was decorated with colorful lights and rose petals to form big heart shapes, and a route was planned. Li Anlan was instantly stunned by the scene before him. He turned around and looked at Suzian in disbelief. Bad guy. Suzian chuckled, there's more inside, go check it out. Li Anlan couldn't help but pout. Without even changing her shoes, she followed the instructions on the ground and walked towards the living room. In front of the TV stands a KT board that takes up the entire wall. There are also exquisite colored lights, streamers, and balloons hanging on it, with a big heart shape made of roses in the middle and the words 100 days pasted on it. There are also some blessings and many cute photos of the little one next to it. Not only are there photos Suzian took of the little guy these days, but there are also some photos taken in the photo studio at noon. There were even a lot of various beautiful photos taken at the amusement park, including the photos of Li Anlan holding the little one and a group of high school students, which were printed out and hung on the wall. Only now did she realize that in that group photo, the group of high school students had made the shapes of 100 and a heart with their hand gestures. Li Anlan even suspected that this group of cute high school students were specially hired by Suzian. Her eyes couldn't help but become wet, and she looked at Suzian with charming eyes. Bad guy. Suzian was still giggling, holding Li Anlan's shoulders and turning around gently. The balcony glass, the background wall of the sofa, and even the coffee table were all carefully decorated. There are also photos of the two people spending the past few days with their children. There are also several 100-day photos of the little one taken today, which have been framed and placed on the coffee table. Tears of emotion immediately flowed from Li Anlan's eyes. Suzian quickly came over and gently held her face, saying tenderly and distressfully, "Don't cry, honey. Today is a good day." After wiping the tears from her face, Suzian pointed to the small pink tent on the balcony and said, "Go and have a look. There are surprises." Li Anlan nodded happily. As soon as I opened the tent, I saw another large bunch of sunflowers and the room instantly became dark again. Li Anlan turned back hurriedly again. Then I saw Suzian coming out of the bedroom pushing a small cart. There was a 3-layer cake with lit candles on it, and the little guy was sitting obediently on the cart. She also wears a small crown with the words 100 days on it on her head. The candlelight reflected on his face, which was very lovely. "Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you." Suzian hummed a little tune and slowly pushed the cart to the dazed Li Anlan. But Li Anlan was instantly amused by Suzian. With tears in his eyes, he said, "Silly boy, it's the 100th day anniversary, not a birthday." Oh. Suzian slapped his forehead in embarrassment. Suddenly, I couldn't remember any of the hundreds of children's songs I had listened to in the past few days. My brain suddenly quit and I started singing Unforgettable Tonight. Unforgettable tonight, unforgettable tonight. Li Anlan was completely amused by Suzian and gently picked up the little guy in the stroller, "It's so ugly." But the tears still couldn't stop flowing. Suzian immediately shut up and pressed the phone inserted in his waist, and the real GBM finally rang. "The most romantic thing I can think of is growing old together with you." Then he took out a large bouquet of roses hidden behind him and handed it to Li Anlan. Seeing a large bouquet of red roses appear in front of him, Li Anlan immediately covered his mouth in surprise. He looked at Suzian in disbelief and was so moved that he was speechless. Suzian hurriedly took his son and handed the rose to Li Anlan again. He put his arm around her shoulders and said softly, "Wife, you have worked hard over the past year. Don't worry, your husband will be with you forever and will treat you and your son well." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Anlan hugged Su Zian's arms with a happy look on his face. But then Su Zian's stomach began to growl at an inopportune moment. Li Anlan burst out laughing. "Silly brother, let's eat." The romantic atmosphere that was created with great effort suddenly disappeared without a trace. Su Zian was so angry that he wanted to punch himself twice. He said stubbornly, "I'm not hungry. Let's blow out the candles first. There will be a surprise later." Li Anlan wiped the tears from her face on Su Zian's shoulder, then smiled and nodded. The 3-layer cake was covered with candles, and it was easy to light. Su Zian used 2 lighters to turn them around a few times and they were all lit. But I never expected it to be so difficult to blow. Li Anlan was also hungry. She couldn't blow anymore after blowing 1 layer. By the time Su Zian blew out the 2 lower layers, stars appeared in her eyes. He couldn't help but complain to the 3 guys who helped prepare all this. "Damn it, this is all my hard-earned money, and you guys just wasted it like this. Didn't I tell you to just buy a smaller one?" Seeing that Su Zian was about to lose his balance, Li Anlan quickly supported him. She smiled foolishly again, dipped her finger in a piece of butter, smeared it on his face, then turned and ran away. "Want to run?" Su Zian would not let her go. He also dipped a piece of cream and put it on the tip of Li Anlan's nose. She even didn't let go of the little guy in her arms and wiped his chubby little face. "Don't bully my son." Li Anlan pouted her lips and even dared to turn around and grab the cake to smear it on Su Zian's face. But Su Zian hugged her in his arms and kissed her. Chapter 56. My dear son is such a nuisance. But the kiss didn't last long. If they continued kissing, they would probably faint on the spot, and they had other important things to do next. After taking a few deep breaths, his brain, which was severely deprived of oxygen, gradually recovered a lot. He lit up the colorful lights in the room again, pulled the shy Li Anlan to sit on the sofa, and gently placed the little one next to her. Su Zian then turned and walked towards the balcony and moved all the things out of the small tent. Except for a bouquet of sunflowers prepared for the little one. There are also various commemorative albums. Of course, the most important thing is the 2 bottles of Feitian Mitai given by the rich second brother and his 2 companions, as well as paper, pen, and other tools for sealing the wine. Looking at Su Zian placing everything on the coffee table, the tears that had just stopped flowing on Li Anlan's face couldn't help but flow down again. "I've had enough surprises today." So much so that she even thought it was all a dream, and even prepared the wine to seal the ceremony. I held Su Zian's big hand against my face, feeling warm and secure. It also made Li Anlan feel that all this was real and not a dream. Everything was ready, and Su Zian held the little guy and sat next to Li Anlan again. "Honey, let's get started." Li Anlan took Su Zian's arm again and nodded happily. Su Zian was not in a hurry to seal the wine, but picked up a small photo frame and read the words on it. "No disaster, no trouble. Interesting and promising. Always rejoice. Always open." "Huh?" Su Zian scratched his head and turned to look at Li Anlan. "Where's my heart? Where's my heart? This thing must have been printed wrong." This little trick couldn't fool Li Anlan at all, but she still pretended to be stupid and agreed. "Yes, why is there a missing heart? Where is your heart?" Su Zian chuckled and said, "I give it to you. Bad guy." Li Anlan smiled foolishly and gently squeezed Su Zian's big hand. But Su Zian still played dumb and said, "Hurry up and find my heart. I'll give it to you." "How would I know which junior high school girl has your heart? It's not with me anyway." Li Anlan pouted her lips and said shyly, "I really gave it to you, really." Su Zian is still acting. "Don't act anymore, just find your heart. I just gave it to you. Think about where you put it. Did you lose my heart?" Su Zian also pretended to be angry and raised his eyebrows at Li Anlan. "Heart." Li Anlan was a little hesitant. "Are you really giving it to me?" Seeing Su Zian nodded heavily and glanced behind her, Li Anlan reacted immediately. She turned around and looked again at the large bouquet of red roses beside her. Only then did I discover a box of heart-shaped ink hidden in the middle. Snort. Li Anlan tilted his head, picked up the ink pad, and gently opened it with his hand. Then he deliberately asked with dissatisfaction, "You are really unreliable. You open it so easily?" Su Zian panicked instantly. How should I respond to this sentence? The seller didn't teach me. After hesitating for a long time, Su Zian finally thought of the answer, "Because it's you, other people can't see you even if they want to." Sweet talk. Li Anlan smiled foolishly again, obviously very satisfied with this answer. He smiled and stretched out his thumb, dipped some ink on it and pressed it on the missing heart position of the photo frame. Suzian also hurriedly stretched out his thumb, dipped it in the ink and pressed it on the corresponding position. The two people's fingerprints overlapped and intertwined, and finally the missing heart was found. Afterwards, Li Anlan asked Suzian to hold his baby son, gently applied ink on his little hands and feet, and pressed them on the blank space under the photo frame. My wife is awesome, it's done. Suzian was very excited holding the photo frame with their fingerprints and the palm and footprints of his baby son. I immediately took out my cell phone to take a photo. Unexpectedly, Li Anlan actually hugged the little guy, held up his red little feet, and blew them directly on Suzian's mouth and face. Coincidentally, this scene was recorded by Suzian's mobile phone. This even made Li Anlan laugh until tears came out. She even held the little one across her chest, leaving Suzian no chance to retaliate against her. The two of them drank the wine while playing and joking, and took many photos as souvenirs. And in every photo, you can clearly see the red footprints of your beloved son on Suzian's face. Li Anlan also vowed to keep these photos well and show them to his son when he grows up. This made Suzian both angry and amused. Finally, he seized the opportunity, pushed Li Anlan onto the sofa, and kissed her little mouth hard. At first Li Anlan wanted to resist, but soon he was panting and lost himself. Seeing Li Anlan lying on the sofa like a lamb to be slaughtered, Suzian's eyes were filled with flames. I thought happiness was about to come. But at the critical moment, the little guy suddenly burst into tears. Li Anlan finally came to his senses, slapped Suzian's dishonest hand away, glared at him fiercely, and ran back to the room with the little guy in his arms. Feeling the unique fragrance coming from his palm, Suzian felt for the first time that his beloved son was really a nuisance. He rubbed his belly that had been protesting for a long time, found a pair of sports shorts and a short-sleeved shirt to change into, and then went into the kitchen with an apron on his head, feeling depressed. By the time Li Anlan had finished feeding the little one, bathing him and coaxing him to sleep, Suzian had already cooked a pot of delicious braised pork. The water in the hot pot boiled several times, and the specially prepared candles were half burned before Li Anlan walked out of the room quietly. She was wearing a black suspender nightgown and a pair of black high-heeled shoes. Her snow-white shoulders, arms and long legs were exposed to the air unscrupulously. His dark hair was slightly damp, obviously he had just taken a shower. The flickering candlelight reflected on her face and exposed skin, which was particularly beautiful. There were even faint milk stains at key locations. Suzian swallowed his saliva unconsciously and was stunned. Brother, what are you looking at? Li Anlan blushed and sat down elegantly at the dining table, lowering her head and not daring to look at Suzian. Hey hey. Suzian smiled awkwardly. Wife, you are so beautiful. Slippery tongue. Li Anlan raised his head and rolled his eyes at him. You must be starving. Come eat. Aha. Suzian wiped his saliva and proudly lifted the lid of the casserole. Dang dang dang, braised pork and hot pot, how about that? They're both your favorites. Li Anlan couldn't help laughing instantly, and finally looked up at Suzian, and asked happily, how did you guess that I wanted to eat hot pot today? We are in tune with each other. Suzian smiled smugly, picked up a large plate of meat and poured it all into the hot pot. The two of them ate the meal with red faces. Li Anlan, who had already eaten his fill, finally found a chance to escape from Suzian's clutches. He pushed him away and ran into the room. It's so annoying. I just took a shower and now I smell like hot pot. I'm going back to my room to take a shower. Chapter 57: A Gamble at the Cost of One's Body. Suzian just picked up a large piece of braised pork and stuffed it into his mouth. I was stunned when I heard Li Anlan's words. What is this hinting at? He quickly turned his head to look at Li Anlan's slender figure, but then he heard a bang and the door of the room was closed tightly. Why? Suzian was so anxious that he was going crazy. He only let her look at him and kiss him, but not eat him. This is too bullying. He stuffed the last few pieces of braised pork in the casserole into his mouth, and fished out the remaining meatballs in the hot pot. Then Suzian patted his stomach and burped. Looking at the mess on the dining table, he glanced unwillingly at Li Anlan's closed door, sighed frustratedly again, and got to work. I put the dishes into the dishwasher and cleaned up the kitchen. After thinking for a moment, I picked up the rose petals and colorful lights scattered on the ground. He wiped the sweat off his face and his hands were red. Suzian just remembered that his son's footprints were still on his face. He went into the bathroom again and looked at himself in the mirror. He suddenly thought that if he went back like this, the 3 people who had worked hard all day to help decorate the room would laugh at him to death. Su Zian made up his mind and decided to fight. He took off all his clothes and started taking a shower. Normally, it only takes 3 minutes to take a shower, but this time Su Zian washed very carefully. Including brushing his teeth and going to the toilet, it took him a full 10 minutes. Li Anlan had already finished his bath and the little guy was fast asleep. Hearing the sound of running water outside the door, Li Anlan instantly thought of something and became panicked. He lifted the quilt and hid in the bed. Every inch of my skin was red as if I had a fever. From the moment she was getting ready to go out in the morning, Li Anlan had been immersed in the joy and touching moments that Su Zian had brought her. Especially when she got such a big surprise when she returned home at night. She still clearly remembers the day when the little one was 1 month old, which was also close to the spring festival. In order to avoid being laughed at by the confinement nanny, she carried the little one and went out early in the wind and snow. But in fact, I stayed in the hotel for a day and a night. Apart from a few times when I ordered takeout and received a few words of enjoy your meal, I haven't received any other blessings. Even that night, she held her child and cried all night. The spring festival holiday period made her even more exhausted. The confinement nanny took a few days off and went home to celebrate the new year, leaving her and the little one in the empty room. Since I couldn't order takeout, I had to rely on the frozen dumplings I had stockpiled in the refrigerator to fill my stomach for a few days. There wasn't even much milk, and the little one refused to eat the formula, crying from hunger all day and all night. She couldn't bear it any longer and called her best friend He Xiaoxiao to tell her the truth. He Xiaoxiao immediately flew back to help her through the difficult times. So when school started this time, she mustered up the courage to find Su Zian, the father of a child who was just in his sophomore year. After less than a week of getting along, although Li Anlan got angry a few times, compared with Su Zian's actual actions, it was almost negligible. Especially in this short day, Su Zian's performance had undergone a drastic change in her heart. It was also the first time that she felt truly loved. Although she refused to admit it, she knew that she had fallen in love with this silly little husky. I heard the sound of running water outside the doorstop. Li Anlan suddenly became nervous again. I was so scared that I quickly closed my eyes and pretended to be asleep, but my heart was beating rapidly as if 1,000 deer were dancing in a disco. Su Zian put on Li Anlan's bathrobe again and tiptoed out of the bathroom. I approached the bedroom door like a thief and listened for a long time, but there was no sound at all. Thinking of his determination just now, he pulled his hand back before he even touched the door handle. After hesitating for a while, he turned and walked towards the second bedroom. Li Anlan vaguely heard the sound of the door opening, and his whole body was shaking with nervousness. But after a long time, there was no footsteps. Li Anlan couldn't help but open his eyes, only to find that there was no one in the empty room. But then he heard footsteps outside the door, and the door was gently pushed open. Li Anlan quickly closed his eyes again. Su Zian just went to the second bedroom, looking for the box of condoms. Although it was thrown into the trash can, it was later picked up by Su Zian and secretly hidden. After all, the money has been spent, it would be a shame to throw it away. Besides, the little guy just turned 1 day old. Su Zian was really afraid that if he hit the bullseye again, not only would Li Anlan's body not be able to bear it, but he would have to hold it in for a whole year after tasting the sweetness. Seeing that the door was not locked and the lights were on, Su Zian was even more delighted. I tiptoed in and found Li Anlan lying on the bed with his eyes closed, as if he was asleep. How could Su Zian give up so easily? But she was afraid that if she pounced on him suddenly she would scare Li Anlan and frighten her baby son, so she walked gently to the bedside and stared at Li Anlan infatuatedly. Li Anlan was extremely nervous and even felt Su Zian's heavy breathing. He didn't know what to do. I could only barely keep my breathing steady and continue pretending to sleep. The same goes for Su Zian. After all, the two of them had only had that experience once, and that was when they were drunk. No matter how intense it was at the time, after sobering up, no memory was left except the bedsheet with a red flower blooming on it. The scene that he had imagined countless times appeared before his eyes, but Su Zian never expected that he would be so polite. Unconsciously, she sat on the edge of the bed and held Li Anlan's hand. The soft and boneless little hands were finally no longer cold, and even felt slightly hot. Foolishly, Su Zian thought that it was because of the effect of his mutton Chinese medicine soup. I played with it in my hands for a while. Seeing that Li Anlan still hadn't woken up and didn't know what was going on, a sense of righteousness came from Su Zian's heart. He thought he shouldn't take advantage of someone's misfortune. After all, he was still a pure and innocent pseudo-virgin, and he felt that this was a beautiful thing, and the two of them must not do it in a daze like they did last time. Besides, Li Anlan was really exhausted today and was afraid that he couldn't stand the stress anymore. Anyway, the grapes are now grown in my own yard, so I can pick them anytime. Suzian gently stroked Li Anlan's little face again with heartache. She helped Li Anlan cover the quilt, kissed her forehead gently, and also kissed the little guy's forehead. He turned off the lights, closed the door, and walked out. After taking a cushion from the sofa to use as a pillow, Suzian returned to the second bedroom and lay on the bed, feeling the lingering fragrance of Li Anlan. I think he must be included in the next National Outstanding Youth Award. At this time, Li Anlan finally opened his eyes. The mood is extremely complicated. The expected thing did not happen, but I felt particularly warm about Suzian's performance. She won this gamble at the cost of her own body. She was sure that Suzian did not behave like this because of her or their child, but that he truly loved her and the child from the bottom of his heart, shouldering the responsibility of a man. Hesitated for a long time. Li Anlan finally plucked up the courage. He climbed out of the bed quietly, with a red face, and gently pushed open the door of Suzian's room. Chapter 58, Caught in Bed. I couldn't help but think of the words of my unreliable best friend in my mind, and I felt even more embarrassed. I vaguely saw Suzian lying on the bed with his bare chest. So he tiptoed over. She also imitated Suzian's just now and gently took his big hand. Warm and reassuring. Suzian? Seeing that he didn't respond, Li Anlan called him shyly. Still no response. Li Anlan couldn't help but pinch his waist and mustered up the courage to pull his arm and lie down on the edge of the bed. Stinky little brother, you're such a coward. Li Anlan thought shyly. She thought Suzian was pretending to sleep just like her. She mustered up her courage, pulled his arm hard, and immediately closed her eyes shyly. His whole body began to tremble with nervousness again. Unexpectedly, Suzian, who turned around, not only still did not respond, but also started snoring because he was too tired today and the pillow was not suitable. He even started talking in his sleep, "Don't bother me, you idiots. I have to get up early tomorrow to cook for my wife." Good job. In a daze, Suzian thought he had returned to the dormitory and his roommates were calling him to get up and play games. Li Anlan was at a loss for words at the moment, and angrily kicked him hard with his long white legs. It's a pity that Suzian was sleeping so deeply that he didn't feel anything at all. The snoring became even louder. Li Anlan was so angry that he sat up from the bed, turned around and stared at Suzian. Suzian! You bastard! Li Anlan pulled out the pillow from under his head and smashed it hard on his head. Seeing that Suzian still hadn't woken up, Li Anlan stomped his feet in anger, and all his inappropriate thoughts disappeared instantly. However, he couldn't help but stretch out his little hand and pinch his abdominal muscles for a long time before returning to his room in a huff. You stinky bastard, I hate you so much. Li Anlan rode on the big teddy bear doll and punched it with his little fists, venting his anger on it as if it were Suzian. She blushed and buried her head in the arms of the big teddy bear doll, mumbling, "Silly." At night, Suzian was woken up by the urge to urinate. Thinking that I was sleeping on the high window of the dormitory, I turned around with my eyes closed and touched the railing, but I fell to the ground with a plop. When I opened my eyes, I realized that this was Li Anlan's home. In order not to wake up my son, I gritted my teeth, rubbed the back of my head which was hurt from the fall, and went to flush the toilet in a daze. I thought I was careful enough, but I didn't expect that the sound of flushing the toilet would wake up the little guy. I could faintly hear his crying. I guess my son is hungry. Suzian looked at the time and thought of the breast milk that Li Anlan had just stored in the refrigerator, so he decided to let her have a good sleep. Seeing that Li Anlan was not woken up, Suzian hurriedly picked up the little guy and quietly left the room. With his father's warm embrace, the little guy didn't cry much. But after the breast milk was warmed up, she refused to drink it. When the bottle was brought to her mouth, she turned her head away and refused to open her mouth. Suzian scratched his head anxiously. I vaguely guessed that the little guy wanted to drink directly and didn't want to use a pacifier. But there were no steamed buns at home, and he really didn't have the heart to wake Li Anlan up, so Suzian had to hesitate and carry the little guy back to Li Anlan's room. When I turned on the night light, the little guy seemed to have seen his mother and regained his appetite. Suzian simply held the little guy in his arms, sat cross-legged on Li Anlan's bed, and carefully fed him. The little guy watched his mother drinking from the bottle, and the food tasted so delicious that Suzian couldn't help drooling just watching. The sleepiness came again. Without waiting for the little guy to finish eating, Suzian fell asleep while sitting against the head of the bed, still holding the bottle in his hand. Li Anlan slept very soundly that night. I also thought that maybe after the little one was 100 days old, he finally stopped having to get up at night to feed. But suddenly I realized something was wrong. The bed felt warm, and the texture of the big teddy bear in my arms changed. He suddenly opened his eyes. I just realized that Suzian was actually asleep while sitting up on the headboard. I was still like a big koala, holding his arms and riding on his thighs. I was so embarrassed. He also discovered that the little guy was also lying next to Suzian, hugging his big hands with his hands and feet like a little koala. And Suzian was still holding the bottle in his hand. Li Anlan understood instantly. It turned out that she slept too deeply at night, and Suzian actually came over to help feed her son. But it seemed that the little guy fell asleep before he finished drinking, and there was still a small sip of milk left in the bottle. But Li Anlan still felt warm in his heart. Looking at Suzian, who was still sleeping soundly, he pulled his big hand and lay in his arms. But then I thought of what happened before I went to bed yesterday. She kicked Suzian so hard but didn't wake him up. Instead, when the little guy woke up at night, she was able to wake him up without waking her up, and then feed him attentively. It's incredible. Li Anlan felt warm-hearted, but at the same time, he felt angry unconsciously. Stinky brother, I hate you so much. She pouted and bit Suzian's arm. She fell asleep before wiping off the lipstick she put on last night after taking a shower, and now it stuck to Suzian's arm. Feeling the warmth from Suzian's body, Li Anlan wanted to take a nap comfortably, but he was too shy to fall asleep. Thinking of Suzian, who was like a pig beside him, he will definitely be hungry when he wakes up. Suzian cooked for her this week. Although she didn't know how to cook, she thought it should be no problem to cook some porridge, so she got up quietly. Prepare to make a loving breakfast for Suzian as well. Pour the millet into the rice cooker, add water, and select the porridge option. It's very simple. Then I thought that just cooking porridge might not be enough for my stinky little brother, and I saw the casserole with yesterday's braised pork on the stove. Li Anlan took 4 eggs from the refrigerator, put them in, added water and lit the fire. Done. Li Anlan clapped his hands proudly. It's just making breakfast. My sister can do that too. Thinking that 4 eggs might not be enough, Li Anlan took 4 more and put them in the casserole. After taking a quick glance at Suzian and his baby son, who were still sleeping soundly, Li Anlan gently closed the door and returned to the living room to admire the scene arranged yesterday again. This is a picture of my son getting vaccinated. This is a pirate ship. My stinky little brother actually took a sneak shot of me. Suddenly finding some photos of her in class a year ago, Li Anlan became so angry that she clasped her hands on her hips. After taking a closer look, I realized that what she was wearing should be the same as when she first taught formally at Zhejiang University. The bad guy actually had evil intentions at that time and kept the photos until now. I felt a little sweet in my heart. I thought I must keep all the photos together as a treasure. Little did they know that this photo was not taken by Suzian at all, but rather the behavior of those 3 animals in his dormitory. When Suzian sent the photos he took to the 3 people for photocopying, he accidentally printed them out together. While Li Anlan was still immersed in sweet memories, the door was suddenly pushed open. He Xiao walked in breathlessly carrying a big bag. Surprise! I'm here to celebrate my godson's 100th day. How's that? That's very loyal, right? Seeing the decoration of the room, he Xiao nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. Was it your little Shuzi who arranged it? Let me see my godson. I've missed him so much since I last saw him for a few days. Having said that, he rushed directly into her room regardless of Li Anlan's attempt to stop him. But I saw Suzian lying on the bed shirtless, holding the baby's bottle and pouring it into his own mouth. Chapter 59. The kitchen exploded. Suzian just woke up. I was surprised to find myself sleeping in Li Anlan's bed. Then I remembered that I had fed the little one at night, and I breathed a sigh of relief when I was sure that I had just fallen asleep. Otherwise, he would not have survived until now. Li Anlan would have exploded long ago. He was so thirsty that he was hesitating about drinking some water so that he could quickly go and apologize to Li Anlan. I saw that he was still holding the little one's bottle. Evil thoughts suddenly came from all directions. He vaguely remembered that Li Anlan had told him more than once that milk that had been heated once must not be heated up a second time for the little one to drink. Thinking that it would be a waste to throw it away, Suzian unscrewed the lid and poured the liquid into his mouth. But before he could taste anything, he heard a commotion outside the door, and then the door was pushed open. Hishosho stood at the door with her eyes wide open, her jaw almost dropping in shock. Li Anlan's face was also filled with panic. Seeing Su Zian still holding the bottle and with milk stains on the corners of his mouth, he instantly became angry. You, who told you to drink it? You, put it down right now. But as luck would have it, Su Zian suddenly burped. This made Li Anlan extremely angry. His face turned red like a big red apple. He stepped forward and snatched the bottle from Su Zian's hand. He stared at Su Zian so intently that he didn't know what to say. Well, you're a heartless little slut. Hishosho came across such a big piece of news, how could she miss this good opportunity? She immediately started to joke, Sister, you didn't even have breakfast to come here to celebrate your godson's 100th day. But you two have been fooling around together for a long time, right? Hishosho even looked at Su Zian's exposed muscles and scrupulously, tell me. When did you two start doing this? How dare you lie to me? You're talking nonsense. No. Li Anlan immediately retorted. Feeling Hishosho's gaze, he pulled up the quilt and covered Su Zian like a protective child. He just came to help feed his son at night. But the more he spoke, the less confident he became, and instead he acted as if he was guilty of a crime. Feeding? Hishosho was amused by Li Anlan's appearance and said, I think he is still breastfeeding. Looking at Li Anlan's shy look and hearing what Hishosho said, Su Zian couldn't help but laughed out loud in embarrassment. But this completely angered Li Anlan, who grabbed his ear and said, How dare you laugh? Get out of my room right now. Ah, be gentle, it hurts. Su Zian quickly begged for mercy, holding Li Anlan's wrist with one hand and holding the quilt tightly with the other hand, with a look of grievance on his face. Can you two go out first? I'll put on my clothes. Puff. Hishosho was also amused by the scene in front of her and laughed out loud, but she still stared at Su Zian with no intention of leaving. Get out of here. Li Anlan glanced at Hishosho and could only continue to be angry at Su Zian. Don't be angry, don't scare the child. Su Zian quickly picked up the little guy who had just been woken up. But after all, he had been half sitting and sleeping against the head of the bed for half the night. Just as Su Zian was about to get up, he didn't dare to exert any strength because of his sore back. He had no choice but to put the little guy into Li Anlan's arms again, and then he reluctantly limped out while holding onto the wall, wrapped in a quilt. Ha 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 ha. Hishosho laughed so hard that she was out of breath. She looked at Li Anlan meaningfully and couldn't help but joked, Your brother is not good either. Looks good but is useless. These words instantly angered both Su Zian and Li Anlan. Just as Su Zian was about to straighten his back despite the pain, Li Anlan kicked him hard on the buttocks. He said angrily, Asshole, stop acting and get out of my room. This kick almost knocked Su Zian down. He barely held onto the wall with both hands and turned to look at Li Anlan with grievance. No, my waist really hurts. Li Anlan was so angry that he pulled Hishosho out the door, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Watching Su Zian limping towards the second bedroom, Hishosho sat on the sofa, teasing the little one who was drinking milk with big mouthfuls while continuing to joke, You little slut, you are still pretending. You don't even avoid him when feeding. Then she leaned close to Li Anlan's ear mysteriously, but deliberately said with a smirk in a voice that Su Zian could hear, Your stinky little brother is no good either. Do you want your sister to help you discipline him and teach him a few moves tonight? Hishosho, get out of here. Li Anlan went completely crazy, If you keep talking nonsense, I'll fight you. Just kidding. Hishosho knew that Li Anlan was completely furious, and quickly pointed at the big bag at the door with a smile. Why are you so angry, you conscienceless person? Today is my son's 100th day anniversary. Look at all the gifts I bought for him. Then, she took out a big red envelope from her small bag. It looked like it was at least 50,000 yuan thick. Don't be angry. You know how I treat you. I only dare to joke with you. But Li Anlan didn't even look at the red envelope. He pointed at the album of the kid's hand and footprints on the coffee table and couldn't help but roar again, Yesterday was the 100-day anniversary. Suddenly thinking of the little one in her arms, she became deflated again. Let's break up, take your things and get out of here, I'm so mad at you. Sorry, I got the wrong date. Hishosho smiled awkwardly, not taking Li Anlan's words to heart at all. 101 is also a day worth remembering. It means you are my only one, right? She hugged Li Anlan in her arms again. It's okay if my sister is wrong, don't be angry. ask your little Shuzi to make more delicious food. I will leave as soon as I finish eating, and I will never disturb you two's world." As soon as these words came out, Li Anlan suddenly thought of something. Turned and looked towards the kitchen. It just so happened that Su Zian had also changed his clothes and walked out, holding onto the wall. I heard a crackling sound coming from the kitchen, and a cloud of black smoke instantly came out. "Ah! My eggs!" Li Anlan screamed, stood up and went to the kitchen. Su Zian endured the severe pain in his waist and blocked Li Anlan's way. "Don't worry, be careful not to choke the child." As he spoke, Su Zian glanced at the baby in her arms, covered his nose, turned around reluctantly, and limped into the kitchen filled with black smoke. Li Anlan followed Su Zian's gaze and looked down at the half-exposed breasts. She then looked at the kitchen that was instantly surrounded by black mist, and the casserole fragments and egg residue all over the floor. She felt embarrassed and angry. He glared at He Xiuxiu, who still had a smirk on her face. What should have been such a warm and loving breakfast time was ruined by this asshole bestie. Chapter 60, Even eating breakfast is so greasy. Although the range hood was already working automatically, Su Zian was still choked and couldn't open his eyes when he walked into the kitchen. I quickly turned off the fire and opened the window. The black smoke gradually dissipated. The original casserole was broken into pieces, half of it was scattered on the stove, and half of it was scattered on the ground. None of the burnt eggs were intact. The yellow and white thing even jumped onto the ceiling. Su Zian couldn't help but think of the scene where his precious son was pulled into the bathtub. It was simply unbearable to watch, and the scene was quite horrifying. It's similar to when he was a kid and went to the countryside to throw firecrackers into dry toilets. Just as I put the broken clay pot into the trash can, I found that the rice cooker started to emit black smoke. Su Zian hurriedly rushed over using the pot lid as a shield and unplugged the power supply. The moment he opened the lid, another large amount of black smoke rushed out. Su Zian was choked so hard that he couldn't even straighten his back. After a long while, Su Zian leaned over to take a look. The millet in the pot was still raw on top, but had turned into charcoal at the bottom, sticking to the pot and unable to be scraped off. Obviously, it's because there is too little water. Su Zian immediately decided that he would never let Li Anlan step into the kitchen again. At this time, Li Anlan was hiding in the room with the little guy in his arms, looking at He Xiuxiu proudly. "Don't worry, I've cooked a big pot of millet porridge, you won't starve." But He Xiuxiu was rubbing her hungry stomach and didn't even look at her. If she didn't know that Su Zian was a good cook, she would have ordered takeout long ago. When I think of the glorious history Li Anlan created in the kitchen, no one would believe it if I told others about it. I planned to save some energy and tell Su Zian about it while we were having dinner. After cleaning the kitchen again, Su Zian thought about eating noodles. The rice cooker was broken, so we couldn't eat rice. Find the pork lard and pork belly that you bought earlier, thaw them in the microwave, cut them into small pieces, and start making lard. While the food was heating up, Su Zian added cold water, salt, and eggs to the dough. After the dough was kneaded and fermented for a while, the lard just started to boil. Su Zian stirred the lard while cleaning the residue on the wall. Forget about the high places and the ceiling for now. His waist really hurts and it's difficult for him to even stand up straight. After that it's easy. Roll the dough into a thin pancake. Although you won't be stretching the noodles, you can still cut them with a knife. Put the cut thin noodles into boiling water, prepare 3 large bowls, put some milky white lard, dark soy sauce, dried shrimps, and a little bit of salt, add the cooked noodles and soup into them and stir evenly. Finally, add the freshly cooked poached eggs and garnish with some chopped green onions. Done. But then I thought eating only noodles would be a bit monotonous. Su Zian smashed a cucumber and sprinkled peanuts on it, picked out some pork belly to use when making lard, and made 2 side dishes. It's just the right amount of meat and vegetable, and can help relieve greasiness. It's time to eat. Su Zian rubbed his aching waist and knocked on Li Anlan's door. Here it comes. The first person to rush out of the room was He Xiuxiu. She knew that Su Zian would not be able to prepare a delicious meal in such a short time, but she still felt a little dissatisfied when she saw the 3 bowls of noodles on the table. That's it? You feed my Lanlan this every day? If I had known this, I would have ordered takeout. Eat it if you want. Li Anlan had long been conquered by Su Zian's cooking skills. She knew that there was no dried noodles at home. He could clean the kitchen and make hand-rolled noodles in such a short time. She looked at Su Zian with stars in her eyes. How could I tolerate He Xiuxiu's words? Just as I was about to pick up the chopsticks to taste it impatiently, I suddenly remembered the millet porridge she had worked so hard to cook. Then he looked up at Su Zian again. Where's my porridge? Su Zian quickly lowered his head. If this girl saw Zhou's appearance, she would probably take her anger out on him. You didn't steal them all. It was obvious that Li Anlan had no clear understanding of her cooking skills, and he went into the kitchen with a lot of noise. Ah! My porridge! A scream was heard, and Li Anlan sat down at the dining table dejectedly again. He glared at Su Zian fiercely, then used his chopsticks to stir the noodles to vent his anger. Would you like to try the pork belly with oil residue? It won't taste good if it gets cold. Su Zian quietly reached out from under the table and gently patted Li Anlan's thigh, comforting him softly. Oh! Li Anlan pouted unconsciously and looked at Su Zian aggrievedly. But early in the morning, I felt a little disgusted by the greasy residue, so I picked up a noodle and put it into my mouth bit by bit with my front teeth like a little rabbit. It smells so good. Li Anlan suddenly exclaimed, reached out to hold his dishonest big hand, took a big mouthful of noodles and stuffed it directly into his mouth, looking at Su Zian infatuatedly. Su Zian chuckled and gave her the fried egg in his bowl. Li Anlan also smiled sweetly. After taking a look at the 2 fried eggs in the bowl, she took his big hand and rubbed it back and forth on her legs, making Su Zian lose interest in eating. Then he tried to pick up a piece of pork belly and stuff it into his mouth. It's delicious, not greasy at all. Ahem. He Xiao picked up another piece of cucumber and stuffed it into her mouth. Don't treat me as if I don't exist. You're eating such a disgusting breakfast. It would have been better if he Xiao didn't say anything, but when she did, it actually aroused Li Anlan's little rebellion. Humph. I'd love to. He lifted his butt and pulled the chair to Su Zian's side. If you can't stand it, just leave. Who wants to keep you here? Su Zian didn't dare to say anything or look. He could only let Li Anlan press his big hands tightly on her snow-white and smooth thighs, and lowered his head to slurp noodles. Look how deliciously they are eating. He Xiao couldn't help but try to pick one up and put it in her mouth. His expression suddenly changed. Delicious. You know what, your little Shuzi is really good at cooking. Humph, I'm glad you know. Li Anlan raised his little head high, looking very proud. He Xiao didn't care, and didn't care about her beautiful image, and started talking as loudly as Su Zian. After finishing a bowl of noodles, Su Zian was about to get up to get another serving, but he Xiao hurriedly took 2 more bites and stuffed the remaining noodles into her mouth, then handed the empty bowl to him. He said vaguely, "Give me another night." No. Just as Su Zian was about to reach out his hand, he was stopped by Li Anlan's pouting mouth. You didn't even say thank you, and you won give it to this stinky woman. Thank you, thank you. He Xiao didn't care at all. She smoothed the noodle stuck in her throat and clasped her hands together. I wish you a happy marriage and a son soon, and 10 babies in 1 pregnancy. Go to hell, you're the pig. Li Anlan muttered something in dissatisfaction and finally let go of Su Zian's hand. While Su Zian was serving the noodles, he Xiao picked up a large piece of pork belly and stuffed it into her mouth. With his mouth full of oil, he came close to Li Anlan and whispered, honestly, do you want to find an old Chinese doctor to check your little Shuzi? His waist is not in good condition.